make me a star if I just play the game. But that man doesn't know that I am bulletproof. Keep one foot on the sky and a foot on the road. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on it, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood, 'cause I like the way it feels on it. That little rush, rush, rush of blood. I'll use it for good.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to this, the second and final day of the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company once again here at Sunset Lakes, the home of International Tournament Skiing and Jack Travers Waterski School. All right there, so let's have a quick look at the schedule of events for today. Bear in mind that towards the end of yesterday's proceedings in the skiing action, we did go through a few of our amateur skiers in their second round, but we continue on with that second round starting at 8 a.m. Today, and then we'll go into the open men's round 2 and open women's round 2 before we go into the final rounds of that competition, and interspersed in between there are the amateur competitors who have been producing some great performances during the course of the event. So that is the schedule here for the Waterski Pro Tour Freestyle event that is the Travers Grand Prix. We thank you very much for tuning in. We'll have our first skiers going out in the next few minutes. A partial list of amateurs. And the pros, we anticipate, will be starting around about 11 a.m., a little after in about 3 hours and about 10 minutes or so, give or take. So looks like a little bit of activity around the dock as folks are getting lined up for their go out there on the water. This is the 2022 Travers Grand Prix, coming to you live from Sunset Lakes, and we'll be back right after these.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I'm involved with the flow point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right then, good morning and welcome to the Travers Grand Prix, the second and final day's worth of action. We've got our second round of amateurs to get things up and running. Just to say that we took about half a dozen of the amateurs yesterday for their second round of competition, mainly in the men's 6, men's 7, and those in the upper age categories. And they're done for the weekend. Then we're taking the amateurs for the remaining amateurs in round 2 spread across the course of today. We're going to be concentrating on men's 3, men's 4, boys 4, and boys 5, along with international girls, international boys, and men's 1, international men, and masters men towards the end of this section of amateurs. Beautiful sunshine, great weather. Greg Chapman at the helm of the towboat, and our first skier about to take to water is going to be Kevin Frisbee, our first competitor out this morning among the amateur round of skiers to get things going in this second and final day of competitive action. We've got Greg Chapman in the boat. We've got Nikki Antonsen occupying the center seat with the video camera. Put the rope on. We just wait for the green flag to be shown, so to speak, and then we will go on with our first competitor of the day. Kevin Frisbee And that seems to go along with what he did yesterday, 55 kilometers an hour, 60 meters. Kevin Frisbee, who yesterday scored 5.5 at 14.25 meters, or 28 off. A men's 3 competitor, so the line lengths shorten at 34 miles an hour. Or 55K. Here we go. This is Kevin Frisbee. Down the halfway point of the course. Sun behind him, which means he should have a fairly illuminated view of the slalom course as he works his way through it from start to finish on the opening pass of 16 meters, and no worries there for him. Little tail heavy on the gate shot and getting crushed a little bit into number 1, but still managing to keep the ski moving and working his way through the first third of the course. Good handle control, good hip rotation. And coming back on 14.25 meters for the next run, Kevin Frisbee, who, to the best of my knowledge, is an aerial firefighter by trade. All right then, here we are. This is Kevin Frisbee. Working his way towards the course now. Here he comes. Handle up a little bit high, which throws his weight distribution a little bit towards the tail of the ski. Now, yesterday he got 5.5 on this run, so eager to put an impression and a hurting on the slalom course to the extent where he gets round number 6, and will continue on to 13 meters in this round. So good, solid performance there so far. 13 meters comes up next for Kevin Frisbee. So for those of you that are watching online, thank you very much indeed. Very much appreciated. See if I can pick up on a few of the comments so far. Only had 3 comments so far, and 2 of them make reference to Will Asher. Certainly his performance was the one of the day, the first of our pro skiers to get through 9.75, get through 10.25 meters and establish a score on 9.75 meters. Certainly not the only one in that respect. Freddie Winter came back straight away and put a score onto 9.75 meters himself. And Will's score of 2 represents a pending British and European men's slalom record. So top banana there. So, and we know so far as 2 items that can go into the homologation dossier in that respect. The boat path was good, and also the rope was within tolerance as well. So that's all going to be submitted along with the boat path video and all the other stuff that goes along to approving a record. All of that is we're just checking, crossing the T's and dotting the I's. So it should be a mere formality. Now, that was a 30-meter run there from Kevin Frisbee. So already putting a pass on top of what he did yesterday at the very least. Very subtle approach into buoy number 1. And a good solid effort there to get the ski round number 2. Just trying to keep the ski on top of the water, just making sure that he gets good water speed all the way through and affects a nice turn on each side. So Kevin Frisbee, like many others last night, was a part of the go-karting aspect of the Travers Grand Prix. It was a fantastic event over at Bushnell Motorsports, and a fun time was had by all last night. So here we go. Coming in. Round number 1. This is 12 meters. Oh, and going down on buoy number 2, just not quite getting the hookup that the clean hookup that he needed. But 1.5 on 12 is a darn sight better than 5.5 on 14.25 meters. He'll take that. And this is more valuable points to the team that he's skiing with here at the Travers Grand Prix. So well done to him on that one. That's 1.5 on 12 meters. Carl Denis is our next competitor to take to the water, hailing out of Canada. We'll see what he can do. As we get ready to bring Carl Denis out in the water, there's plenty of sporting action going on last night, including the first game in the wild card series in the American League and the National League. The Rays are going to have to claw back a deficit after game number 1, trying to stave off elimination in game 2 tonight against the Cleveland Guardians. The Phillies already off to a good start against the Cardinals. They're 1 game up in the best-of-3 series there in the NL wildcard game. And the other wildcard game in the American League, the Mariners are up 4 to the Blue Jays. So they take a 1-0 lead. And finally, the Padres are held off the Mets to the tune of 7-1 in the NL wildcard game there as well. So games 2 tonight. A few games on the teams on the losing end, trying to stave off elimination as they get ready for the next round of the MLB playoffs. All right. So Carl Denis getting ready for the first pass of many, hopefully. And Carl Denis yesterday scored, scored 6 on 28 off, or 14.25 meters. So 55, 14.25 meters for the opening run. So under the assumption that he runs his opening pass, it will be equal to the score that he produced yesterday. As a matter of fact, yesterday he did go through 30 meters, but missed the gates on that pass. So let's see if he can do a skosh better this time around. This is 55, 14.25 meters, a little tail heavy on the ski, but and a little down course off number 1. Now he's going to have to muscle his way through this run. Good solid effort, and around all 6 buoys. So a good skiing there from Carl Denis as he gets ready for 13 meters. So getting pitched a little bit forwards, coming off buoy number 1. And especially there off number 3 into number 4, but still managing to maintain his water speed and just keeping good cross-course direction. A little bit stiff this morning, I fancy, but he's still able to get through that run without too many in the way of problems. All right, so plenty of sporting action here and plenty of sporting action across the nation. And I'll give you a little bit of a summary of what will be coming to your average sports fans way during the course of the day as we look at Carl Denis coming into the course right here, right now on 30 meters. Missed the gates on this pass yesterday and was very close to missing the gates right there and then. Seems to be having a little bit of timing problems out there on the course, but he's still there and he's still on top of the ski, and he will continue on provided everything's in order this time around for Carl Denis. That was 30 meters, and we'll have a look and see if he'll be granted the opportunity of attacking the 12-meter line. Yeah, that seems to be pretty clean from my perspective, and we got a good head-on shot of his gate attempt there on 13 meters. So if everything is concurs and is in order, then he'll have a chance at 12 meters coming up. So 6 buoys there and getting ready for 12. All right then. Continuing on. College football action today. Tennessee at number 25 LSU at 12 noon today. That'll be an intriguing matchup. Here we go. This is Carl Denis. Good solid effort on buoy number 1. He's good round number 2. This is 12 meters. Now he's starting to pick up the pace here. He's round number 4. Oh, gotten broken over off 5. Can he get it round number 6? Yeah, just about. Whoa, he left that one late. So a skier who yesterday scored 6 buoys on 14.25 meters by the fact that he missed the gate on 13 meters is now in a position where he can start to attack on 11.25 meters. Certainly not the most conventional slalom styles, I grant him that, but he's certainly got some battle and some fight in him. Just whips the ski around and just a little bit hesitant to go along with the ski at the end of the turn and just follow through a little bit. He gets gotten terribly broken over off number 5. He was barely able to stay on top of the water, but he had a little bit of space to work with to get round number 6, and no worries there. So as we wait for Carl Denis to come into course, 11.25 meters, other games that are being watched on. Michigan at Indiana today. We've also got Auburn at number 2, Georgia, Ohio State versus Michigan State, TCU versus Kansas, and Arkansas versus Mississippi State among the early kickoff games today. We are at 11.25 meters for Carl Denis. Round number 1. Oh, and that delay kind of cascaded into buoy number 2. But he gets 1 1/2 buoys at 11.25 meters. So from a fairly disastrous start yesterday to kind of redeeming himself a little bit more today with 1 1/2 buoys, 11.25 meters. A little tail heavy. That's probably putting it mildly for Carl Denis, but there we go, 11.25 meters. That was a decent performance there from him. A good redemption there. So next skier to take to water is going to be Brian Decker. Brian Decker is our next competitor to take to the water. So 55K at 14.25 meters for Brian Decker. Exactly the same speed and line length that he came into the course with yesterday. And here's best score coming into this round is 1.5 on 11.25 minutes. Let's see if he can get there. Men's 4 competitor, this is Brian Decker. Not looking bad. Looking okay, looking good. And great skiing from Brian Decker as he opens up with a decent run on 14.25 meters. Don't see much of anything wrong there. Allowing the ski to carve an arc outside the buoy line, and then allows it to create a more natural angle to where he can just hook up and go afterwards without putting too much leverage and too much of a lean against the boat, which does ultimately affect her balance. But continuing right along, mentioned a few of the highlighted football games today. Mention a few more. South Florida will take on number 24 Cincinnati over there in Cincinnati. Texas Tech will take on Oklahoma State today, a little bit later on today. Utah will face off against the Bruins of UCLA. Washington will take on the Sun Devils of Arizona State. Ohio State will take on Michigan State. Mississippi will travel to Nashville to take on Vanderbilt. Kansas State against Iowa State. And many games on in this week 7 of the college football season. So we're about halfway through. 13 meters. Looking at him, Brian Decker. Fantastic effort there with the second pass. It's gone through 14 and 13. And great skiing. All right, continuing right along, and why didn't you help out TWBC by subscribing to the TWBC YouTube channel? With that subscription, you'll be able to participate on the live chat, and also by hitting the bell icon, you will get instantly notified as to when an event goes live on the TWBC YouTube channel. So a double benefit there to just hitting that button just once and then hitting that bell icon right afterwards. So, continuing right along, Brian Decker is 2 passes to the good, now getting ready for 12 meters. Other featured games, Brigham Young will take on Notre Dame in South Bend later on this evening. South Carolina against the Wildcats of Kentucky. Here is Brian Decker on 12 meters, trying to maintain some good balance in the turns to keep himself in the frame here. He's on the back of his ski, but he's still there up until buoy number 5. It's approaching to number 6, so it's going to be a 5 buoy count on 12 meters, which is about 2.5 buoys short of what he produced yesterday. And just gotten a little bit pitted off buoy number 1, which didn't exactly put himself in the very best of rhythm going forward. And he tried his best to make up some of that time behind the boat, but then his shoulder started to get a little bit rolled the more and more pressure he put against the towboat. And then he got to the point where he got in a little bit deep off number 5 and try as hard as he could. He couldn't get that ski on the outside. So there we go. That is a 5 buoy count on 12 meters for Brian Decker. All right, continue right along. Other games to watch out for this evening. Washington State at USC. Clemson will take on Boston College. Army take on Wake Forest. Florida State will take on NC State. Texas A&M will take on number 1 Alabama with an 8 p.m. kickoff this evening. And Oregon will be the nightcap game, and they will take on Arizona. Oregon versus Arizona a little bit later on this evening. So those are the games emanating out of the top 25 teams in the nation. So 55, 16 meters for our next competitor. It's going to be Laz Klein. So 55, 16 meters, exactly the same as he came in with yesterday in this first section of amateurs for the day, and doing a fine job with that pass. So Laz Klein there with a 6 buoy count on the opener. All right, 14.25 meters coming up next for Laz Klein. All right, receiving the first few messages coming through on the live chat. Looks like the Nottles seem to be getting a lot of support from down under in Australia. In Perth in Western Australia, it's a very simple case in terms of figuring out what time it is. You just basically add 12 hours. So 8:25 in the morning here is going to be 8:25 p.m. there in Western Australia. Add another 3 hours, and it'll be the eastern seaboard of New South Wales and Queensland. Oh, and Laz Klein getting in a little bit of difficulty there on 14.25 meters. Just couldn't really get much of anything going. Decent number 1, though, but brought the handle in just a little bit soon, and that restricted the amount of cross-course angle that ski was capable of generating. Whenever you manipulate the handle like that in the way that he did, then things start to break down so far as his positioning went. Just got buffeted at the wakes, almost got lean locked, and he decided to bail out of that one. So it's going to be, I believe, a 4.5 buoy count on 14.25 meters. 4.5 on 14.25 meters, representing the second round effort there for Laz Klein. So, for of you fans from Western Australia that have been waiting for our next competitor, your wait is over. This is Damon Nottles. At 55K, 14.25 meters. We're getting messages from Montana, from Gold Coast in Australia. We've also got Leanne Nottles messaging in from Western Australia. And Byron was also messaged in as well. We're going to see him a little bit later on out in the water, as a matter of fact. Damon Nottles, 55, 14.25 meters. Damon Nottles, here he comes. And a decent job out there. Good skiing there for Damon. All right, so looking at Damon Knottle going through his run, and this event here, the Travers Grand Prix, featuring 3 events, but not the ones that immediately spring to mind in terms of tournament water skiing. There's obviously a slalom that you're watching right now, but there's also sport clay shooting and the go-kart racing, which took place last night, and that was certainly a thrill to be involved with. But on the water right now, coming to us out of Perth in Western Australia, this is Damon Knottle. Oh, a horrid start, buoy number 1. Now he's going to have to dig deep on this one, and just didn't have a big enough shovel to make that happen. So it's going to be a 2 buoy count on 13 meters, and just not getting off to the best of starts there on 13 meters. But he does carry a score of half a buoy and 11.25 meters from yesterday. Maybe the sun was in his eyes just a little bit too much this time around, and just couldn't really find his bearings out there. 2 buoys on 13 meters is the score for him, but his best score from the original first round was half a buoy at 11. So there we go. That was Damon Knottle. And that will be his lot on the second round of 2. Okay, so at 52K on 16 meters, Mario Saccamango. So he, alongside Vincent Stadelbauer and Liche and T-Gas and Connor Pauly, form part of the TWBC team here at the Travers Grand Prix. Not looking too bad. Just working his way from one side of the course to the other. Good solid effort there for Mario Saccamango. Don't see much of anything wrong out there. So coming back on 14.25 meters. And continuing right along. We've had a brief look at some of the baseball scores from yesterday in the first game in the best of 3 wildcard series with each of the participants there. Also had a look at the upcoming college football games, which will be played starting earlier on this afternoon. And we'll have a look at the upcoming games, which will form part of NFL's schedule tomorrow in week 5. So here we go. This is Mario Saccamango on 14.25 meters. Oh, and just looking a little unstable out there, but still able to get that ski through the exit gates to run 14.25 meters. Boat speed still constant at 52K. But we'll see how much further he can get along. Really piling on some pressure behind the boat just to stay with the pass. He's certainly not doing himself much in the way of favors so far as his turns are concerned, but he's still there. Mario Saccamango. We'll see if he can claw his way back and into into some decent position in order for him to run a little bit further down that pass. The next pass, I would say, which is going to be 13 meters at 52K, Mario Sakamango. All right, let's see what he's got. 13 meters. Breaking forward a little bit to number one, but he was able to control that, and he seems to have a little bit of an easier time with that pass up to a certain point. He will get 3.5 on 30 meters, 3 1/2 of 30 meters. And that is Mario Sakamango. So more valuable points for Team TWBC. Actually 1.5 more buoys than what he produced yesterday. So getting a little bit closer towards his best average coming into this event. And just looking at his approaching off number 2, it looked like he might have had a chance to run this pass, but just got broken over off number 3 and just running out of steam. And unfortunately for him, scoring 3 1/2. So that is Mario Sakamango with that score of 3.5 on 30 meters. All right then, so as promised, taking a look at some of the games that form part of week 5's worth of action in the NFL. The Colts beat the Broncos 12-9 in an absolutely horrible game. The Giants will take on the Packers with the early kickoff coming to you from London at 9:30 a.m. The Giants versus the Packers, and then the early afternoon kickoffs feature the Lions and the Patriots, Chargers, Browns, Texans and Jaguars, Falcons and Buccaneers in that NFC South matchup, Steelers and Bills, Dolphins and Jets, Bears and Vikings, Titans versus Commanders, Seahawks versus Saints, 49ers versus Panthers, Eagles versus Cardinals, Cowboys versus Rams, the Bengals versus the Ravens on Sunday Night Football, and Monday night will feature the Raiders versus the Chiefs. All right, so 55, 14.25 meters. Our next competitor out is going to be David Skirvin. So, David Skirvin, who divides his time between where he resides in the northwest of the United States and also his time here in Central Florida. And we certainly owe a lot to the work that David Skirvin does as an official and as someone who works a whole bunch of tournaments during the course of the year, including us at TWBC, because we recently acquired a generator from him at a fairly short notice, and that thing is an absolute beast. And we got that from David, and we certainly thank him for letting that go to serve a good cause. All right there, so David Skirvin, 55-14, and not too bad out there on the water either. Certainly one of our taller skiers, and certainly packs a punch out there with that opening pass of 14.25 meters. So, good skiing there for the most part. That is David Skirvin. Here we go. This is David Skirvin, rolls in on 13 meters. Trying not to work himself into a frenzy too much around the turns, just trying to get everything situated on the outside of the turning arc. And there you go, David Skirvin all the way through on 13 meters, setting himself up for 12 meters coming up next. Scored 2.5 on 13 meters yesterday, so he's already He's already 3.5 buoys better than what he did in the previous round, getting closer to his average, from which the points are calculated for out of so far as the team scores for the Travers Grand Prix are concerned. As we look over towards the dock and see, I believe Scott Jack Decker, one of our next skiers. Not too sure where Scott Boehner comes into the equation, but Scott Boehner is supposed to be next on the list. He might actually be around. Just our camera view there kind of missed him a little bit. But so far as David Skirman is concerned, he's good to go on 30 meters, and we look to see him take to the water on 12. Getting a reasonable start on 12, but unfortunately running out of steam off number 2. So there he eventually ends up. All right, so we'll be back right after this.
Thanks, David.
right then, welcome back to continuing coverage of this event. Our next competitor to take to water is going to be Scott Boehner, the last of our men's 4 competitors in this amateur round of competition.
Okay, go boat, Greg. Scott!
55K, 14.25 meters. Good start. Don't see much of anything wrong at this stage. Just trying to keep a nice flow. Taking advantage of the sun being behind him so far as having advanced vision of the buoys and everything else in front of him. So that was Scott Boehner on pass number 1 of hopefully many. That was on the 40-meter pass, exactly the same pass he started off with yesterday, so no real change there. But let's see if he can alter his fortunes a little bit going forward. He scored 2.5 on 12 meters, his eventual best score yesterday in the first round. And not looking too bad for the most part. Good solid skiing and just working himself very, very well behind the boat. So, going through some of the games in the entirety of the world of sport, let's focus in on the Premier League, where Newcastle will take on Brentford a little bit later on this morning. Bournemouth will take on Leicester City. Man City will host Southampton. Chelsea will host Wolves. Those are the morning kickoffs. Here we go. This is Scott Boehner. Getting a little bit twisted out of buoy number 2, but managing to get back into the frame with a onside turn on number 3. That was his last onside turn round number 5, and he managed to get everything situated in the right direction just in time as he continues to ski. That is Scott Boehner. That was on 13 meters. So now within 2.5 buoys of the score that he produced yesterday. Just got a little bit bogged down off number 2, which is his neutral side turn. Hasten to say that it's a bad side turn or just an offside. That's how you typically ski. You try to ski neutral as much as you can, and just hope that your ski setup is good to take care of that. All right then, so Scott Boehner are getting ready to come into the course. Early afternoon kickoff this afternoon. Brighton will host a Tottenham Hotspur to add to the morning kickoffs that I've just read to you a few moments ago. All right then, here we go. 12 meters for Scott Boehner. Scored 2.5 on this pass yesterday, getting it to go off buoy number 2. He's round number 3, and he scores 2.5 again. To basically round off his performance in the amateur competition, that is Scott Boehner here at the Travers Grand Prix. And didn't look too bad for the most part. He got round that number 2, and things started to look pretty good. He got hooked up very well, but then he brought the handle up and on his inside, and it was just a case of goodbye, Mr. Bond, at that point. So there you go. That was Scott Boehner. The boat making its way back to the dock. Just enough time for me to tell you about some of the other games which will take place during the course of this weekend. On match day 10 of 38 during the Premier League. Tomorrow at Selhurst Park, Crystal Palace will take on Leeds United. At the Emirates Stadium, Arsenal will take on Liverpool. At Goodison Park, Everton will take on Manchester United. And the final game of tomorrow's slate of matches from the City Ground, it's Nottingham Forest versus Aston Villa. Good morning and welcome to all of you that are tuned in to this live webcast of the Travers Grand Prix. My name's Tony Lightfoot and glad to have the pleasure of your company once again on this second and final day's worth of action. We've got the pros coming up in about a little under 2 hours and 15 minutes away from now. We've got the open women to take to the water first before we go into the open men. A little bit of a switcheroo there. And once we get done with the pros in round 2, then we'll go to the remainder of the amateurs, and then we'll go to the finals, which will feature the top 8 men, top 8 women, and top 8 men. All right, 49 kilometers an hour on 16 meters for Jack Decker. Good forceful pull out for his entry gate shot. A little bit flat into number 2. Now he's got to really try and work behind the boat to set himself up well in a nice tight arcing turn. Decent effort there all the way through. So good little effort out there. Just a little bit on the back of his ski and a little bit flat going into that turn. But still with enough space in hand, able to run through that pass. So 52K, 16 meters. He'll return with Jack Decker. And he actually scored a 3 at this pass yesterday. So let's see if he can conjure up a little bit of an improved score in this second round of amateurs. It would certainly help boost the points for his team. Let's have a look and see. Oh, getting a little bit broken over off number 2, but he manages to get round number 3, so he's around about there. This is 52K on 16 meters, and he gets round all 6 buoys this time around. So good, solid, stout effort there from Jack Decker, running 16 meters at 52K for the first time this weekend. All right, working his way. Looking good, not looking too bad out there. Getting through on that pass of 16 meters, so already an improvement. So now we're going to go to 55K, 16 meters, and after which he will start shortening the line from this point onwards. Actually, no, he goes to 58K because he's a boys 4 competitor, and the line shortens at 58K. Look at this. Good, solid effort at 55K. Certainly a lot better than yesterday, as he now gets ready for his next pass. Just getting a little bit twisted into number 5, but still able to get the ski out and around and make a good play on number 6. So now he's going to keep the boat speed, as a matter of fact, of 55K, but he's going to return with the line length of 14.25 meters. Boat speed now at its maximum so far as he's concerned. 55K, 14.25 meters. This is Jack Decker. And just breaks forward a little bit round number 2, so he's going to get 2 at 14.25 meters at 52K, his best score of the weekend. So 14.25 meters, 55K, a 2 buoy count, and that will represent the extent of his performance during the course of this weekend. All right there, so next competitor up is Sergei Danyushki.
What's meters for 15?
18.
So, Sergei Danyushki He'll be going in, I believe, if it remains unchanged from round number 1. It should be 58K on the 16-meter line. And he scored 3.5 buoys in the previous round. Oh, getting broken over on buoy number 1. Now he's going to have to fight this one out. Sergei Danierski just getting in a little bit deep off the first buoy, but managing to salvage, to fully salvage that pass out and ski all the way through. So well done to him for fighting effort. And a lot of what occurred on this pass can be traced back to his gate. And I mean, the gate itself into buoy number 1 wasn't too bad, but he just was a little bit anxious to get maximum angle off that ski, where he could have been a little bit lighter and he still would have had the same amount of distance and the same amount of width to play with in order to effectively ski through that pass. That's Sergei Danierski. So Sergei Danierski approaching the course. Oh, this isn't looking too bad. Oh, getting a good number 4, a good recovery there on to get through that run. That was on 14.25 meters, and we're now be eyeing up 13 meters, where his best performance from yesterday was a 3 1/2. So decent effort, good looking pass for the most part, but needing a brilliant turn off number 4 to keep him very much in contention for running it. All right, here we go. All right, not a bad effort there all the way through on 13 meters, so that establishes his best score of the weekend. So seeing some improvement from a few of our skiers among our amateurs this morning. Always good to see. And Sergei Danierski, yep, certainly controlled that number 1 much, much better this time round compared to his opening pass of 16 from the same direction. Good firm grip of the handle, good rotation away from the boat. Everything looked very much in sync, and this probably his best pass out of the set so far, aside from that approach off number 5 into number 6. But all in all, he did most of the work for the first 2/3 of 3/4 of the run, and he was certainly happy with that effort as he gets ready for the 12-meter run. here we are. This is Sergei Danierski. All round number 2. This is 12 meters. He's still there on buoy number 3. Can he make it outside number 4? I think he can. And he is absolutely over the moon about that. That is going to be a 4 buoy count, or at the very least 3, but it's certainly a lot better than what he produced yesterday. So it's going to be at least a 3 buoy count, maybe 4. We're taking a look at the instant replay to determine that very thing. Getting a little bit out of sorts off number 1 into number 2, but managing to recover extremely well to stay in contention with the run. And I believe it is going to be 4, so there you go. That is Sergei Danierski. Certainly very, very pleased with his effort out there. As we continue on to our next competitor, who should be starting in on 55K, 18.25 meters. It should be Brett Swanbaum. As we get ready to bring him out on the water. Here comes Brett Swanbaum, who not only excels in tournament waterski slalom, but is an exceptional barefoot waterskier, member of the United States elite barefoot waterski team, and he's still quite young. National and world championship titles he's got under his belt so far in barefoot waterskiing. Looking in very, very good shape. Naturally, just been informed that the Brett Swanbaum looking to try and get some support in order to make it to the 2023 Barefoot Worlds, which will take place in Australia come February of next year, and looking and actually selling some raffle tickets to make that happen. So Brett Swanbaum looking good out there on the water. And if you ever get a chance to see him barefoot waterski, he is an absolute sight to see. 58, 18.25 meters for Brett Swanbaum, our competitor out there on the water. Whilst we wait to bring him in. Sporting action coming up on the schedule for today. The Game 2 in the AL wildcard matchups. The Tampa Bay Rays are trying to stave off elimination against the Cleveland Guardians. First pitch on that game is 12:07 Eastern Time. The other NL-AL wildcard game featuring the Mariners, who have taken the lead against the Blue Jays in that game. That first pitch on that is 4:07 this afternoon. Here we go. This is Brett Swanbaum. This now is at 58K. Just trying to work his way through, not a bad, and almost leaving it extremely late on the exit gates there. So that is Brett Swanbaum getting ready for the 16-meter run. And we'll see what kind of approach he has for this pass, because getting a little bit pitted into buoy number 1, and just, he got the angle, he got everything that he wanted out of number 1, but just didn't put too much behind it to stay with the run. Save for a little bit of intervention off buoy number 4, which was his neutral side turn. He is left foot forward after all. Round number 5, and decently approach it to number 6, although having said that, he was a little late off number 6 through the exit gates. So, other games taking place. The NL wildcard featuring the Padres and the Indians. The Padres are currently on winning the first game of the NL wildcard. And the Phillies will take on the Cardinals this afternoon. The Phillies have the lead in that game, in that matchup. Here we go. This is Brett Swanbaum. This is 16 meters. Looking good. So far, darn sight better than what he did on 18.25 meters. Maybe because he has a a better view of the course on that pass on 16 meters, and good for him, making his way all the way through. So decent skiing there for Brett Swanbaum. Now getting ready for 14.25 meters. He scored 2.5 on this pass yesterday. Interesting to note amongst the MLB wildcard games, all of the home teams are trying to stave off elimination, but for the Cleveland Guardians, who have taken a 1-0 lead in their best of 3 against the Tampa Bay Rays. And game 2 is going to be this afternoon for all of the teams concerned. All right there, Brett Swanbaum, 14.25 meters. Good start. Oh, getting broken over off number 2. He's round number 3, and he will check up on 3, and will ski for that very score. That is going to be a 3 buoy count, which is half a buoy more than what he did yesterday. 3 buoys on 14.25 meters. That is the highest extent of Brett Swanbaum's score. Brett Swanbaum looking to be a part. He has been selected as a team member of the United States elite barefoot water ski team for the World Championships in this coming February. And looking for some support to get there. Essentially, the reason why he's selling raffle tickets right now. So if you want to support his quest for World Championship titles, then get with him. I'm sure he'll certainly appreciate any support that he can get. All right, there. Greg Terry is our next competitor. $58K, 14.25 meters for Greg Terry, who yesterday scored 3 and 11.25 meters. So this guy's got some chops. Looking in fantastic shape and getting around all 6 buoys there on the opener, on 14.25 meters. No worries there for him. All right, so Greg Terry getting ready for the next run. He's gotten through 14. Now 13 meters is within his sights. All right, setting up. Let's see what he's got. Greg Terry, 13 meters. Not doing too badly out there, slicing and dicing his way through the course. Greg Terry. Yeah, there you go. I like that. There we go. That is a 6 buoy count on 13 meters. Best score yesterday was halfway down, 11.25 meters. So he's still got a ways to go before he gets towards that kind of score. But the rhythm that he's established with the opening 2 passes certainly won't hurt his cause going forwards. All right, so working our way through this slalom event, checking up on some of the messages, and thanks a lot indeed to all of you that have taken the time to tell us what you think about the broadcast and the event itself. We certainly appreciate that. Here we go on 12 meters. This is Greg Terry. No worries there on buoy number 1. Handle up a little bit high, but able to bring it straight down before the load of the boat hit him hard. And unfortunately, getting into a little bit of difficulty off buoy number 4. Now things were pretty good getting towards the halfway mark, but he just seemed to be running out of steam a little bit. So Greg Terry, if the name sounds familiar, he actually won the audience prize at Swiss, and actually I think the ski that he's riding is the D3 Ion 2, which he actually won at that event. So there you go. So good. Certainly making that prize, putting that to good use. But the score on this occasion is going to be 4 on 12 meters. 4 on 12 for Greg Terry. Next competitor up is Hannah Kuntz. At least according to last round's list, but
we're jumping.
Okay, so we're going to have a change of a crew. So make sure you grab your favorite beverage, grab your favorite seat. And we'll continue on with the rest of our amateurs right after this.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, welcome back to continuing coverage of the Travers Grand Prix. Hannah Kuntz should be our next competitor. All right there, so not Hannah Kuntz taken to water, it's actually going to be Cameron Waters. Now Cameron Waters, for her part, yesterday, skiing at 52 kilometers an hour for our opener. Naturally, this is the first time that we're seeing her ski in this event, so just trying to look down the list to see the scores from yesterday, and that didn't appear to be any. But she is skiing this afternoon as well, so that this afternoon would be her second round. And so for Cameron Waters, this is actually her first round of competition. Eager to put some points up for her respective team here at the Travers Grand Prix. And I believe that was on 18.25 meters for our opener. That is Cameron Waters. Okay, coming back at 55K on 60 meters. She started out at 52K on that particular line length. So the line stays the same. The boat speed is raised in speed. 55K. Let's see what she's got. Not looking in bad shape out there. A little bit twisted, but managing to get round all 6 buoys, and not a bad, solid effort there. As she gets ready for 14.25 minutes for the next run in this first round for her, it is Cameron Waters. So Cameron Waters doing a grand job out there, and Cameron Waters, see quite a bit of her during the TWBC webcast. She along with her father, forms part of some of the commercials that we play for Waters Wetsuit. So we certainly thank them for being a webcast sponsor during the course of the season. Waters Wetsuits, designed and created by Brandon Waters, and jumpsuits for some of the world's top water ski jumping athletes. You can check them out at waterswetsuits.com, waterswetsuits.com. All right, Cameron Waters, for her part, let's see how she progresses here. She's 2 passes to the good. Let's see what she's got now on 14.25 meters with the boat speed at maximum now. Here she comes, Cameron Waters. .25 meters, this is where it starts to get really, really tricky. But able to get through that particular run, no worries there at all. So that is Cameron Waters on the third pass, and hopefully she has a little bit left in the tank. So now 13 meters comes up next.
All right, Cam, here we go.
Here comes Cameron. 13 meters, decent start. Gets it on buoy number 1, a little flat into number 2. Couldn't really make that play, and not too sure whether she will actually make it around buoy number 2. We'll try and get an instant replay angle that would confirm that for us. The gate shot didn't look too bad. Barreled in a little bit on buoy number 1. She at least gets that turn away. And I think she got inside. It's going to be 1 on 13, 1 buoy on 13 meters. The final score for Cameron Waters in this first round action for her. Okay, Noah Burrell is our next competitor.
8'2", 55, and I do shorten at 58. So I'll just tell the boat that.
Okay, all right, very good.
Okay, 55K, 18.25 meters.
Does he want 22 or 28? He wants 14.
Okay.
Yeah. So now I know that's 28.
All right there, here comes Noah Burrell coming into the course. 55, 18.25 meters. Working his way one side to the next. There you go, through that opening pass, and not a bad effort there on the hole for Noah Burrell. All right, so decent skiing there, opening pass, no worries there at all. Things start to pick up a little bit. We go to 58K, 18.25 meters for the next run. So they express that desire to go to max speed in the men's category before starting to shorten the line, hence the reason why it goes 58 this time around. Okay, so 55.16 now. Looks like a quick change in plans there. Looks like Noah Burrell called an audible on that one. 55.16. Round number 5, and should have no worries getting round number 6 on the 16-meter run at 55K. That is Noah Burrell. Okay, just a quick reminder to our good folks out there on site. The shooting is commencing now. For our competitors in the Travers Grand Prix, the shooting starts now. So make your way over there. If you have not, you haven't taken your shots yet, please make sure that you head over there as quickly as possible to get your shooting points. All right then, so Noah Burrell getting ready for his go out there on the next pass. It's going to be, I believe, 55.16, 55 kilometers an hour, 16 meters. So not bad skiing at this point. Good aggression there off number 4, staying well ahead of 5 and making it round number 6 without too much in the way of interference. So a good skiing there for Noah Burrell, and 14.25 minutes should be heading his way very, very soon. Just an absolute picture-perfect run here from Noah Burrell. As we work our way through with his performance. Noah Burrell, our second skier out in the first skier out in international boys. Then we'll see Damien and Jaden Eade come to us very, very soon for their first round of action in the slalom event. We're getting ready for Noah Burrell to come into the course. Just enough time for me to tell you about the schedule of sports that's taking place across the course of the day. The noontime kickoff, TCU versus the Jayhawks of Kansas. The LSU Tigers take on Tennessee. The Bulldogs of Mississippi State take on the Razorbacks of Arkansas. And the Hoosiers from Indiana will take on the Wolverines of Michigan. All of those kickoffs are at 12 noon. Noah Burrell, 14.25 meters. A decent start into the gates at number 1, but unfortunately unable to continue along. That's Noah Burrell. A decent effort there. Just a little high-sided with the handle and unable to get outside buoy number 3. So our team members, our skiers here at the Travers Grand Prix, some of them getting ready to shoot. I know of at least a couple that are on their way to the range right now, and it's necessitated a change in our staff with the production of the webcast. My good friend Licha Bagnoli doing work in the 1s and the 2s right now, and substituting for Vincent Stadelbauer is on his way to the shooting range right now to bump up the points for Team TWBC. Shooting starting right now, so wanted to try and get that one out as we look and see our next competitor. 55-14 for Damien Eade. So Damien Eade now approaching the course, 14.25 meters. Sets himself up well in this first round of action for him. And nicely done. So good solid effort there. Round all 6 buoys, opening pass, 14.25 meters at 55K. Not too sure whether he will raise the boat speed up to 58K before shortening. But we should have the answer for that in the next few moments. 58-14 coming back for Damien Eade. All right. All right, here we go. This is Damien Eade. 58K, 14.25 meters. Finding good rhythm there. Working that Connolly Deviate, which is a ski that you can win with our audience prize competition if you can accurately predict the podiums. In our two audience prize competition, one being the men's podium and the other being the women's podium, you could be in line for winning yourself a slalom ski. Like the example that's been ridden by Damien E to great effect on the 13-meter run that you've just seen him complete. To be a part of the audience prize, go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play for today's tournament action among our pros. The audience prize is open until the start of the second round. So make sure you get your entries in. Make sure you get your entries in for the audience prize. And also make sure you also subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll get access to the live chat on the right-hand side of the webcast, and be part of that continuing conversation as we see Damien Eder attack this pass. I believe it's going to be 12 meters. It's actually 13 meters, I beg your pardon. Its previous pass was on 14.25 meters at 58K, and not experiencing too much in the way of problems there on 13 meters with the same boat speed, so no worries there for him. Damien Ede. Good, solid work out there. Handle up a little bit high and continuing to roll. So good skiing there from Damien Ede as he gets ready for 12 meters. All right, I mentioned a few college football games going on today. Let me mention to you the rest with late afternoon kickoffs featuring South Florida versus number 24 Cincinnati. Texas Tech will travel to Oklahoma State for that game. Auburn will take on number 2 Georgia in the late afternoon kickoff. Utah will take on the Bruins of UCLA today at about 3:30. Washington will take on Arizona State, and Ohio State will take on Michigan State with those two late afternoon kickoffs. And I'll tell you about the rest in just a moment. Oh, and Damien Ede get into a little bit of bother there on 12 meters right from the get-go. We'll look at the entrance gates on this attempt here. A little bit of a straight path into buoy number 1. And just losing a little bit of his composure. Round buoy number 2, broken at the waist and unable to get more than 1.5 for that total. So 1 1/2 on 12 meters at 58K. That is Damien Ede. Next competitor up is Jaden Ede. Among the other games on the slate for late afternoon kickoffs, Mississippi, Ole Miss will take on Vanderbilt in Nashville. Kansas State will take on Iowa State. BYU will travel to South Bend to take on Notre Dame. South Carolina will take on the Wildcats of Kentucky in Lexington. And then we go on to the evening kickoffs where Washington State will take on USC. Clemson will take on Boston College. Army will take on Wake Forest. And Florida State will take on NC State. Now coming into the course on 14.25 meters at 58K, this is Jaden Ede. So going at maximum speed right from the get-go, as opposed to his brother Damien, who started in at sub-max speed. getting to work straight away as he gets ready for the 13-meter run. So, Jaden E doing a fine job out there. I don't see too much of a bother out there with the opening run of 14.25 meters. Seems to have impeccable rhythm and timing out there. And a good-looking opening run, very much in control, and the 6 buoys there, very well deserved. Other evening time kickoffs, the remaining 2 games, the penultimate game of the evening featuring the Aggies of Texas A&M. They travel to Tuscaloosa to take on the Crimson Tide of Alabama with an 8 p.m. kickoff, and the nightcap featuring Oregon. The Ducks will travel to Tucson, Arizona to take on Arizona Wildcats. So, unfortunately there, we get a late-breaking decision here on Jaden Eade missing the gates on the opening pass. So, he'll be brought back to the dock and will score 0 for his effort. So we're going to take a brief look at this again for Jaden Eade with the instant replay and see with his entrance gates. I don't know if we can pick up the angle from the boat. Yes, we can. And yes, very close to the right-hand gate ball, and he was adjudged to have missed the gates on the opening pass. He still has his second-round effort to come this afternoon, but certainly not the best of starts for Jaden Eade to have happen to him in this first round of action for him. All right, moving on for Okay, so just to alleviate some confusion there, that second pass from Jaden Eade would not be scored because he missed the opening gates on pass number 1. The little bit of a communication snafu, but we can confirm that Jaden Eade scored 0 score, having missed the gates on the opening pass. All right there, Hannah Kuntz, our next competitor, will take to the water next. Looks like we're getting the first glimpses and shooting there, and we see Vincent Stadelbauer on the shooting range. No, you don't point the camera, don't point the gun at the camera, you point the gun towards the shooting clays. There you go, that's better. Huh. All right then, so, skier on the water. It should be Hannah Kuntz. All right, we're in a little bit of a mystery so far as the starting speed goes. It's either going to be 52 or 55, and I think the line length is going to be 18.25 meters. It seems to be quite long. So we'll see. Looks like we got some supporters here for Hannah Kuntz on the live chat on the right-hand side of the webcast player on the TWBC YouTube channel. Thanks a lot for showing us your support. And thanks a lot for the contributions made by Giuseppe and Michael and even Freddie Winter there, digging deep into his pockets there to contribute to the conversation here with the live webcast. And obviously a public service announcement to our skiers, just make sure that wherever you place your ski and your bag, that it's not on the floor. Try and keep it off the ground as much as you can. All right, I thought that boat speed looked a little slow. It was 49, 18.25 meters, and Hannah Kuntz will come back into the course. At 52K, 18.25 meters. Not looking bad. 52K. See if she can allow the ski to get out to buoy's width and a little bit beyond. So decent skiing there from Hannah. And Hannah Kuntz skiing her second round. Barrels in a little bit towards buoy number one. And managing to get a decent start. Straightening her legs a little bit soon off number two, but she still had enough residual angle to work with. So next pass is going to be 18.25 meters at 55K, which is going to be the max speed for her. So there we go. So 55K, 18.25 meters. Here comes Hannah. Getting a little bit blown down course here, but managing to still get some decent angle to stay with the run. She's forced to pull along into five, but she's good to go around number six. That is Hannah Kuntz, and that is at 55K, 18.25 meters. And she will now shorten the line from 18.25 meters to 16. All right, so working away. Next competitor, our competitor on the water is Hannah Kuntz. All right then, 16 meters, 55K for Hannah Kuntz. Not looking too bad. Oh, and getting round buoy number 5, and that is going to represent the extent of her performance. That is that's Hannah Kuntz. Should be 4 1/2 on the 16-meter line, 4 1/2 on 16 meters. So Hannah Kuntz, that is 4.5 on the 60-meter line. That is a second round performance. And now we're going to go to our next competitor, should be Nicola Barkwell. And coming into the course at 52 kilometers an hour, 16 meters, which is a bit of a difference compared to yesterday. She went in at 55.18 yesterday, and 55.18 would yield the same buoy count, provided that she runs the opening pass. So she goes 1 boat speed lower and 1 line length shorter. But will still gain the same buoy count upon the successful completion of the opening pass. 16 meters, 52K for Nicola Barkwell. Certainly likes the conditions out there. Certainly enough to where she can go in with this bolt move. There you go, that is 5, and Nicola Barkwell going good with that effort on the 16-meter line. So pretty bold move. As I mentioned yesterday, she went in at 55.18. Now let's see what she can do at 55.16 for the next run. That is Nicola Barkwell. So we look through the extent of her run on the opening pass. Let me tell you about the schedule of games which will take place tomorrow in week 5 of NFL action. The week has already started with the Colts and Broncos in a thoroughly uninspiring game on Amazon Prime. Certainly not worth the subscription there. Colts winning 12-9. The Giants will take on the Packers in London tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. And then the regular slate of games in the early part of the afternoon feature the Lions and the Patriots, Chargers and Browns, Texans, the Jaguars. The Falcons will take on the Buccaneers in an NFC South matchup. The Steelers will take on the Bills. The Dolphins against the Jets in the AFC East matchup there for that afternoon. And as get ready to read the remaining games, we've got Nicola Barkwell, 55K, is 16 meters. So going up to the maximum speed, line length still the same, 16 meters. And working her way through that pass. So great skiing there for Nicola Barkwell. And looking towards a performance on 14.25 meters, where she skied 2 yesterday in the first round. So good solid skiing there at 55K, 16 meters. Just a little bit of time to tell you the remaining games are slated tomorrow on the NFL schedule. The Bears and the Vikings. Titans will take on the Commanders. The Seahawks will take on the Saints in New Orleans. The 49ers will take on the Panthers. The Eagles will take on the Cardinals in the late afternoon kickoff, along with the Cowboys and the Rams. The Bengals will take on the Ravens in the Sunday night game. And Monday night will feature the AFC West matchup between the Raiders and the Chiefs. So, and we'll take in a quick look at some of our shooting range action. Alice Bagnoli about to grab that firearm for one of the few times in her existence. We'll see if she's on target. Nicola Barkwell approaching the course on 14.25 meters at 55K. Gets an incredible start there off buoy number 1. Little down course off number 2. She's I think she's round number 3, although the buoy did appear to move extraordinarily as she got to close proximity with it. But at the very least, she gets 2 buoys on 14.25 meters. And could it be enough for 3? We'll find out in just a moment. Round number 2 and a little bit of a straight path. I don't think she actually got outside buoy number 3, and she knows it as well. So it's going to be a 2 buoy count 2 on 14.25 meters, which will represent the highest extent of her effort. So, just looking at some of our shooting there, and we've got Lice Bagnoli. I don't know whether that smile there was because of the kickback from that 20 gauge rifle, or whether she actually hit something, which would be quite extraordinary. All right there, so we move on from Nicola Buckwell. We got Leor Klein, our final skier in girls 5, about to take to the water. Now, yesterday she started at 49K, 18.25 meters. We'll see what she can conjure up this time around so far as her opening pass and with the speed and the line length. So 49K or 30 miles an hour, 49K, 18.25 meters or 30 miles an hour, 15 off for Leor Klein. All right, here we go. Leor Klein, 49K. Rolling that ski into the edge change of buoy number 1. Just trying to ease her way through this pass. She's going to have to put a little bit more resistance behind the boat as the speed gets ever quicker. Leor Klein in girls 5 will get through 49K of 30 miles an hour and continue to rock and roll. So decent effort there, not too much to write home about so far as her technique goes for at least the first third of the course, but managing to knuckle down and get behind the boat's pull a little bit. All right, so working our way down the list, we've got to have Leor Klein. I see Connor Pauly there on Team TWBC. He'll take to the water next.
No pressure. Oh, we were talking about slalom. 241 feet.
So, working our way down. There are some matches that will take place in the Premier League. As we take a look at Lice Bagnoli take a few shots out there on the firing range. Let's have a look and see. We have got on the water Leor Klein. This is at 52K. We'll try and get confirmation of that line length and the score that she's currently running with. But I believe that line length is still 18.25 meters, and the boat speed does appear to be quicker, so it might well be 52K. The matches that will take place in the Premier League this morning involve Newcastle United taking on Brentford. Bournemouth will take on Leicester City, and the remaining 2 games feature Manchester City versus Southampton, and Chelsea will take on Wolves at Stamford Bridge. That was at 52, 18.25 meters for that second run there for Leor Klein. She started at 49 and went up the boat speed to 52. So the next pass coming up is going to be 55, 18.25 meters. All right, so This is Leo Klein, 2 passes to the good and coming in now for pass number 3. This is max speed on 18.25 meters. 55K or 34 miles an hour, 15 off. Otherwise known as 55K, 18.25 meters to the rest of the world. There you go, 6 buoy count all the way through. No worries there for Leo Klein. So, working our way through this event, just seeing a few messages come through on the live chat. One of them actually correcting my usage of the word rifle on the firing range. It wasn't a rifle, it's a shotgun. And they have a 20 gauge and a 12 gauge shotgun available for use there among our participants in the Travers Grand Prix. Taking a look here. And I believe that's actually Charlie Emmett there taking his shots. And judging by the shaking of his head, probably not, probably coming up a little bit short on one or two of those attempts there. But so far as our action on the water, here comes Leo Klein. This is 55 on 16 meters now. She's gone a line length shorter here. And she scored 2 on 14.25 meters yesterday and looking set to make an attempt on that same line length today by way of a successful run on 16 meters. That's Leo Klein. Just had a message from Chris Parrish, unfortunately unable to be here with us, but he congratulates one of his training partners, Will Asher, on his pending European slalom record with 2 at 9.75 meters. Certainly a big old congratulations there to Will Asher, and you still got a second round of slaloming to go, so there's still that potential for producing a score even more than that. Maybe even getting close to the range of the world record. We'll find out in the fullness of time as we bring in Leo Klein with 14.25 meters at 55K, the yellow loop. 14.25 meters. Otherwise known as 28 off for much of the United States. Oh, and gets round number 1 and just couldn't make a play on that turn, so she checks up and scores 1 on 14.25 meters or 28 off. That is Leo Klein. So Leo Klein gets transported back to the dock. 1 buoy counted there for her. Now the one other game in the Premier League, which I neglected to tell you about, late afternoon kickoff, or 12:30 here. It's Brighton and Hove Albion versus Tottenham Hotspur. There are plenty more games taking place tomorrow, namely West Ham United taking on Fulham, Crystal Palace versus Leeds United, Arsenal versus Liverpool at the Emirates Stadium. Goodison Park will play host to Everton as they take on Manchester United. And the final game of match day 10 of 38 in the Premier League will feature Nottingham Forest at the City Ground taking on Aston Villa. Now, next competitor to take to the water, and he'll be coming into the course at 16 meters. At 58K, it'll be Connor Pauley.
Hey, Colin. That's your handle?
Yes.
Alrighty.
All right, here we go. Connor Pauley, who yesterday scored 4.5 on 12 meters. Let's see if he can get anywhere close to that. This time around, 16 meters opening run. Let's see where his adventure takes him. There you go, a 60-meter opening pass and made to look extremely easy. That is Connor Pauley. So Connor Pauley hoping to be a part of the mix so far as the Pan American Championships are concerned, which will take place in November, and that will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. Make sure that you mark on your calendars the Pan American Championships, which will take place towards the last full week of November and the first few days of December. The Pan American Championship live on TWBC. Coming to you live from Santiago de Chile. All right, Connor Pauley, 14.25 meters next. All right then, folks, here we go. Connor Pauley, 14.25 meters for the next run. Entrance number 1. Certainly needs a good start. Certainly playing it rather cagely out there on 14.25 meters, not really putting too much beef behind the boat. Skiing a little bit buoy to buoy, but it's still effective nonetheless, effective enough to get through 14. And now let's have a look. We'll take him back into the course on 30 meters in the next few moments, but not until we see the instant replay. Good strike in towards number 1, although as soon as he made it across the back of the boat, his angle of attack altered to being a wide one, and then went into a shallow angle of attack into buoy number 1, which had a cascading effect for the remainder of that pass, where he was forced to ski buoy to buoy and skiing narrow. Let's see if he can rectify that in time for 13 meters, which is definitely going to require a little bit more forcefulness behind the boat, a little bit more resistance in order to stay on track with the run. Score yesterday from Connor Pauley was 1.5 on 12 meters. Let's see if he can get close. Good skiing for Connor Pauley. And that is 13 meters, and that is an encouraging sign. Good rhythm, good skiing there for Connor Pauley. Getting ready for 12 meters. So 13 meters under his belt, and now 12 comes up, and he scored 1.5 yesterday. So let's see if he can get a little better this time around. We'll look at the dockside there and check in with a few of our skiers. I see JT there getting stretched out and limbered up for his slalom. Then we see Mike Morgan over there as well. He'll be skiing in a few skiers' time. He's certainly a fun skier to watch. Connor Pauley getting ready now for a pass, his fourth pass. It's going to be 12 meters. Let's see what kind of start he gets. Less than an hour now to the Pro Women's Slalom Round 2. And here we go with Connor Pauley. Entrance now round buoy number 1. Good strike on number 2. This is much better start. Round buoy number 3 getting broken over onto number 4. Getting even further into out of 4 into 5, but it's a lot better in terms of scoring there for Connor Pauley. It is a 4 buoy count on 12 meters, certainly better than 1.5. And Connor Pauley just got a little impatient there off buoy number 3, and even more so off number 4. And that contributed to the score, which came up less than what he was hoping for on 12 meters. Just leaving that ski behind him on number 3 and the same off number 4. And there you go. That is a 4 buoy count for Connor Pauley. Now, next competitor up is going to be Colin Frucci, who went into the course yesterday at 14.25 minutes at 58. And there was Connor Pauley there with the instant replay. Nice looking back roll there. 14.25 meter start for Colin Frucci. Here we go. This is Colin Frucci. All right, nicely done there for Colin Frucci on his opener of 14.25 meters. And great skiing from him right off the get-go. Now getting ready for 13. So here we go. We've got Colin Frucci just getting ready now. Next run, it's going to be on 13 meters. This will require his gate shot to be a little bit more forceful, a little bit more deliberate, and certainly generate enough angle to stay on top of the pass. Here we go. This now is Colin Frucci. Entrance, buoy 1. Number 2. In good shape for getting broken over off number 3 into number 4, but he more than makes up for that deficit and unfortunately collapses on buoy 5. It is going to be a 4.5 buoy total there as a result. That was exactly the same score for him on 12 meters yesterday. So consistent, but not in the way that Colin Frucci would have liked. 4.5 buoys on 12 meters yesterday, 4.5 today, and that represents the extent of the performance there from him. As we now work our way down to our next competitor, Byron Nottle, who comes to us out of Perth in Western Australia. So at 60 meters, 58K, Byron Knottle.
Solid milestone, don't you see? Yeah, I see they're on time today. Have a good one, dude.
Ready when you are.
All right, here we are. Coming to us out of Perth. Skiing over at Bonnie's. Not looking too bad, Byron. A good start, good rhythm. And all he has to do is just maintain. Good residual angle coming off each turn. And a sharp-looking opening run there for Byron Knottle. Getting some messages already from our folks in Western Australia, including Leanne. Some good support there for Byron, and also from Alicia Wilson. Thanks a lot, you guys out over there. Keep them coming. If you want to contribute to the conversation, all you have to do is to hit that subscribe button. Go to the TWBC YouTube channel and hit that subscribe button, and also hit the bell icon so that you can be informed as to when the next broadcast becomes live. So, here at the Travers Grand Prix, we're working our way down towards the end of this section of amateurs. And then we're going to go into the open women's competition. You see our countdown timer showing less than an hour before we go into the next section of our professional event. There seems to be a little bit of a delay before we bring Byron Knottle back into the course, and there are certain reasons for that happening, most of them not good, but we'll see. All right then, so here we go. This now is 13 meters. Actually, it should be 14 meters coming back for Byron Knottle. We'll get confirmation of this, of course. He started at 55. Byron Knottle doing a great job out there. All right, so Byron Knottle, being a men's one competitor, I believe this was at 58. He started at 55.16. That was 58 coming back on 16, so the next pass should be 14. So there we go. We've got at the helm of that towboat there, Mr. Scott Greenwood. Going to bring Byron Knottle in on 14.25 meters with the boat speed now at 58K. All right. Let's see if he can get worked into a frenzy with the new line leg shortening of 14.25 meters for Byron Knottle. Boat speed at max. Little bit of a jumpy edge change, a little bit down course. Oh, and a big error there on number 4. Blown his chance to make it through 14.25 meters. So Byron Knottle will have to make do with that score, but in the previous round he got 2, actually 3 on 12 meters. So Byron Knottle, 14.25 meters, unfortunately not coming through with the goods in this round, but he's already scored plenty of points for his respective team in the Travers Grand Prix. All right, next competitor up should be Jack Critchley.
Jack's going out 58-14, 8-2.
So, looks like, according to the conversation on the starting dock, 58K, 14.25 meters, the opening speed and line length for Jack Critchley.
Same handle for the next gear. Carry.
All right, here we go. Now down to our final three skiers in this amateur section of the event before we go into the open women's competition, which should be coming to you in about 45 minutes. The first of those three skiers is Jack Critchley. And here he comes, opening pass, 14.25 meters, 58K, or 36 miles an hour, 28 off. So not looking bad on the opening pass, looking very, very steady, very smooth and fluid for the most part. So good effort there from Jack Critchley on the opening pass. And keeping an eye on what's going on in the Premier League right now, Leicester City have opened up a lead against AFC Bournemouth in their match taking place in Bournemouth. So it's Bournemouth 0, Leicester City 1. Leicester City trying to claw their way out of the relegation zone in the Premier League, and they're certainly going the right way about it with their early lead against Bournemouth. All right, then, focusing in back on the action on the water. This here is Jack Critchley. Entrance gates number 1. Nice, and a little bit of an inside hand reach there on 13 meters, and no worries there for our skier. Comes to us originally from Lincolnshire in England. That is Jack Critchley. So looking at the instant replay again for Jack Critchley. 13 meters, no worries there for him. 12 meters comes up next. All right, here we go, folks. 14 and 13 under his belt. Here he comes in for 12 meters. His best score yesterday is 3.5 on this run. So eager to make a better impression here with 12 meters. Entrance number 1, bringing the handle in across his body, doing a fine job with that. There is number 2, and good to go round number 3. Little bit twisted into number 4. He's good to go off number 4. And tries to make a play on 5, and unfortunately coming up a little bit short in that respect. But 4.5 on 12 meters is going to be a better score for him compared to round 1. but I'm sure that he would have appreciated more an opportunity to have a crack at 11.25 meters, which won't come his way this time around, but 4.5 on 12. Not too sure if it's much of a consolation prize, but that's what he's got. All right then, so now we come down to two more competitors. We'll see Mike Morgan in a few moments, but before him, it's Ethan McKenzie.
Yes, please. Get it over close. Thanks. Day two. Next gear, Ethan. 58, 14, 8, 14, and 2.
So 14.25 meters, exactly the same pass he went in yesterday. And looking to attack the 2.5 at 11.25 meters he posted in the original first round. This is Ethan McKenzie. All right, Ethan McKenzie. Just trying to be smooth and fluid and consistent from the gate shot all the way through to the eventual end of this particular run. It's 14.25 meters, and 13 meters should be coming to you very, very soon. So now we've got Ethan McKenzie. We should see Mike Morgan in a short while as well. All right, here we go. Ethan McKenzie. Started on 14, is coming back on 13 meters and doing a fine job with that. Yeah, not bad at all. Right, so Ethan McKenzie getting ready to go back in on 12 meters. In fine shape all the way through this pass, very well controlled and using some good skills there with the edge change and making sure the ski arcs out adequately enough to allow for residual angle to work cross course. And as we look and check on his progress, getting around buoy number 6. Let me tell you that there are 2 simultaneous scores that have come through with this update in the FA Premier League. Newcastle United 1, Brentford FC 0, and Manchester City have taken the lead ahead of Southampton in that game as well. On top of Bournemouth 0 versus Leicester City 1. Those are your current scores as we keep an eye on what's going on in the Premier League. All right then, here we go. Right there on the water, we've got Ethan McKenzie. He's gone through 14 and 13. This is now 12. Oh, and he total fin release there on buoy number 2, leaving him in the water on 12 meters with a score of 1.5 buoys. 1.5 buoys on 12 meters. It's going to be the score for Ethan McKenzie. Got that ski round number 2, but unfortunately didn't keep that ski down enough to and just try to get ahead of the pull of the boat. And whenever you do that and you stiffen your legs up at the same time, then it is a recipe for disaster. All right, so next competitor, our last competitor in this section of the amateur competition, it should be Dr. Mike Morgan.
Dr. Morgan. Yeah. All of them.
Next year is Michael 1355 A2, 1355 A2.
Okay, so coming in at 55 kilometers an hour, which is the maximum speed for Masters men, and he'll be coming into the course at 13 meters or 32 off. This is Mike Morgan. Making his way around the island and heading towards the course on the 13-meter line. The last of our amateur skiers in this this section of today's schedule. This is Dr. Mike Morgan. 13 meters shouldn't be too much of a worrisome pass for him to attempt. He's got to stay. It's got to stay true here, round all 6 buoys. Nicely done, round all 6. There we go, that is Dr. Mike Morgan, who scored 4.5 at 11.25 meters yesterday. So he's still got a little ways to go before he gets to that point. We'll see if he can get there.
Like that? Ah. I knew I was up out of the lake. Oh yeah, brother.
So just waiting on that towboat to tighten up that line and bring Mike Morgan into the course for his next run. The next run being the 12-meter line. All right, here he comes. Dropping in pretty good. Round buoy number 1. Great aggressive style here. Certainly superb effort there from Dr. Mike Morgan. 12 meters comes up now. That was the 12-meter line, and now getting ready for 11.25 meters, at which the handle does not even reach outside buoy's width when strung perpendicular to the boat path. So that's where the skier really has to start resisting enormously behind that towboat to stay on track. All right, here we are. We've got Dr. Mike Morgan. Still got some minutes before we go into the pro women's slalom event. You see the countdown timer on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen for those of you watching the webcast. Here he comes, 11.25 meters. Gets the start, gets the ribbon, head down a little bit off number 3. He's good for 4. Little bit of an aerial edge change into number 5 and just couldn't handle that much speed going in. So it looks like it's going to be 2 scores of 4.5 at 11.25 meters, 4.5 at 11.25 meters. The final score once again for Dr. Mike Morgan. Getting a good hook up off number 2, a little bit broken over into number 3. Serious separation there on number 3. Gets around number 4, he's still there, but didn't have enough steam to rectify that situation into number 5. Drops the handle, and that is all she wrote. All right then, that is Mike Morgan with 4.5 at 38 off, 11.25 meters. Our next event is the Pro Women's Slalom second round. And all that to come to you as part of the Travers Grand Prix. Coming to you next.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Ryan.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I'm involved with the flow point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Hey guys, we're here with Paige Reaney, who had a beautiful 38 off yesterday. I know it probably wasn't the score you wanted at 39, but going into today with a 32 off start, I mean, how are you feeling after that beautiful 38?
I'm feeling really good about my skiing. My 38 was pretty good, so I just need to repeat that at 39, and I feel pretty good about it. So.
Any specific gate cues or anything that's specific in your mind that you're taking into the 39?
I really just focus on moving early at one ball and getting a pretty good gate. So that's what I focus on, and I'm excited to go. So.
Awesome. Well, we're excited to see you go out there and rip it up. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
All right, then. So that was Stephen Island there, along with Paige Reaney setting the stage for our competition in the women's slalom event in round 2. Going to take a quick look at the running order. Beatricia Yanni will lead off. Then we'll have Paige Reaney take to water next. Then Sasha Denierskaya out third, followed by Alicia Bagnoli, Chelsea Mills, Ali Nicholson, Whitney McClintock, Reaney, Jamie Bull, and finally Regina Jaquez. 8 go through to the next round. So the lowest score, or and their commensurate backup is the one that gets eliminated, leaving the 8 skier final. Patrizia Yanni, who scored half a buoy yesterday, had equipment malfunction on her way in towards a buoy number 1 on the opening pass of 14.25 meters. We'll see if she can make up for lost time a little bit in that regard. So here we go. We got Patrizia Yanni, opening athlete, originally out of Rome and skiing over in Spierlonga.
They don't hear a thing.
I'm sure that there a good few of those folks are watching and taking in the situation that currently exists.
B1, please. B1. B1. Gotcha.
So going in 14.25 meters and selecting Bravo 1 on the 0 off. The Travers Grand Prix, a 3-star event on the Waterski Pro Tour. So there are Pro Tour points on offer to those that send high enough on the Pro Tour list. And so here we go. We have got on the water right now Patrizia Yanni. Minimum starting line length in this round is 30 meters. Round number 1, certainly a heck of a lot better than yesterday, where equipment malfunction basically robbed her of a chance of making an impact on this event. With that, let's check in with Stevens Island.
Hey guys, I love the name, the Stevens Island, that's funny. But we're here with Sacha, the current overall world champion. What a performance that you had last year here at the same site. So yesterday you skied amazingly. So I wanted to ask you, when you're coming into an event like this, do you train your 3 events kind of similar as you had previous in the season when you have a jump event, or do you really focus in on slalom coming into the event?
It depends. Right now we also have an overall event at the end of the month, so I keep training in all 3 events. So, but yeah, it's always fun to come and slalom a little bit more.
Fantastic. Well, we'll see you soon. Good luck.
All right then, so a quick word there with Sasha Denyaskaya, who will be our 3rd competitor out. And we see competitor number 2 about to leave the dock, Paige Rini. But let's not gloss over the fact that Patrizia Yanni, who has run her first pass in this event, in this competition, has got a lot of catching up to do. And let's see if she is able to come through with that result. So, scoring half a buoy in round number 1 and done sight better on round number 2 already. Patrizia Yanni, former European Championship medalist from 2021, won that bronze medal in Greece. Competed this year and placed 4th. But has been a consistent performer in women's slalom competition across Europe for quite a while. Decided to kind of parlay her talents to this side of the Atlantic and see how far it takes her. Patrizia Yanni seems to be comfortable, having gotten through the nervousness that typically surrounds an opening pass. She is good to go and continues on with the next line length of 11.25 meters. 30 meters is the minimum starting line length for our ladies in this section of the competition. And a good attack on buoy number 6 and gets through the exit gates. So some skiers getting limbered up. Regina Jaquez, who is currently 2nd in the Pro Tour standings. Her best performance this season, halfway down, 10.25 meters. Look forward to seeing her, and she'll be out last. To put herself in a position where she could potentially make it through to the next round of the competition. That's the final. Prizegiving has to run 11.25 meters. Every other female skier at this time, at this juncture, has run through. So she is playing catch up, and she gets through 11.25 meters. Fantastic effort there for Prizegiving. So now she has put herself on target. If she can get more than half a buoy on the next pass at 10.75 meters, then it keeps her in with a shout. Looking at this beautiful footage there from the buoy cam, the exclusive TWBC buoy cam. You won't be able to find that anywhere else. Prizegiving, good strike off at number 3. Good position into number 4 and 5. And gets round number 6 without too much in the way of problems. So just getting on track and just feeling a little bit more like herself out there on the water compared to yesterday. So here we go, coming in on the next pass, 10.75 meters, more than half. Will keep her in contention for the time being at least. Round number 1, good to go round number 2, and will score 1 1/2 there, which will put her ahead of Sasha Denyorskaya. And what that also means is it puts Alice Bagnoli through to the next round of the competition, who is currently lying in 7th place at the moment, or is it 6th or 7th place at the moment, but that does puts Alice Bagnoli through to the next round of the competition. Now, that score from Prizegiving could be enough to send her through as well, if it goes unchallenged with the next 2 competitors. Starting with Paige Reaney. And the ski just whipping round and just had nothing to work with against that, as Paige Reaney now slips into the water and gets ready for 13 meters, which is the opening pass, the minimum starting line length for our women in the second round. Receiving some encouragement there from the shore side. Paige Reaney now on top of the water, and let's see how well she does, mounting her assault against the slalom course that's right in front of her now. Paige Reaney coming to us out of Lake County in Central Florida. She works as a wedding planner by trade, or works alongside Cindy Benzel in the same company. And with that, let's check in on Stevens Island.
We're here with Alice, who killed it yesterday. You tied your personal best for 2 at 39, and we just found out that you're in the final now. So going into this round, how are you feeling? Is it kind of a warm-up to you, or are you kind of just feeling out the water?
Yeah, it's definitely more comfortable going into the second round. The start of this second round is going to be 30-meter start, 32 off, so I'm just going to try out the different gate at 38 for the finals.
Fantastic. Well, we're excited to see you rip it up out there. Good luck, and back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you there, Stephen, and thank you very much there, Alice Bagnoli, and congratulations on making it through to the women's slalom final. Cannot be displaced from her current position, no matter what the next 2 competitors score for each of their totals, whether it be Paige Reaney or Sasha Denyorskaya, who have yet to ski. And the onus is upon those two athletes to get more than 1.5 on 10.75 meters to keep themselves in contention for making it through to the top 8 out of this second round. Here we go. Coming in, this is Paige Reaney. This is the 12-meter attempt. Entrance at number 1. Looking strong. Getting a good strike here. And round buoy number 6. All right, we're on top of her game. That is Paige Reaney. And also, let's not forget that there is a team element to this competition as well. Paige and Robert are captaining the same team, and I believe Mary Koenig is on that team as well, so she's providing Paige with plenty of encouragement and support going forwards. Paige Reaney, good, solid angulation off buoy number 1 and number 2. Very even-sided. And very, very smooth to boot. So, Paige Reaney, 6 buoys. That was 12 meters. Now, the critical pass is coming up, 11.25 meters. So currently sitting in 9th spot, so needing to run this pass to keep her in contention here. 11.25 meters for Paige Reaney. She's round buoy number 4. She's good to go on number 5. Can she make it round buoy number... Oh, a little bit ahead on that one. She's round number 5 now, and she's number 6 there. So there we go. That is Paige Reaney on fire out there. And scored a half on 10.75 meters yesterday, and looking for a little bit more today to put some breathing room between herself and Sasha Denyorskaya, who's getting ready to ski. Her score yesterday of 1 at 10.75 meters could well be the deciding factor here. All right, Paige Reaney still on the water, 11.25 meters under her belt. Consistent effort to get to that point. And riding on that Radar Vapor Pro build. Looking along the shoreline, seeing a few of our other major players in this event. Chelsea Mills, who's currently 8th on the Pro Tour rankings, and 4 at 10.75 meters is her best score of the season. Let's see what Paige Reaney can do here with this attempt at 10.75 meters. She's round 2. So that puts her in a tie with Alice Bagnoli in terms of best score. And it's now going to be a backup to determine who keeps their noses out in front, whether it's Alice or Paige Reaney. But a good, solid effort there from Paige with 2 at 10.75 meters. Would that be enough to see her through? We won't know until a few more minutes has passed for the likes of Sasha Denyorskaya. We know that Alice Bagnoli is going to feature in the final. The question is who will be the remaining 2 competitors on that list to join her. So, Paige Reaney checked up a little bit on 2, but managing to ski for the wakes. Okay, so to the best of our understanding, Paige Rini has skied herself through to the next round of the competition with her score of 2 at 10.75 meters. That is to the best of our reckoning. Who joins her and the rest of the skiers through to the next round of the competition will be determined by this score right here from Sasha Denierskaya, who knows that to get through to the next round, she has to score more than 1.5 the score from Patrizia Yanni. Let's check in with Stevens Island.
Hey guys, we're here with Chelsea Mills, who's had a great season so far, but an interesting season because you've been training up in Canada. Could you speak on that for a bit?
Yeah, I was in between British Columbia, where my boyfriend Carl has a cabin, and it's absolutely gorgeous, surrounded by snow-capped mountains. It's the most amazing place I've ever been, probably. And then also got to train a little bit at Predator Bay, and I was just really fortunate that they were really welcoming to me there, and absolutely beautiful site. I know they've hosted Worlds, and it was an amazing but very different cold experience.
Yeah, I was going to think, like, it's such cold water up there. So coming from the cold water down here to compete in the warmer water, is it a bit of a challenge?
It was such an adjustment. I thought it would just all feel better, and it was just so different that it took me some time to adjust.
Okay, but I mean, you skied really well yesterday. You're in the final, so we're excited to see you go out there again. Back to you, Tony.
Okay, so one of your last opportunities has presented itself for those of you that want to win yourself a slalom ski, whether it's the D3 or the Conley. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for more details and to possibly win yourself a slalom ski based upon your ability to accurately predict the podiums for the women's and men's slalom event here at the Travers Grand Prix. There you go. That is Sasha Denierskaya with 13 and 12 meters under her belt. So coming back in on 11.25 meters for the next run. This is the previous pass on 12 meters, and looking in good shape, looking very, very purposeful out there. Knows that she needs to get past a certain score in order to put herself in the final round. And such is the level of these competitors right now that it's taken something into 10.75 meters to put one in a position where they could possibly ski in an 8-person women's final. So kudos to all involved there. So we know at the very least that Paige Rini and Alicia Bagnoli have made it through. So 2 of the remaining 5 skiers to come after them, Chelsea Mills, Ali Nicholson, Whitney McClintock Rini, Jamie Ball and Regina Jacques, based upon their opening round totals. But let's have a look and see. This now is 11.25 meters there for Sasha Denierskaya. Oh, getting checked up there on buoy number 3 on the approach into number 4, which means that Patrizia Yanni has made it through to the next round of the competition with her score of 1.5 at 10.75 meters. But let's have a look at Sasha Denierskaya, handle up high off the turn on buoy number 1. And it got worse around buoy number 2, and she was just basically fighting for survival at that point, bringing the handle in a little bit quicker, and by that time it was all over by the shouting. And with that, let's check in once again with Stevens Island.
Bea, congratulations, you just made the final with that. I mean, you had that pre-release moment yesterday, so that must have been a bit nerve-wracking to have no backup score going into today, huh?
Yeah, I was so nervous on the dock. Alicia was with me, and I was like, I'm so nervous. And she's like, don't think about it, just ski. I mean, can't be worse than yesterday. So I skied great, felt really great. I had a better 38 and 35, so I'm so happy to have made the finals. I feel bad for Sasha, but you know, I'm very happy about my skiing, so we'll see you later.
Yeah, we'll definitely see you later. Congrats again. Back to you, Tony.
All right then, excellent stuff. Congratulations, Beatricia, and a welcome splash of color there, I would say. So that probably helped things along. So congratulations there for Beatricia Yanni with 1.5 at 10.75 through to the next round, alongside Paige Rini with her score of 2. And we're waiting on our next competitor. It's going to be Alice Bagnoli, coming to us out of Milan in the northern part of Italy, and looking to go in on 30 meters. Now Alice was probably no pressure on her at this stage of the competition, knowing full well that she's through to the next round of the competition, being the finals. So she can rest relatively easy in that respect. But if anyone knows Alice pretty well, then she will go out there and she will continue to ski and fight for as many buoys as possible, especially considering the conditions and the great water and everything that goes along with being one of the world's top water ski sites. And with that, let's check in with Stevens Island.
What's up, guys? We're here with Allie Nicholson, who has a ticket into the final now. So going into this round, it's a bit of a feel the water out, feel the situation out, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is kind of like my home site now, so just kind of going to go out there, and hopefully it's a, pressure-free round. So go out for the water out and hopefully put up a big score.
So you say that this is your home site, so you train here pretty much every day?
Yeah, pretty much every day with JT and Will, Jamie, Rob. So quite the crew out here, and yeah, it's been really fun.
So training with those guys, does that really push you to the next level, training with the HO group, or do you think it kind of hinders your abilities?
No, I definitely think it pushes you, and then you got people that are watching and helping, and what better coaches could you ask for than the top of the world?
Fair enough. All right, we're excited to see you go rip it up. Back to you guys.
All right then, so focusing in upon the skiing from Alice, and also checking in with T-Gas, who is picking up the shotgun and taking a few pops at the sporting clays as part of the Travers Grand Prix. A unique free event format featuring karting, sport clay shooting, and slaloming, which you're witnessing right now with Alice Bagnoli on 12 meters. Now, Alice said on the dockside interview with Stevens Island that she was going to be experimenting a little bit with the gate shot on 11.25 meters, which is going to be the next pass because she impeccably clears the 6 buoy count on 12 meters. And that is Alice Bagnoli, a 2-time consecutive European Women's Slalom Champion medalist. That is Alice Bagnoli. And she added that slalom medal, the bronze medal, to the tricks gold, the jump in bronze, and the overall win, as well as snagging the team overall for Italia. So another opportunity for you to win the ski of your choice. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for more information and your opportunity to win yourself either a D3 or a Conley slalom ski. There we see Alice Bagnoli just absolutely worked herself through that 12-meter line. Started off on 13, that's the minimum starting length. And now here she comes, 11.25 meters. Now, this pass she has only run twice this season. One time at the Malibu Open. Now let's see if she can run this pass back-to-back in the same competition. It would be a first for her if she can. Round number 1 and number 2 getting broken over off number 2. Understands that she just needs to keep that ski moving. Round buoy number 4, she's a little bit behind the rope, but I'll tell you what, she runs 11.25 meters for the first time back-to-back in as many rounds in the same competition. That is Alice Bagnoli getting ready for 10.75 meters. So sensational effort here, and not the first time that she's run 11.25 meters at this site. Certainly we make reference to the previous round, of course, but also she ran 11.25 meters around about this time last season and qualified for the women's slalom final in last year's Visit Lake County, Florida IWWF World Waterski Championship. But certainly finding some confidence out there, and whatever she did to change up her gate shot on 11.25 meters appears to be working so far. Let's see if she can parlay that to 10.75 meters. Her personal best is 2 on this line length. So let's see if she can make a play on 2 and maybe get outside buoy 3. We'll see what transpires. She's left foot forward, which means she'll have a better turn on this side right now. Gets a good start. Round buoy number 2. Oh, there, she's still on top of the ski. Round buoy number 3 and a new personal best for Alicia Bagnoli. Halfway down the pass at 10.75 meters. Oh, yeah. Woo, new personal best for Alicia Bagnoli. 3 buoys at 10.75 meters. Already through to the next round of the competition before she even got out onto the water. All right, so great skiing from her. Let's take a look at the instant replay for Alicia Bagnoli as she steps out of the water now. Obviously, her gate shot is going to be the weak part of this pass because she is left foot forward. But tell you what, she got a hellacious buoy number 1, and that kept her in the game for buoy number 2. She made the play on 2 and got the angle from the ski. And she gets round number 3 into the wakes, and I'm hearing through the headsets that she might just have tied the Italian national women's slalom record. So we might have to confiscate that rope and handle to make sure that that is the case. I believe that's happening right now, tying the Italian national women's slalom record currently held by Irina Reinstahler. But on top of the water right now is Chelsea Mills. We'll take a look at the last extent of Alicia's performance there with 3 at 10.75 meters. But let's focus in on Chelsea Mills getting round buoy number 6 on the opening pass of 13 meters. And let's check in with Stevens Island.
Hey guys, we're here. Tied the pending national Italian record. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's just crazy. I got no words. I was like, with Vince, I was talking yesterday, if I get a good one ball at 39, I'm just going to either blow out a 2 or see what happens. And it turned. And I was like zigzag at 3, just getting back to the buoys.
Well, and what's the more important stat in this situation, though?
What do you mean? Oh, yeah, definitely. That's the first thing I told Steve is like, I beat Vince PB, so.
Well, congrats to you. Amazing skiing. Back to you guys.
All right, so we have done our research. It is a tie for the Italian national slalom record. The rope is being measured right now. We got the strain gauges. We're making sure it's within tolerance. We're measuring the handle as well. And if we can get a thumbs up from our technical controller, Jonathan Travers, we should be able to have those pieces in place. So here we go. We have got on the water Chelsea Mills, already qualifying through to the women's slalom final with her score of halfway down 10.75 meters from the round previous to this one. So she has no pressure of needing to get deep into a particular run to qualify through because she's there already. But there you go. That's Chelsea Mills getting through the opening 2 passes of 13 and 12. So Chelsea Mills getting through the that run, 13 and 12 back to back. So it looks like the rope has been is going to be returned into rotation, and the handle has also been measured as well. We'll see if we can get a thumbs up from JT. JT, is that good? Good thumbs up. Okay, everything, and the boat path has been approved as well. So all of the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, and Alicia Bagnoli now a share with the national Italian women's slalom record. Now, let's continue on exclusively with Chelsea Mills at this time. 11.25 meters. Let's see what kind of approach she gets on this particular run. A little flat into the gate shot, and she is also a left-footed skier, which means that she has the ability to make a better play on a 135 as opposed to 246. But I tell you what, she's running deep down course. Not the most stylish of passes there from Chelsea Mills at 11.25 meters. All right then. So in addition to the pending share of the Italian national slalom record, just gotten word, also via text message, that Alicia Bagnoli has actually had a share or sole possession of the Italian national slalom record in every single category that she's been eligible to ski in. In the Bambinos, the under 15s, under 17s, under 21, and now open. So the superlatives just keep coming through, don't they? All right then. Let's not gloss over the fact that Chelsea Mills is out there on the water, and she's getting ready for 10.75 meters and trying to keep her nose in front of the situation as well. Now, when it comes down to backup scores, Chelsea Mills needs to get more than 2 at 10.75 meters, the score from Alicia Bagnoli yesterday, to keep her in front by way of position. Chelsea Mills has already got 3 at 10.75 meters from the round 1, so a perfect tie could potentially exist if she gets round number 2, but she would break that tie if she can get further than 2. She's round buoy number 1 at 10.75 meters. She's good to go there, and she makes a play on 3. Oh, and takes a huge amount of slack there. It's 2 scores of 3 from Chelsea Mills. That keeps her ahead of Alicia Bagnoli. Whew, wow, isn't this some red-hot slalom skiing, I can tell you. There we go, entrance gates, buoy number 1 in this instant replay for Chelsea Mills. Originally out of the Tar Heel state of North Carolina, but resident here in Central Florida, nearby Lake Iona. And, ooh, ouch, that has got to hurt your back, I tell you. But she is incredibly well conditioned, so she shouldn't feel too much of that, I would imagine. But we'll talk to her a little bit after this performance as we get ready now for Ali Nicholson to take to the water next. But just looking at this from Chelsea Mills, a long pull into number 3. Didn't even have enough time to S-bend. To S-turn on that one, I beg your pardon. But she got enough of the slack out and continued to ski out on that particular run. All right then, folks, here we go. This is Ali Nicholson, 13 meters to open up with. Ali Nicholson also with a score of 3 at 10.75 meters. So, let's check in dockside with Stevens Island.
Hey guys, we're here with Regina Jaquist, the undisputed GOAT of female slalom skiing. So, you coming off a win at Malibu Open. It was your 10th Malibu Open win. You're a veteran of the sport. Do you skip this round, or what's your purpose in skiing this round?
I'm kind of sore from last night go-karting, so I think I'm going to ski this round. We go back into the finals after you guys, so just kind of get the bearings. I haven't really skied here since last year when we had Worlds here, and just get my bearings, kind of get settled back into my ski with this boat and everything, because, we were at Malibu, and I'm skiing behind the Malibu all the time. So just kind of get set for later this afternoon when we go into the finals. The girls are ripping it up, so.
So are you actually sore from go-karting, though, for real?
Oh my gosh, yeah, my back, rib cage, and everything. I spun out every time, so.
Big spin outs on the go-kart course, but we'll be happy to see you out there next. Back to you guys.
Well, we're grateful that Regina Jaquist is a high-level tournament slalom skier because her career as a Formula One driver would be extremely short-lived. All right, then. So we've got Ali Nicholson coming into the course. Second run, 12 meters. Round 1 and 2, round number 3, halfway down the pass. Just looking at her with the exclusive TWBC buoy cam and getting around all 6 buoys. No worries there at all for Ali Nicholson. She'll attempt 11.25 meters, and that will be the next run for her. So good, solid weight crossings there from Ali Nicholson, and making sure that she's angled away well past the second wake and allowing the ski to carve out and execute some backsided turns. And just in very, very good shape. Even if she does get a little bit down course, she has enough residual angle with that track outside the buoy line to stay with that run. All right, Ali Nicholson.
Coming at 11.
11.25 meters for pass number 3. Continuing to roll here with Ali Nicholson in great shape here. Very much on top form, 11.25 meters, and you'd hardly expect anything less there from Ali Nicholson. It's been tremendously consistent all season, currently 4th on the Waterski Pro Tour standings. Led the Pro Tour standings actually for a while during this summer, during the events that took place in Europe. The likes of San Gervasio and the Caiaphas battle, working their way to the Schlurstad Pro, and the duel that took place in England towards the latter part of that European swing of the Waterski Pro Tour. We're on event number 13 this season, and we got one more to come after this, which is the Miami Pro. But very consistent skiing here from our skier who is a traveling nurse by occupation. Actually last night, even as late as last night, very hung next to her phone, trying to find out when her latest assignment will come through, and giving her the details on that. But certainly giving her the freedom and to be able to work professionally as a nurse and also do this. This is 10.75 meters. Oh, look at this, round buoy number 2. She's attacking this one. Look at that. Round buoy number 4, she's still there. Does she make a play on 5? No, but it's going to be a 4 buoy count at 10.75 meters. One of the better scores of the season, courtesy of Ali Nicholson. Ties the season's best and keeps her nose in front, currently in 4th place right now, according to this list out of the first round. Fourth place right now would actually put her on level pegging with Whitney McClintock-Rini. So in terms of a backup score, Whitney McClintock-Rini will actually have to go more than 3 to reassume third place ahead of Ali Nicholson on the basis of the previous round scores and the latest scores to come through. And just looking at this again, just remarkable how she was able to hang on to that amount of edge and that amount of direction. Handle coming up high off buoy number 3. Long pulled into buoy number 4. Tried to break that ski into an effective turn, but little bit frustrated with not being able to make a play on 5. But I tell you what, she's level pegging with her best performance of the season, which is 4 on 10 points. Good looking opening pass, and we'll check in dockside with Stevens Island.
What's up, guys? We're here with Ali. Great job on the water right there. So we're all wondering, do you take the body slide at 5 or what's up?
Man, I'm not gonna lie, there was like the second of thought, and then it was like too late, and I'm sure I'll get the phone call of why didn't you go for it? You were fine. But no, I live to ski another day. Hopefully we're going up and up from here. Looking forward to the final. I mean, I'm happy. It feels great out there.
Awesome. Well, you're guaranteed 4th seed, right? So awesome job, and we'll see you in the finals. Back to you guys, Tony.
All right, then. Fantastic effort there from Ali Nicholson, and a fine job she did yesterday with the dockside interviews during the men's competition, and hopefully we'll get to see her perform that role in a few minutes after we get done with the women's slalom competition in round 2. So some of the seeding still very much up in the air. Ali Nicholson with 4 at 10.75 meters on level pegging with Whitney McClintock-Rini's best score. So now it could come down to to which one has the superior backup in terms of ensuring that Whitney McClintock-Rini continues to maintain a 3rd place spot at the very least. Or maybe she's looking for something a little bit higher than that. Maybe she wants to be one of the last 2 skiers to exit the dock, or maybe be the number 1 seed going into the women's slalom final. Let's see how all of that plays out as we continue on with Canada's Whitney McClintock-Rini as she settles down for in preparation for the next pass at 11.25 meters. Quick reminder to all of you folks out there that are watching, make sure you hit that subscribe button and be part of the conversation with the live chat taking place during this webcast. And also by hitting the bell icon, whenever we have the next live event, you will be informed instantly. And as we continue to work on through to the next line length for Whitney McClintock-Rini at 11.25 meters. Got some updated scores for you. Newcastle United 3, Brentford 1, Man City 4, Southampton 0, Brighton and Hove Albion, which will be playing a little bit later on, Chelsea 2, Wolves 0, and Bournemouth and Leicester City deadlocked on 1 apiece. Here we go. This here is Whitney McClintock-Rini. Oh, look at this. This is 11.25 meters. She is so early for number 4, it beggars belief. And number 6 as well. Left-footed skier. Hardly surprising. There you go. Great, great skiing there for Whitney McClintock-Rini all over that pass. Great start on number 1. She got settled in on the first third of the course, and then all she needed to do was to allow the ski to do what it was designed to do. That is to achieve good cross-course angle and and allow her just to get behind the edge and hold it all the way through into the next edge change on the side that she was aiming for. So there we go. That is Whitney McClintock-Rini, 10.75 meters coming right up. And anything more than 3 will put her in a position where she'll be at least third from last off the dock. If she has aspirations of getting into the top 2 places to come off the dock, then she would need to run this pass and more than 1. If she wants to be the number 1 seed, she has to get cleanly round buoy number 2 at least. But that's before we know the results from those last 2 competitors. This is 10.75 meters. Good solid hook up on the first 2 buoys there. Round buoy number 3 and number 4. This is 10.75 meters. Oh, look at this. It's a 6 buoy count for Whitney McClintock-Rini. And that all but assures her that she will be at the very least third from last off the dock. But now she will start to take aim on 10.25 meters for the next run, knowing full well that anything over more than 1 will keep her in with a shout as being one of the last 2 off the dock, and anything more than 2 would put her very much in the frame for maybe becoming the number 1 seed going into the women's slalom final. Of course, without the knowledge of the last 2 skiers' scores as of yet. So we do know that Whitney McClintock-Rini will not finish anything less than third after the first 2 rounds. So here we go, Whitney McClintock-Rini. Nervous times there for Whitney as she makes her way into the course on 10.25 meters. Anyone that was witness to what happened last season in the World Championships would understand a little bit of the nervousness that surrounds this effort. She gets around that number 2 and she gets to the wake. So good skiing there from Whitney McClintock-Rini. She has the lead now with a solid 2 buoy count with 2 skiers remaining in this competition in the second round of 2 in the elimination phase of this competition. And just look at that, Whitney McClintock-Rini, who's had a good measure of success, tempered with a small measure of nervousness and other less desirable stuff in terms of slalom skiing, taking into account what happened last season. But Whitney McClintock-Rini has your lead so far in this slalom competition with 2 at 10.25 meters. She is your leader. 2 skiers remain, and we'll see what happens. So 13 meters, setting herself up with A2, which seems to be the most popular zero off setting. We'll have the latest stats on that. Among the men's competitors, around about 65% of those surveyed athletes selected A2. I'm not too sure how that filters down to our female competitors, but interesting to check in on that stat anyway. So, also check in with bplayfuel, bplayfuel.com to check in on the latest matches that are taking place right now. bplayfuel.com. All right then, Jamie Ball, the current world slalom champion in the U21s and at open level. Jamie Bull, first place in the Waterski Pro Tour standings and aiming to keep herself out there on front. And as Jamie Bull rounds number 6 and through the exit gates, let's check in once again with Stevens Island.
We're here with Whitney McClintock-Rini. Congrats on that score. You just took the lead. I know you had mentioned that yesterday you had some anxiety coming into the event. How are you feeling now after that? It must be a relief.
Yes, I actually sent out some prayer requests to friends, and I definitely felt the fear just like dissipate. I felt powerful out there, and I mean, I can't say that I didn't think about bad things, but I was able to have something to replace it with to work through that. So I'm super happy with how I skied today, obviously much better than yesterday. And I actually feel like I can get more, which that's what I used to come to Jack's for. I used to come here to try to get past 2-ball. So we'll try and do it next round.
Awesome. Well, you showed amazing mental strength out there, so congrats and good luck in the finals. Back to you, Tony.
So checking in right now on the shotgun range for the sport clays. Looks like we've got Robert Pagozzi taking aim at those clays. Let's see if he is as good with the shotgun as he is with the slalom ski. We'll find out in the fullness of time as we get ready to bring in Jamie Bull in for the next pass. And certainly anyone that's been watching slalom skiing for a while will appreciate the rise to ascendancy of Jamie Bull. 12 meters, looking good, looking strong. Oh, almost losing the tail there off number 5, but she has enough awareness to arrest the potential effects of that. We'll now get ready for 11.25 meters. Interesting to hear of that interview with Whitney McClintock-Rini as part of Stevens Island, and certainly with a bunch of anxiety her way going into that round. You could almost compare it to that scene in Days of Thunder. Anyone that's a cinephile will have probably watched that movie from Tom Cruise and Robert Duvall along with Nicole Kidman. There was that scene where the main character Cole Trickle goes through the smoke at the top of the racetrack, and obviously the anxiety that's associated with an earlier accident obviously kicked in. But when he emerged through the smoke to the other side and refound his confidence and refound his ease of driving through, that provided a little bit of an analogy and a similarity between what we saw with Whitney McClintock-Rini with her performance now compared to this time last year. Here we go. This is Jamie Bull, 11.25 meters. Let's have a look and see. She's halfway down course right now, 2/3 of the way down with the strike on number 4. Good to go around 5, and number 6, no worries there for Jamie Bull, absolutely on her game. All right, 10.75 meters coming up next. Latest update here from the Premier League, deep into the second half. As I'll give you that update in just a moment after we see Jamie Bull go through on 11.25 meters and getting up for a 10.75 meters. Looking in very, very good shape there. Good handle management, good cross-course angle. And nicely done there on this pass. A little bit of a longish pull into number 5, but no worries there. She gets ready for number 6, and she'll attack 10.75 meters. All right, then. As promised, latest scores. Newcastle 3, Brentford 1. Bournemouth has broken the deadlock between themselves and Leicester City. Bournemouth 2, Leicester City 1. Man City 4, Southampton 0. And Chelsea taking a 2-goal lead against Wolverhampton Wanderers. All right, so we got Jamie Bull about ready to come in on 10.75 meters. Let's see what she's got in store for us. Now, she definitely wants to be a part of that party that she's just seen ahead of her between the likes of Whitney McClintock, Ali Nicholson, Chelsea Mills, and Alicia Bagnoli. 10.75 meters, yes, she's got this one to go. I believe round buoy number 5, a longish pull into number 6 and gets that one to go. It's a 6 buoy count at 10.75 meters once again from Jamie Bull. So great skiing there from her. And because her backup score is essentially higher than that of Whitney McClintock-Rini, that keeps her ahead of Whitney in that respect. Now, if she wants to take the lead back for Whitney McClintock-Rini, she has to score more than 2. And we'll see how that shapes up. Even if she scores 1, from the previous round, you know, it'll still keep her very much in the frame for being one of those top 3 skiers last off the dock. But if she ties with 2 because of her superior backup, that would keep her ahead of Whitney McClintock-Reedy and keep her in second spot. And there is that possibility, of course, of actually being the number 1 seeded skier out of this round. So 2 would enable her to take the lead. Well, more than 2 will enable her to take the lead, but if she scores 2, it will still keep her ahead and put her in second place of the penultimate skier off the starting dock at the very least. Here she comes, Jamie Bull, round buoy number 1. Round number 2, this is at 10.25. Oh, she gets broken over. Does she make a play on number 3? I don't think so. So a 1 buoy count in the previous round coupled with a 2 in this round makes sure that Jamie Bull stays with a nose ahead of the game, ahead of Whitney McClintock-Rini. So 2 at 10.25 meters, a tied lead with Whitney McClintock-Rini, but when it comes down to backup, Jamie Bull has the advantage. And just some great sensational skiing there from Jamie Bull. And Jamie Bull, that is a season's best with 2 at 10.25 meters. And also worth reminding you, that is a quarter of a buoy shy of the Canadian national slalom record. Let's give it up, please, for Jamie Bull. Yes, and very quick to thank the officials in the boat, and nice little mark of courtesy there from Jamie Bull. As we now work our way to our very last competitor to take to the water, multiple-time women's world slalom champion, multiple-time women's world overall champion, team member for the United States on many occasions, world championships, Pan American championships, Pan American games. She is, without a doubt, one of the greatest female water skiers of all time. It is Regina Jaquist, and she'll be starting in on 13 meters for the opening pass.
55-13 B1. Regina, 13 green.
So green loop, 13 meters, Regina Jaquist, coming to us originally from Gwinnett County in Georgia, but resides in Santa Rosa County, specifically Santa Rosa Beach, where she runs a compounding pharmacy. Here she comes, opening pass, 13 meters. Now, Whitney McClintock-Reedy has scored 2. Jamie Bull has scored 2 on 10.25 meters. And chasing after them is Regina Jaquist, and with that opening pass, let's check in with Stevens Island.
I know. Hey guys, we're here with Jamie Bull. What a performance you just put out there. You ripped through 39. It's the same score you had at Worlds last year, but a little bit in a different fashion because you were just inside a 3 ball. Take us through it.
Yeah, I got a really good start. Like, 1 was awesome, hooked up really well. I ran over 2 ball yesterday, and I haven't had a 2 this year. So I was like, really wanted to make sure I got outside of 2. So it kind of like delayed my movement into 2, but got outside of 2 and was in a good spot. So I tried to turn it, which was like, I mean, I had loose line and got kind of buckled through the wakes, but then tried to make my way to 3.
Well, hey, I mean, with that gate 1, you got to be feeling really confident going to the final and maybe make a play on 3 in the final and just take it down, right?
Yeah, that's the goal.
Rock on. Well, back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much, Jamie, and thank you there, Stephen, for your fine work there around dockside as we continue on with our final competitor in round number 2, Regina Jaquist, taking down 30 meters, and we'll see what she can do on 12 meters. This is the Travers Grand Prix for 2022, and let's have a look and see what Regina has by way of an encore. 12 meters. Shouldn't have too much trouble with this, but she's just trying to battle her way through this, trying to battle against the soreness that she had from the go-karts last night. But probably soreness is it's probably pretty insignificant in terms of what she's had to battle her way through within the last 15 months. So a little bit of soreness from go-kart. I think she'll probably take that over what she's had to work through. Regina Jaquist, probably on her 15th set of slalom without needing the use of the knee brace that she had to wear very soon after post-op. Last season, she competed in the World Championships, was the silver medalist in the women's slalom event. Now, certainly looks a lot better out there on the skis, certainly a lot freer, a lot less restricted on and looking at the inset, we're seeing Jonathan Travers shoot towards the clays and coming into the course, shooting towards a full clean pass at 11.25 meters is Regina Jaquist. Nicely done. So good, solid effort all the way through there for Regina Jaquist. So, just trying to look at some of the scores that we've seen a little bit earlier on as we look at Regina Jaquist. Just to summarize what we've seen. Beatricia Yanni with 1.5 at 10.75 meters, having to work from the back of the pack to put herself through to the next round of the competition. Paige Rini came through with 2 at 10.75 meters for what I believe to be a season's best score for her. Sasha Denyaskaya, 3 at 11.25 meters, unfortunately eliminating her from future contention. Licia Bagnoli setting a share of the Italian women's national slalom record with 3 at 10.75 meters. Chelsea Mills also with the same score, but because she had superior backup, she keeps herself ahead of Alicia Bagnoli in that respect. Ali Nicholson scoring 4 at 10.75 meters, putting herself very much towards the top of the list. Whitney McClintock-Rini with 2 at 10.25 meters, as we see Will Asher take his shots there against the sporting clays, and obviously Jamie Bull with 2 at 10.25 meters. That is what's happened so far. This is 10.75 meters for Regina Jaquist. She's looking in pretty good shape right now. A little bit towards the back of the ski round number 4, but gets it to go round number 5 and runs 10.75 meters. Now, certainly last season's efforts during the Malibu Open in Charleston in South Carolina. Certainly provided the zenith in terms of women's slalom skiing, with not one or two or even three, but four competitors running through 10.75 meters in the final round of that competition. Three of those competitors are here in the form of Whitney McClintock-Rini, Jamie Bull, and Regina Jaquist. I'm sure that the missing person, Manon Costar, is probably watching this webcast right now and wanting to be a part of the action. But we'll see how things are shape up for her in the upcoming season of 2023 as she looks to try and make a play on some of the major events next season, including the World Championships. Now, Regina Jaquist getting through 10.75 meters. And we will see what occurs on 10.25 meters coming up very, very soon. As soon as that boat straightens up, as a matter of fact. Boat speed, 55 kilometers an hour. Line length, 10.25 meters. Lead score, 2. Needs more than 2 for the lead. Actually, based upon Zira's superior backup, she would just ski to the wakes, and she would still have the lead ahead of Jamie Bull, who has a backup of 1. Regina Jaquist has a backup of 1.5, and that keeps her also in front of Whitney McClintock-Rini, who herself has 2, but her backup of 4 at 10.75 meters keeps her in 3rd spot at this time. So, Regina Jaquist knew exactly what she needed to do to keep her lead. Stalls up on number 2, skis for the wakes, doesn't pressurize herself to make a play on number 3. And that is the end of the elimination series of the women's slalom event. With 2 at 10.25 meters. We're going to have a look at the leaderboard in just a moment. But some fantastic skiing, and certainly worthy of your round of applause, folks. That is Regina Jaquist with 2 at 10.25 meters. Let's have a look at the leaderboard, shall we? All right, then, Sasha Denyaskaya in 9th with 1 at 10.75 meters, but eliminated with an inferior backup score. In 8th spot, Beatricia Yanni coming back from at the outside looking in with 1.5 at 10.75 meters. Paige Rini with 2 at 10.75 meters, keeping herself in contention. Alicia Bagnoli with a share of the Italian national slalom record with 3 at 10.75 meters. Chelsea Mills with a superior backup on 3 for 5th. Ali Nicholson currently in 4th place with 4 at 10.75 meters. And here are the trio of skiers with 2 at 10.25 meters. Whitney McClintock-Rini, Jamie Bull, and your leader after the first 2 rounds of women's slaloming, Regina Jaquist. All right, so we will continue on with the men's competition and all that to come as part of the Travers Grand Prix 2022 right after these.
Try Match Play at bplayfield.com.
All right, then. Welcome back to continuing coverage of the Travers Grand Prix. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and on my left and to the right on your screen is Kyle Eads. Say hello to the folks.
How we doing, Tony? Yeah, excited to be here.
All right, then. And on my right and to the left of your screen is Nate Smith. How you doing?
Pretty good, Tony. How are you?
Good. All right, then. So let's take a look at some of these scores. Can't help but be impressed, huh?
Look at that. 2 guys into 43. Half for Freddie Winter. Will Asher, a new European record. 2 at 43. Amazing score. Highest score so far this year, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's been another 2 this year, and having 2 guys run through that 41 off pass, I know it's happened before, but I can't remember the last time that it did happen. So it's really impressive skiing yesterday.
All right, then. So at least a couple of times that I know that it's happened before. It's been during the Swiss Pro Slalom a number of years back, and also at the Botas Pro-Am as well. So those have been the 2 previous instances that I'm knowledgeable of in that respect. So let's have a look at the Open Men's Slalom starting list. We got Charlie Emmett leading off, then we got Nicky Antonsen, Callum Heath, Thomas Paul, Cole McCormick, and then we've got Thibaut Dayon, Corey Vaughan, Tonge Dayon, Dorian Llewellyn, Stephen Ireland, Jamie Calhoun, and Benjamin Stadelbauer on page number 1. And then we'll look and see Robert Pagozzi, Brando Caruso, Robert Hazelwood, Jonathan Travers, Thomas de Gasperi, Sasha Deska, Freddie Winter, and Will Asher. So looking good, looking
20 of the top guys in the world, and just looking through that running order, these first couple of guys off the dock, they were still had some high scores. I see. I don't think anyone missed 38. The first skier I think was 2 at 39. That was the lowest score, and even like Thomas Paul, Callum Heath in there, they had maybe almost all the way through 39, 4 or so, and they're off 3rd and 4th. So the standard is extremely high, as we would expect here at Travers Ski School.
All right. So we get ready with our towboat. There's Scott Greenwood, certainly one of the very best in the business, and getting ready for the men to come. And before we go into the men, this is the one, and this is the last time that this will happen in this particular section. Some Premier League scores that have just come through, and they've gone final with the first slew of matches. Newcastle United 5, Brentford 1, Bournemouth, AFC Bournemouth 2, Leicester City 1. Chelsea took down Wolverhampton Wanderers 2-0, and Man City took Southampton to the woodshed, scoring 4-0. And there you go.
I don't know anything about that.
You don't know anything about soccer?
No.
What's the rugby scores?
Don't have those, but I think that Vince will probably be shouting to me through my ears if I ever pull those out. All right then. So we've got some shooting continuing on. I think that's Dave Skirvin over there, or maybe someone else. I'm not too sure. But yeah, we got the shooting element taking place.
So yeah, what a cool concept, Tony. I was down there earlier watching some of these pros have a bit of a shoot with their amateur team that's sort of joining them. And the concept, we all were at the go-karts last night, and the competition there was probably more extreme than we are seeing here on the water. That no one wanted to go home in second place. A lot of fun, and just a cool concept that John Travers has been working on for a number of years, and it's come to fruition again this year.
All right then, so let's have a look at the zero-off stats, and at a whopping 70%, most of our skiers in this event have gone with A2. Kyle.
Well, that's what we've seen at the last few events. It's been around 60-65% of the field choose that A2 number, regardless of boat, to be honest. All the different boats, but that's sort of a common setting. I think it's kind of an appropriate feel for a lot of this field. And our first skier is about to leave the dock. Let's get this action started.
All right then, so first skier to take to the water, it's going to be Charlie Emmett.
And we're looking at those 2 massive scores into 43, but look at that leaderboard there. There's still that big logjam there at 3 at 41 too. So even the guys just coming in behind those guys still posting some big scores. And I think around 2 at 41 right now, is it, to make the top 8? Is that what we're looking at?
At this moment in time, yes. I mean, it's looking It's looking like a score currently right now, occupying 7th and 8th. For 7th and 8th spot, it's a currently tied score with 2.5 at 10.25 meters. So Charlie Emmett coming into the course, coming in on 13 meters for his opener. Looking in good shape. Now he'll be our only competitor in this field of slalom at this stage to go in on 13 meters. The rest of the field will go in on 12 at the very least. And there's Charlie Emmett going through on pass number 1, and not looking too bad out there.
Yeah, me too. But that's.
So you run slower at first, but actually you beat your cadence.
Yeah.
You know, I think what's unique with this format a little bit,
like
you have
that.
2
You can't
rounds,
move on.
and
You
we're
put them on
just
and try to run in,
looking
you're
at their
like, holy
scores.
shit,
There's some
how
big
you
scores out of that first round, so people are pretty comfortable with their scores. So I think
yeah, so I
maybe
did a
some
little
of
bit of
them
running with them, but not much.
going out this round, they
I
already know
just-
they have a pretty decent score.
so
They're
I
pretty
ended up just
comfortable
getting the
with it.
wide
They
toe
can
box,
kind
so
of
very close.
loosen up, relax a little bit, and really go for it this round. So, you know, I think we may see some equally as big scores, if not bigger, maybe this round.
Yeah, Nate, I think this is going to work both ways. So, you know, these the top guys have already got some big scores. 2.5 we're seeing is the top 8. And the bottom guys know, well, the guys earlier on, they know they can't hold back. They know they can't just lay up at 2. They've got to go for it to get a piece of 3 and maybe more. It could be higher than that, you know, to make the top 8. So I think everyone's going to let loose and just go for it. There's not going to be too much strategy out there to sort of lay up and get a score. It's going to be just go for it and see what we get.
Well, and I think I heard it's a 12-meter start, 35 off start after Charlie. Which
yeah, I like that.
I
like
like seeing that.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
All right, let's see. This is what Charlie Emmett. This is 12 meters.
And this guy's a young guy that's been improving a lot recently. He's been posting some big scores, getting through 38 at a number of events. I think he's somewhere midway down through 39 and doing an exceptional job here at 35 or 12 meters as he goes around our buoy cam and out the gates. Another 6 buoys there for him.
Not going too badly there with that pass on the 12 meters, and Charlie just working his way down the first couple of passes. Now, after you get the first 12 buoys under your belt, I mean, what occurs? I mean, you've essentially had a pass in each direction. You've had a chance to feel out the water conditions and all that kind of stuff. So what kind of transitions from here?
Well, I mean, you talked about feeling out the water conditions, and I was not here yesterday, but I watched on the webcast a fair bit, and it looked to be pretty calm. And, you know, today seems to be similar, but it looks like there's kind of that crosswind, which is what I remember being here last October during Worlds. We kind of had that real nice conditions, but a little bit of a cross. So, you know, I think the skiers will be watching that crosswind a bit, but, you know, I don't think there's anything out there enough to really change what anybody's going to do. And since we're already starting at 12 meters, you know, what's somebody going to do, opt up or start at 38? So I think everybody's pretty much lined up for what they're doing right now.
All right then, Kyle, this is now 11.25 meters. A little bit tall on that gate shot, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, a little bit. But so Charlie's run this a lot of times, like I was saying, but it is his hard pass. He's got to kind of stay focused all the way through this. He's got a good 3 ball. Stretch out a little bit as he reaches out for 4, but he's still in control here at 5, waits for it, and another 6 buoys for Charlie. So that's good skiing. That's right along, you know, up there with close to his best. If he could get a couple 3 on this next pass, I think he'd be happy with his performance today. He's definitely competed at a number of pro events, but he's just sort of getting started and getting some experience under his belt.
All right then, we certainly look forward to that. And Charlie actually not too bad on the go-karts last night. So his contributing points for his particular team here at the Travers Grand Prix.
To be honest, I'm watching those guys go-kart race last night. There was some fierce competition and some excellent driving. I think it was Sasha Deschun that got the top time. He was pretty proud of that. I know Jack Critchley and Tom Poole were close behind. They're a little disappointed to get in second behind him. But yeah, all those guys raced extremely well last night. Very competitive, that's for sure.
That's what all us skiers are, aren't we? No matter what it is, you always got to one-up somebody, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't exactly hold an awful lot of optimism for Charlie Emmett. I do have to admit, you know, he was all decked out in the Red Bull gear. He had his own helmet, he had his own gloves and everything like that, you know. kind of, what was that expression? All the gear and no idea.
Oh, no, he had an idea. He had one of the top scores. I think
That's
it was
awesome.
75 or something, and that's only a couple seconds behind our top one. So he definitely had an idea. He was doing well.
All right.
Let's see if he can do well here at 39.
10.75 meters. Let's have a look at this gate pull out. Trying to bleed off some speed before he goes in for the gate shot. He's round buoy number 1.
Tell you what, good start there at 1. Oh, leans over a bit at 2, and
longish pull into number 3, and he's halfway down that path. So he'll be okay with that, I believe. And that might actually be his PB, as a matter of fact. So there we go. That is Charlie Emmett.
We saw a little bit of a fist throw there as he came back to the wakes. Let's watch the replay here. Nate, what do you think? I think he had a pretty damn good number 1. I mean, he came out of 1 with a pretty tight rope, and that's his onside. But I think he got maybe a little bit nervous here at 2.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, 1 was pretty good, but you saw coming through the second wake there, he just kind of let that handle get away from him going into that 2-ball and just kind of got back on the ski a bit. But, like, you know, he already had that 2-ball score, so he knew that doing that again wasn't going to get him much. So commit to it at 2, turn, and just really didn't connect with the boat too well going over to 3. But, you know, you see him throwing the fist, and that may be a PB for him. And to do that in a pro event, you know, I think that's pretty impressive.
All right, so good performance right from the get-go there for Charlie Emmett as we now work our way to our next competitor. Coming to us out of Austria, this is Nicholas Antonsen.
Tony, I'm not that familiar with how he skis. What was his score from yesterday? Did he perform pretty well?
Yeah, halfway down, 10.75 meters, and his best is 4.5 on this run.
Okay, good stuff. Very accomplished slalom skier then, and obviously probably because I haven't seen him much before, pretty new to the pro sort of events, pro circuit. Let's see what he can do here. He's our first one starting at 12 meters. So this puts the pressure on right away. It's a pass these guys can run in their sleep, but coming off the dock with the pressure, you know, it's still a little bit of a, hey, let's got to get things going quickly.
All right then, so, and good looking opening pass there for Nicholas Antonsen, and some news that's just come through is that we are having a change of schedule. There is a change of schedule which has the women's slalom final to take place after the conclusion of this event, followed by the open men's slalom final to take place after the conclusion of the women's slalom final. So we're moving those events forward, and then there'll be the remainder of the amateurs of the second round, and then we'll have our prize presentation shortly afterwards. So just moving some things around a little bit. And looks like we've still got some shooting going on over at the shotgun range with the sport clays and as such.
Is that Paige Rini? Is that who that is? It looks like her.
Yeah.
I saw her down there before getting some instruction. I think this is the first time she's done it.
I can almost guarantee that's a 20 gauge.
Yeah, it's got some kickback on it, doesn't it?
Well, the 12 gauge actually has the real kickback on it.
But, she's got the lighter one. Okay.
Yeah, she's got the lighter one. All right, then, let's have a look and see.
This is 38. Second pass off the dock. It's going to be a bit of a challenge for him. He's got to get into it right away here at number 1. Not a bad start here as he rounds 2. A little loose line, maybe tracking down course a little bit now, but not panicking too much. Hopefully he can keep things going here coming into 5. And another 6 boys for Nicholas. Yeah, he's a good slalom skier. I haven't seen much of him, but he obviously has done the work out in the water.
Certainly one of the better talents coming out of Austria in the men's slalom event, was actually in contention for the European Under-21 Slalom Championship as recently as last season. So Nicholas Antonsen, part of a Waterskiing family, and I'm sure that his family are watching us. And he competed in the San Gervasio Pro-Am and a number of different tournaments all across Europe. So certainly a young talent out of Austria that's looking to go places there, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, just as you guys said, I mean, this pass really, you see a little bit of loose line right there, but for the most part, this pass was, you know, really smooth and in rhythm with the boat, and, you know, never looked like he was worried about it whatsoever. But, you know, it's definitely different for these guys, you know, some of the first few to be starting at 12 meters, 35 off. I'm not sure that they really practiced that a whole lot, but it kind of gets things going quickly. Like there's no messing around. There's no just feeling things out. It's, your third pass is all of a sudden 39. So.
And you commented on the wind a little earlier. It is a bit of a cross, kind of slight tailwind on this pass too. So that's going to make it a little tougher for some of these early guys who are kind of had a little trouble with 39 yesterday. Let's see what he can do here as he comes into number 1. And a little bit of a stop, but he's off to number 2. Can he hook up here? He's got number 3. This is going to be close to his personal best if he gets around 4. Hey, great skiing there for Nicholas.
All right, and he'll be pleased with that. He'll be chuffed to bits, as a matter of fact. That is going to be a 4 buoy count at 10.75. 4 at 10.75 meters for Nikolaus Antonsen. And what did you see here with the gate shot there, Kyle?
Oh, I thought he was in control right from the get-go here. He had a tight, I was offside. The ski came around pretty tight there. Maybe released a little bit early, a little loose line at 2. But with this tailwind 39 and his best around 4.5, he's keeping his calm going around 3, securing that extra buoy and another point extra buoy from yesterday. So I think he should be really happy with that. He gave him a little thumbs up as he got back to the boat guides. And both of our first 2 skiers right up near their PBs. Shows that conditions are great. Everything's set up for some big scores. We talked about the men's from yesterday, some massive scores, but even just before in the open women's there, all 3 skiers getting into 2 at 41. Was it Regina, Jamie, and Whitney, all tied up there at 2 at 41? So some great skiing from in all the divisions here, even from a lot of the amateurs that we had earlier on today.
That's got to be one of the highest rounds of skiing for women.
I think so. I heard them discussing that somewhere along the lines. Maybe I think 4 girls have run 39 in an earlier tournament somewhere.
Yeah, but have 3 of them gotten to 2-ball and pulled to 3-ball?
Maybe not. Yeah. They were all pretty close, weren't they?
Yeah.
All right, then, just enough time to mention to you Nutritional Bars, the official skier of the day sponsor, and the vote is continuing on with that. Nutritional Bars in a variety of different flavors, available online and at great local stores throughout Florida. That is to you. Also, the opportunity for you to enter the audience prize. You have until the end of this round to get your entry in to win yourself possibly a slalom ski of your choice. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for more details and for your chance to enter based upon your ability to accurately predict the podiums for the women's and the men's slalom competitions at this Travers Grand Prix. Skier on the water is Callum Heath.
Yeah, so this is our first competitor from the UK, and we've got a number of them here in this 20 skier second round. Callum Heath, young guy, exceptional slalom skier, strong guy, and making short work there of 35 off. He's come over for the last month or so, done a bit of training here and hit a number of the pro events, and he's looking for his first 39. He's sort of squeezed through it, maybe in a runoff round, somewhere along the lines, but his personal best around 5.5 at 39, and this guy can run it. He's definitely capable. Just needs some opportunities. Yesterday we saw him squeak around 4-ball. He got a 3 1/4. He throws his body out there. He did a few body slides at some of our other early events, but he got a squeaked around 4-ball yesterday. Did a little body slide and secured the 3 1/4. But yeah, he's not looking for a 3 1/4 today. He's looking to sit full 6 buoys at 39 and post his first score into 41, I'd say.
All right, so we're seeing on dockside there, we see Cole McCormick. And the interview that I conducted with Cole McCormick a couple of days ago recently dropped this morning as part of the TWBC podcast. You can listen to that on Spotify, on Apple Podcasts, on Google Podcasts, or wherever else you listen to your favorite podcasts.
It was a bit of a surprise to see Cole McCormick getting there ready there so early. He come up short yesterday, 3.5 at 39. I wasn't here, but he's usually well capable of deep down 41. There's Callum Heath. This is 38, guys.
Not looking bad at all. However, that tip just tends to rise a little bit, whenever he gets a little bit further down course. And there we go.
So it's 6 at 11, 6 at 38 there, Nate, but looking a little bit uncomfortable there on the 2-4. That's kind of maybe his Achilles heel. He's when it's on, it's a ripper of a turn, and sometimes he sort of lays the body in the water. What do you think?
Yeah, and I don't know if it's from starting one line length shorter or maybe a little bit of this crosswind, but yeah, he had that tip rise coming out of here, this 2-4 side every time. You know, it was maybe more that he just kind of fell in there and got himself out of sync with the boat here and just kind of played catch up the whole time. You can kind of see the tip rising there as well, but you know, he stayed calm and collected and just kind of stayed with it and got himself through the pass. And I guess the one nice thing with skiing is you can kind of hit the reset button at the end and forget about what just happened and, you know, come in here at 39. There's going to be, like you said, a little bit of a cross tail, you know, a little push going to 2-ball here, but, you know, nothing too crazy.
Yeah.
All right, continue right along. Webcast coverage is provided by Pantalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community, located next to Palm City. 5 lakes, 42 exclusive 4-acre waterfront home sites. Check them out at pantalago.com, and also check out La Guapa, an exclusive villa resort, all-inclusive with water skiing, located next to Tequesquitengo in Mexico City. That is laguapa.mx.com. All right, then let's check out Callum Heath.
Back to the water. This is going pretty well here. Over sort of extends there, going from 3 to 4. He had a killer start there. 1 and 2, he looked like he was right on, and then just kind of dropped away at number 3.
Yeah, I think maybe just a little bit impatient there at 3-ball. I mean, 1 and 2 was much better than the previous pass, but just kind of dropped in here. We'll see what the replay looks like, but maybe just dropped in a little hard at 3, got impatient, and you know, had a heck of a pull going over there to 4 they didn't really quite need. But yeah, 1 couldn't have been any better right here.
This is the turn. I've had the pleasure of watching Callum Heath a bit. He's come over in the spring and come over a little bit in the fall, and that's that. You know, usually when he gets a start like that, that 1 and 2 was awesome, and just kind of got ahead of things there at number 3, and a bit of a lock lean. Couldn't kind of sort of come out of it with that tailwind. Maybe came in with a bit too much speed into 4, and he's frustrated there because he knew that start was the one.
It was indeed.
All right, then. So Callum Heath ends up, what is it, with 3 1/2 at 10.75 meters. Currently putting himself ahead of Charlie Emmett, who has 3. But Nicholas Antonsen in the lead in round 2 with 4. So very, very close. Oh, that could have been nasty.
No, he was going for it. He knew he had to have a big turn there at number 4 and tried for it. Unfortunately, it didn't quite pan out. Yeah, like I said earlier, he's been hitting around that 4, 5, and 39 a lot. And then you often see that with skiers that are, you know, they're so close. They've run that pass a lot in practice. They get into the tournament, and they get a good start, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, this is going well, and then things start to fall apart right at the end.
You start thinking too much.
Yeah, there you go. So he's definitely capable, and I'm sure he'll be back here pretty soon and showing us some scores into 41 hopefully early next season.
All right, then. So next skier on the water, also from Great Britain, and actually Callum Heath's a business partner. They work together in the area of West London, where replacing bathrooms and fixtures and that kind of stuff. So let's see what Tom Paul can do with his opening pass. This is going to be the 12-meter line. Let's see what occurs here.
Okay, yeah, Tom Paul and Callum Heath, best of friends. They work together. They train together a lot at back in England and over here in the States. And both exceptional slalom skiers. Tom very smooth out there, tall guy, gets the job done very efficiently. And there's a nice looking 12-meter pass off the dock.
Very, very light to boot as well, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, really nothing to really say too much about that pass. I mean, at 35 off start, a little bit tougher than the normal rounds that we ski, but you know, for him it was really no big deal right there. You kind of have to lock in early and, you know, mentally get yourself ready for coming back at 38 off on your second pass. That's kind of the tough part about starting a little bit earlier. But you know, at the same time, one less pass, you have a little bit more energy towards the end of the set as well. And I noticed that a little bit when I started starting at 35 this summer, that by the time you get to 39:41, you're not quite as tired or out of breath. And good or bad, I don't know which, you know, was better, but I kind of liked it.
Is that something you do in practice and training as well, or is that more for tournaments? I mean, I don't see too many of the top guys start at 12 in training, but for you?
I don't know. I mean, I kind of go back and forth, but if I ski 2 sets a day, definitely 35 second set. But, earlier this year, I think it was, Dane Meckler and I discussed it a little bit. Like, he really liked starting at 35, and I started doing it, and it's just something I did. I just kind of forced it into my head that was the new normal, that I didn't need that extra pass. But
yeah, well, with now so many events making you start at 35,
Yeah.
you've got to kind of do it a fair bit in practice. So here's Tom Paul. This is 38 off, 11.25, and he looked really good yesterday. I think he skied well. Just had a little bit of a fall there at number 4 at 39. Was going well, and then just maybe got a little bit excited, like we were talking there for Callum. But another smooth pass there for Tom. He started off the season pretty well. He went home. He had a few, back to real world. He had to mix his skiing career with his work career, and then late in the summer started to find some form and posted some big scores. Got to a 3 at 41, which is currently his best. And he's been hitting a lot of the pro circuits, pro events around Europe this summer.
All right, you are, and a good, solid angle there through the entrance gates into buoy number 1, and just really trying to smooth a few things out, just trying to get dialed into the conditions out here, which are pretty impeccable at the moment. Not much in the way of wind, blue skies. Temperature is spot on, not too hot, not too cold, and absolute utopia skiing out here at Sunset.
Yeah, there's definitely everything lined up for some big scores, and Tom Paul's looking very, very confident out there, actually, and I like it when he skis like that. He's very positive with his movements, not sort of holding things back, and hopefully if he can carry that through this start of this 39, we'll see our first 6 buoys here at 10.75. Let's get behind Tom Paul.
All right, let's see what he's got. 10.75 meters. Ooh, and just when it went all in on that one, and unfortunately just unable to take that pull off number 1 and get set up for 2.
So there's something different about this end. And I don't have much experience skiing out here, but I've been in a few tournaments out here, and I've watched a lot of skiing. And I think John will even mention it as well, that the 2 ends are a little bit different. So I guess what I saw a little bit yesterday on the webcast, and now just kind of seeing here, it seems like skiers struggle getting up on the boat and wide at this end, and end up going hard and fast with no angle into 1, and end up with that loose line. I think more skiers than not yesterday had that loose line out of the backside of 1 down here at this starting dock end for some reason. I don't know if the setup's a bit different, if the depth of the water is a little bit different, or what it is, but it seems like people struggle down here on this end just a tick. And with that tailwind kind of pushing you, it's hard to kind of adjust and figure out exactly what the right amount of intensity is to pull out for that gate down here.
Yeah, that's interesting, Nate. He didn't look exactly comfortable as he turned in there. He sort of was dealing with maybe a little bit of a loose line. Maybe he was running a little bit kind of straight down the lake. Couldn't quite find the rope as he turned in, and then, obviously very fast into 1 and tried for the big one and didn't quite pan out for him. He usually has a pretty strong onside and couldn't quite hold on to that one. Unfortunately there for Tom Paul, half at 39. His best is going to be that 3.5, and unfortunately that's not going to make it through to our top 8. Here today, currently it's 2.5 at 41 we're looking at. Some big scores from yesterday. And now our next skier, who maybe didn't quite do what he was capable of yesterday, 3.5 at 39. He's been putting up some scores of around 3s and 4s at 41. He was on a podium just a couple of weeks ago. So definitely in form, and he does a lot of skiing here. So, that the adjustment down this end here, Nate, I think he's probably going to have this figured out.
Yeah, I think, like you said, he skis here a lot, so he's got the experience here. And yesterday was just something that he needs to just erase. Like, it's just a fluke thing that happened. Every skier gets it every once in a while, and you kind of put that away and hit that reset button. And I think, he's going to make those proper adjustments today, and we'll see what happens.
I didn't see him yesterday, but I have been in the boat for him, and it's exciting to watch Cole ski. He's very aggressive when he's out there. Maybe did you just do a little bit too much yesterday?
I did watch it from home. He didn't have a great 1 ball at 39. I'm not really sure if that was a result of the gate or not, but he kind of swung into 1, wheelied 1 ball a whole lot, and had to get that ski back down, go hard and heavy, and just out of sync, out of rhythm from there on. It was just one of those passes that you just kind of had to throw away. I mean, really just maybe a mental mistake, but,
Or
there's Bea.
Yeah, Bea there with a... I don't know what that looks like. The yellow cartridges would indicate that was probably the 20 gauge.
I'm going to hazard a guess and say that's her first time, just looking at the way she's addressing that.
It is. I was talking to her on her walk down there, and she said she had never done it before.
I think that's the same.
I almost took her eye out.
I think that's the same for a lot of these skiers that have come to this event. It's the first time having a bit of a crack at a few new things, so cool to see.
All right, then, just enough time to tell you about Pro Gear gloves. They are the original, created by Clint Stadelbauer and now led by Alicia Bagnoli. You can find out more by going to skiprogear.com. That is skiprogear.com. Pro Gear. If you want a better grip of your competition, find out more about Pro Gear. All right, then. And also check out bplayfuel.com, bplayfuel.com. Go vote for your favorite matches during the event and register to upload your own. It is bplayfuel.com. Here comes Cole McCormick.
He comes around that bottom turn island there and coming back the second pass, probably feels a bit of that headwind coming back on this pass. Things are playing out probably pretty nice for Cole. A little bit of a headwind here. He's going to have the tailwind to negotiate 39, but he's looking for a big score at 41. And on that fourth pass, he's going to have a good shot, I think. Complete pass, 38 off, 11.25. Cole McCormick looking good today.
Yep, seems to be slicing and dicing out there with renewed efficiency out there, and but I'm sure in the back of his mind he's trying to prepare and figure out how he's going to get through 10.75 meters and get far enough down 10.25 meters to keep him in with a shout. But you know, on these early passes, it's very, very easy to get complacent and to do some stuff that you wouldn't ordinarily dream of doing.
Cole and I spent a little bit of time together last weekend in North Carolina at a wedding, and we kind of compared some notes with ankle injuries and foot injuries. And you know, I guess he hurt his ankle a little bit over the last couple weeks, but you know, he said for the most part it doesn't seem to bother him too much skiing. He can feel it afterwards, but you know, maybe that plays a factor a little bit. You can try and override it as much as you can, but you know, your body doesn't always allow you to do that. But you know, this pass here at 38 looks just about perfect, so we'll see this 39 coming back in.
And you know, he spoke to that point as well on the latest episode of the TWBC podcast, where I had a chance to talk with him. You can check that out on Spotify, Google Podcasts, or Apple Podcasts. It is the interview with Cole McCormick in the latest episode. Here we go. This is 10.75 meters. He's got to get this to go. Oh, getting blown over the tip of his ski. Now he's going to fight like that, and gets round number 5. Whoa, wow. There you go.
So that was pure like determination and grit in that pass.
Talk about fighting. Yeah, he definitely gritted his teeth on about 3 there. He was way out of shape coming out of 2, and just threw it all down. 4, got around that one, and big 5 ball to get him back in this pass.
But this is the similar 1 ball that he had on this replay as of, you know, the one he had yesterday. Not quite as bad, but still having that tip rise there at that 1.3 just put him a little bit slower to that 2.4 side. But you know, he's got the experience and confidence to kind of get himself back into it. But getting pulled over, going to 3, and just really having to fight and battle all the way through this pass. So a little bit uncharacteristic of Cole, but again, you know, you're through the pass, you forget about it, you try and get yourself set up the best you can for the start at 41, and make sure that you're, you know, at this point, you kind of have to play it safe a little bit. You got to make sure you secure your place in there, and you know, he's going to be shooting for a score of 3 or better, I think, right now.
You're going to watch.
Yeah, to try and get in a little bit deeper among the scores that currently right now have an inside tracker making it through to the next round of the competition. I mean, there is a tie for 7th at 2.5. There is a multiple weight tie with 3. That is Robert Hazelwood, Jonathan Travers, Thomas de Gasperi, Sasha Deska. So he wants to be part of that 3 number if he can possibly manage it. He gets round number 1, gets the...
There's the 1.
There's the 1. There's the 2. Can he get it outside buoy number 3?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I don't think he made a play on 3, and that could essentially eliminate him from further contention in this event if that ends up being 2.
I think he knows that he's skied into the dock. He's got that attitude. Didn't quite get the ski outside. They'll probably go to a review on that one. Had the 1 ball. Let's watch this replay though. Figured his gates out down that end. Maybe it's a little bit easier. Maybe it's a headwind. But look at that coming in. Absolutely sits on the back of 1. Holds on to it. No check there. almost too early, I reckon, over to number 2 there, Nate. It sort of reaches and then almost got stuck.
Yeah, I think you're correct about that. I mean, he finally got the 1 ball he was looking for, and then getting over to 2 ball just a tick early, and then I think you have that crosswind coming into that 2 ball, and we're heading over to Doc with Ali.
All right, back dockside here with Stevie. How you feeling?
You know, I'm feeling really good. Yesterday, I had the liner mishap, so that's in the past. You know, I'm currently out of the finals, so I'm going to have to make a play on 3 at 41 off. So just knowing, 35 off start, I practice that a lot, so I'm comfortable with it. So just knowing that I have to take down the 39 and get to 3 at 41, I'm just focusing on my gates and focusing on my fundamentals to go out there and make it happen.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got to be more comfortable having your stuff and whatnot, so I think that'll help you out today.
Yeah, no, it definitely will. Having my liner will feel very nice, so I'm excited.
Yeah, perfect. All right, well, best of luck out there. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then, some familiar equipment for Stephen Island. We look forward to seeing him ski on the water at this moment in time. Is Thibaut Dayon, who has a slalom style all of his own.
Yeah, very characteristic 135 side there, but he not the biggest skier in the world, but he gets the job done on the slalom ski, and he's one of the best overall skiers in the world too. He's been on the podium at the World Champs. He's jumped in excess of maybe around 66, 220 feet. Tricks well over 11,000 points, so a very talented skier on the water. We haven't seen a lot of Tanguy at a lot of the events this year. He's had a few injuries. He's got a few other life things going on, but it's great to see him here. He lives close by, and so just a little trek down the road for him to come have a little bit of a slalom today. He ran 5 at 39, almost got the job done yesterday, not quite.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I got to see him ski yesterday, but he always comes out aggressive and strong right off the bat. Like he's giving it his all, his 100% intensity right off the bat here, and still another pass before this 39 off pass, and the wind's starting to pick up just a little bit. I feel this breeze kind of coming down the lake. It's more, I don't know, I'd say like a cross headwind right now going down the lake more so than a crosswind, but definitely picking up just a little bit. But you do not see it on the water at all.
No, well, he dealt with it pretty well on his 12-meter pass, and he's shortened up down the end there. I think this is going to be a formality here at 38 coming back, and it's going to be the 39. It tripped him up yesterday. He was close to getting through it. 5 at 39 was his score. He's going to need a lot more than that here today.
All right, here we go. This is Thibaut Dayon running with 8.2, which seems to be the choice for 7 out of 10 skiers in this event.
And a great shot there as Thibaut goes around number 5, an easy 6 balls at 38 off. And yeah, like I said, he's one of the best overall skiers in the world. Hasn't competed in overall as of late. Sort of chose to focus a little bit more on slalom with his limited time, and still slaloming very, very well. But to manage the training required to ski 3 events is very, very challenging, and on the water 3, 4, 5 times a day. So chosen to focus a little bit more on slalom, and there we just see his brother, who's also one of the top overall skiers. Here he is. This is 38 off again. Replay. Great number 1, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, again, another easy pass for him. A little bit deep there at 2 ball, but just stays calm and stays confident while skiing. But kind of a little bit of a unique style. It really, really opens up over there on that 135 side. And having to take up a little bit of loose line over there on the 2-4 side. But, I don't really see anything. Man, he's turning the heck out of that ski over there. It's coming right around the backside of that buoy. Couldn't be any earlier to the next buoy at all.
All right, working our way towards the next pass for Thibaut Dayon. So whether you're watching us from Brussels to Brisbane, Kathmandu to Khartoum, Perth to Paris, and everywhere in between, this is the Travers Grand Prix 2022. Let's have a look and see what Thibaut Dayon can do.
So he's got a bit of a delayed number 1, a little bit out of 2 as well. He's getting down course now, has to pull hard to 3. Oh, sorry, number 4, he's still on it though. Big 5 ball, he held onto that, and wow, throws a ski. Can he? No, he didn't quite get round 6, I don't think.
I think he got around it. I'm just not sure if he was able to take all that speed to get himself back to the gates. I mean, you don't really have the distance to S-turn a 6 ball. I've seen a couple of people do it, but it's a lot more difficult to S-turn that 6 ball getting back in. But I thought he had a pretty decent start here. He came out of 1 a little bit of loose line in the water, but, was in a great position to get himself over to 2 ball. And, I'm not really sure where things went south on him here. Everything seems to be okay. Kind of choked up there at 3 a little bit.
Just looked like a little bit at each ball, didn't it?
Yeah.
It looked like he lost a little bit at 1, a little bit more at 2, and then he starts to just fight, and tries to dump it in there, and didn't quite get a hook up out of 5. Sneaks the ski around, but there's no way he's holding on to that to get back to the gates, and it's all another 5.5.
I don't want to underestimate the wind. I know we don't see it, but I just remember from October at Worlds here last year, just feeling it down there at that end of the lake a little bit. And you don't see it on the water, but as you're coming into that 3 and 5, you feel it push you narrow. So you may think you've done enough work. Like he might have thought he did enough work on a 5-ball and then just got pushed narrow and then got bent over at the waist right there. So that could be a factor as well.
All right, let's check in dockside with Ali.
All right, here with Dorian. Pretty good score yesterday. Got your friendly rivalry going on. Jamie pulled a 3 today. How you feeling?
Pretty good. I mean, obviously, I'm trying to make the finals, so I gotta get to 3 anyway. But that gives me a little more incentive. Can't let her beat me, and go back to Canada and tell everybody back home that she's got me. So yeah, it's on. Gotta get out there, get 3.
Yeah, how was the karting last night?
Oh, it was awesome. I was a little lower than I wanted to be. I think I was like top 7-ish, but Sasha beat us by a good margin. So got to train for next year and get him back.
Better go get some extra practice out there in the karting.
Oh yeah.
All right, back to you, Tony.
All right, then, working our way back out onto water. This on the slalom course is Corey Vaughn out of Bumpus in Virginia and looking for a little bit of late season form. And with that, let's check in dockside with Ali.
All right, here with Cole. Not exactly what you were wanting out there. Tell us a little bit about what happened.
Not perfect. I mean, my heart was kind of beating pretty fast because it was, high pressure, but especially after that 39 when I almost died, but we got through it, and then I had the sweet gate in 1, and then I just kind of, edge changed a little too early in the 2 and had to adjust and couldn't quite get my hips under, go to 3, so, oh well, it happens. On to the next one.
Yeah, the pressure's definitely on for everybody today. 3's a big score to go out and beat to get into the final, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a tricky win, too. It's kind of a cross tail one off the dock, so and with us having to start at 35, it's kind of a little tougher, but people figured out. Headwind's nice from the other direction, so.
All right. Well, will we see you in Miami?
Absolutely.
All right. Sounds good. Back to you, Tony.
All right, working our way down this list, we see Corey Vaughn, who scored, I believe, half a buoy at 10.25 meters yesterday, kind of put him in a little bit on the outside looking in. So this is the first of our skiers from the previous round to record a score into a 10.25 meters, the lowest score at 10.25 meters, I should say. There we go.
Yeah, so Corey Vaughan getting it done here at 11.25. He was our first, you'll see, this is our first competitor that ran 39 yesterday. He only scored a half yesterday at 41, so he's got a little more work to do. He's capable of it. He's one of those few guys. There's an elusive bunch that have run 41 in a tournament. He's done it a few years ago now. But yeah, looking at his next pass at 39. Let's watch this replay here. Very smooth skier, Corey Vaughan. Very still on his ski and carries his speed very nice through the pass.
Yeah, and I think we discussed it when I was up here at the Mastercraft. He's always so still, like, nothing ever moves. He kind of can have a bad turn and gets himself underneath the line and just is in a great position getting across course again. And we kind of look in the corner here. I think, is that Whitney I'm seeing in the corner shooting?
That looks like her, yeah.
Trying to work out who holds the gun better, Bayer or Whitney.
Well, I didn't see the kickback as much on Whitney.
It looks really nice right now.
All right then, so working away, we've got Corey Vaughn. We've got Corey Vaughn, who's gone through 12 and 11 now. This is 10.75 meters. Okay. So this gate pull out and this gate shot, ever critical. Probably the most important turn that you make in preparation for a pass is the one turn that is within the pass itself. And there you go. That is 10.75. Oh, almost getting pulled way too far forward, but managing to scrape his way through that one.
No, I like that pass there from Corey. That was some good skiing. It is downwind. Sometimes when I watch Corey ski, he looks smooth, but he starts to lose a little ground. You know, he sort of drifts down. He never really panics. But what I liked about that, even though one wasn't great, he hooked up pretty hard here and tight at his 2.4, and it kind of kept him on track, kept him up course. So if he lost a little bit on his offside, he was okay. So I think he's in good touch here, and hopefully he's got a good shot getting ways down at 41. So there's a nice number 4. And even though he sort of took it a little bit easier here at number 5, it got across to 6 pretty easily.
I could be totally wrong not being on the water, but I think there's a little bit of, people underestimating that wind coming across at 5. It's not much, but I think it's just enough. You kind of feel it going to 3, and then, the last 2 skiers we saw come up just a little bit short and really have to reach and stretch around that 5 ball down there.
All right, continuing right along, we have got Corey Vaughn. This is 10.25 meters now. However far he can get down this run, as long as it's 3 or more, would enhance his chances of possibly skiing through to the next round of the competition, which he will not be a part of based upon what he's just scored there again at 10.25 meters. So basically the same error.
Unfortunate there for Corey. He knew he had to go pretty hard. He got a pretty strong gate. He got to ski around. He maybe started a fraction hard, took a little bit too much speed, but he knew he needed a good start. He had that headwind down that end that he probably thought would keep the rope tight for him and maybe give him some support out of the turn, but unfortunately blown the tail, and another half buoy. It's not going to be enough today.
All right, so we're about a third the way down this list. We're on skier number 7 of 20, a little over a third the way through. Our next skier up is going to be Tanguy Dayon of France, who yesterday scored 1, but realizing that puts him on the outside looking in. He's looking for something closer to halfway down the course on 10.25 meters to give him a shout at maybe being one of those top 8 skiers to ski in the final.
Yeah, we'll tell you what a talented family. These 2 brothers, Tanguy and Thibaut, both exceptional overall skiers coming out of France, and both of them, down through into 41 off regularly. Tanguy probably doesn't have the scores to get, that he's previously done to get, 3s. I don't think he's got any 3s in his at record tournaments so far, but today's the day to try and do it. He ran 39 yesterday, he got a 1. And coming out at 12 meter, 35 off, and looking pretty good. Keeps everything fairly still, fairly compact, and a strong pass for Tanguy.
All right, with that, let's check in with Ali.
Down here with Lauren Pucci Morgan, back from Alabama after your knee surgery. How's it going with the recovery?
It's going good. I'm doing everything I can. It's a little slow, of course, but I'm happy to be out at the lake and see everyone.
Yeah, hanging out with your friends around here. Happy to see you back out here and, getting to see everybody and be back at the lake.
Yeah, thanks. So hopefully I'll be back on the water soon. So
yeah, well, wishing you a fast recovery. Back to you, Tony.
All right, certainly wishing the best of luck to Lauren Morgan going forwards. And thanks to Ali Nicholson for getting that. Some quick comments there from Lauren as we see Dorian Llewellyn, the silver medalist in last year's World Overall Championship and the current World Men's Trick Champion. Certainly one of the great overall talents in the world today. But he's no slouch out there on the slalom course.
Yeah, definitely. He had a big score yesterday, 1 at 41. I think that's, again, close to his personal best. He might have squeaked around 2 somewhere along the lines. But, these last few skiers, all overall skiers, they all compete all 3 events. So it's cool to see them having such a strong slalom performance too, and getting it through and high seeds in this second round here at the Grand Prix.
.25 meters made that look like he knew what he was doing.
It was just about the easiest 38 off I think I've seen so far today.
So these skiers coming off at 12, coming back at 11, maybe getting into a bit of a lulled into a false sense of security though, coming back at 38 with that headwind. And then they've got to turn it on here at 39. We heard Cole McCormick talk about it earlier. He said kind of what we were talking about up here, that that wind is a little bit more than it looks out there, and it does push you down, push you in at number 5. But if you can get through it, things line up pretty nice for 41.
Well, I think you heard from Cole, he's definitely disappointed because he knows that he could have easily fixed something from yesterday and just for some reason couldn't get it dialed in right. But he claims that he came off the edge a little bit early going to 2-ball, which is right in that spot where I thought that wind is coming through. So, he's feeling some of the similar things that maybe we're seeing up here. And while unfortunate for him, he was feeling, I guess giving some other skiers a little bit of information on what he felt out there. But, we'll see what Tanguy does here coming in at 39.
Okay, just saw a brief shot there of Jamie Bull at the shooting range. Imagine she's quite the outdoorsy type of person. But Tanguy Dayon getting pitted over the front of that ski and just couldn't keep it in the water long enough to make a play on number 3, and that was at 10.75 meters.
Yeah, not today for Tanguy, unfortunately. Had a little bit of the fast gate there too as well. Not a bad one, but took a lot of speed coming into his offside here, and ski just couldn't stay in the water. Yeah, a lot of tip pressure, and that tail just blew out. So maybe not handling that setup that you were talking about, Nate, down that end.
Yeah, and one comment that I heard on the webcast yesterday from Freddie was that after this hurricane came through, the water dropped, 10, 15 degrees. And while we're still at, almost 80-degree water temperature, that does make a difference. I mean, it drops so rapidly that, nobody's really had a chance to get used to it. Usually it drops a couple of degrees slowly, but to drop that much, I think everybody's having to adapt to a cooler water temperature that's, still warmer than most of the country, but maybe that's the reason for some of these wheelies or tails blowing out and the ski just not sitting the same. But we're going to go check in with Allie over at the dock.
Bad.
Quiet. All right, here with Rob Hazelwood, sitting in a pretty good spot after first round. Feeling good for today?
Yeah, no, I'm excited to go out there and put up my best score. It's always the most nervous weight. This when you at the minute I'm in the final, obviously, but there's a lot of very good skiers to come that can quite happily get that 3. So, but either way, I'm excited to go out there on the water. Whether I need to ski to make the final, or whether I can just go out there and have some fun and see what score I can put down. Either one, I'm excited for. So, just be nice if it was the second one. I can take it as a little bit of a record round.
And you already went and shot this morning. How did that go?
Way better than I thought. I think I was 6 out of 10. I missed all of them in practice. My shoulder was jacked for like 3 days. I was like, whoa, this wasn't going to be fun. But no, I had a lot of fun. Hit 6 of them. The guys out there were awesome, and yeah, it was a great experience.
Yeah, all right. Getting to see kind of a different side of the ski world here. It's been kind of fun.
Yeah, we don't get to shoot many shotguns in England. It was a lot of fun.
All right. Thanks, Rob. Back to you, Tony.
All right, thank you very much, Ali, and thanks there to Robert Hazelwood, who is currently in that multiple weight tie with 3 buoys at 10.25 meters. All right, skier on the water here right now is Dorian Llewellyn.
Yeah, so we kind of went through his accolades before. One of the most gifted overall skiers we've seen. Him and Joel trading out the world record for a long time. We'll talk a little bit more, but we'll get down to the dock with Ali first.
Freddie, winner, how you feeling for today?
Good, yeah, good. I mean, I probably would say there's a good chance I made the final, so I can go out there and attack it, and that's a nice spot to be in. So, yeah, let's go do it. We're going to start at 12, and we can figure out how it's going to go in the final. And, yeah, we'll see. There's going to be some big scores. I mean, you guys all skied really well. It's obviously doing unbelievably out there. Yeah, I mean, good to be part of an event like this.
Yeah, it would be a pretty amazing day if half at 43 didn't make it into the final.
Yeah, I mean, but you just, I mean, it would be nice to stay up there in the top 2 so I can kind of, be in that nice little spot. But who knows? I mean, like, there's guys capable of doing it. So, yeah, I'm going to be watching and getting ready, and let's go have some fun, and then we can go big for the finals.
Yeah, big scores have gone down. I think big scores will continue to go down. Best of luck. Thank you. Back to you, Tony.
Well, thank you very much there, Ali, and I wonder how Freddie did last night with the go-kart.
I did hear Freddie talking, and go-karting probably not his strength, but on the slalom ski, not many stronger than Freddie Winter on the water. So here's Dorian Llewellyn coming back in, and this is 38 off, so straight into it here. Probably doesn't start at 35 too much, and you probably won't mind me saying he's one of the kind of smallest guys out in the field. It serves him well in the trick and jump event, but slalom, obviously that little less reach. He's got to do a little more work behind the boat, keep his width, but he does it about as good as anybody. And another pass through, another 6 buoys for Dorian Llewellyn. He ran 39 yesterday, came up at 1 at 41, I believe, yesterday, was it?
Yeah, I think he just ran over the top of 2-ball, actually, at 41 yesterday. So he was close. He was over there. And I think that might be his PB. And we heard him on the webcast earlier with the interview with Allie that I think he's trying to beat Jamie, it sounds like. So whoever's the first to get over there to that 3-ball this weekend, kind of takes the little challenge between the two of them. But like you said, I don't think that Dorian really starts at 35 very often. Probably not a guy that goes out there and slalom and says, hey, I'm going to learn how to start at 35 and get in a rhythm from there. So this is going to be a little bit different for him. But, in the last couple of years, I've been seeing Dorian just become more solid and consistent in slalom. But as you said, as a 3-event skier, it's all 3 events that he's becoming consistent and solid. And like every time you see Dorian take the water, it's a big score all the time.
All right, here comes Dorian Llewellyn. He's had his fair share of successes here at Sunset Lakes. Here he comes. Entrance round buoy number 1. This is 11.25 meters. It should actually be 39.5 off 10.75 meters. There you go, he's gotten through that run. A good, solid effort there. 10.75 meters, 39.5 off for Dorian Llewellyn as he tries to stake his claim for a top 8 spot after the first 2 rounds, thus be a finalist.
So did we come up what the cut is, 2.5?
Still 2.5 at this point, yeah. And I'm impressed with this pass from Dorian. That's some great skiing. To come out 35 off and get through his 39 downwind in the pressure, great skiing, and he's got a shot here at 41. Hopefully we'll see him get around that too, and maybe even more.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it from Cole. That other end is really nice. There's a nice little head breeze in your face. That end's a little bit longer, I believe. So get a good, nice setup down there, get a good one, and just see if he can commit to 2-ball and get over there to that 3. I do think he's very capable of doing it. I mean, as you said, that 39 pass was relatively easy.
And we'll see what he can do with 10.25 meters. Coming right up.
There's our Pro Tour leaderboard with Will Asher on top, 390 points. Followed reasonably closely there by Fred Winter, and both those guys were obviously our skiers that entered 43 yesterday, so both of them in form. Still a few events yet this year to try and secure that title. Here comes Dorian at 41, and 1's going to be it. Didn't quite pick up the line, and no mistakes at 41. There's no room for error.
It's really hard at 41 to make an error at the gate in 1. When you come out slow, it's really, really hard to make up time and make up, get more up course rather than down course. And, he came in committed. The ski went and, kind of bit right there at the back side, but just kind of came up. And by the time he got it back down and leaning behind the boat, there was no chance of getting to 2. But we saw Freddie do that yesterday at 1-ball and just drop the hammer going to 2 and got himself right back into it. So it is possible to do it. And we're going to go over to the dock and check in with Allie.
All right. I'm hanging out here with the Splash Threads vendor booth, checking out some of the TWBC gear. You guys can get your own TWBC at,
WaterskiBroadcasting.com. That's where you go get that.
Yeah, to go get the apparel. We also have fully customizable apparel down here at the tent. If you guys are on site, come check it out.
All right, then. Excellent TWBC apparel you can find at TWBC at waterskibroadcasting.com/shop, waterskibroadcasting.com/shop to find out a little bit more about the TWBC apparel. And and Splash Fred doing an exceptional job with that. All right, then, here we go. Right here and now is our next competitor. And this is Stephen Island.
Yeah, Stevie Island out, and we're getting down to the business end of this second round. And I'll tell you what, this guy's impressed me over the last year or so. He's really picked up his game. He's had some scores. He's starting to put some big performances in under pressure, and getting through 39 consistently and taking shots of getting into finals.
All right, let's check in dockside once again with Ali.
All right, Dorian. So 41, how you feeling?
As long as we don't mention Jamie Bull, I'm okay in this interview. No, I mean, it's good. You know, running 30, Freddie said it yesterday, 39 this year has been like 50-50 for me, so getting through 39 is always awesome. Doing it in a tailwind, I don't think I've ever started at 35 in a tournament, so it was a totally new experience, but it was good. And my swing out to 1 was actually really good, so I was almost surprised yesterday and today that I was wide enough at 1. So I just got to commit to turning and, you know, be like these other guys, keep going.
Yeah, got to be happy doing it, getting through 39 back-to-back rounds and a little added pressure starting at 35. But, yeah, good tournament for you.
Yeah, it was good. I guess I got to go do some shooting now.
All right, best of luck. Back to you, Tony.
Well, Dorian's actually done pretty good because I saw him go-karting last night. He had one of the fastest times. I think it was around 74. So if he shoots well, he's going to be providing some pretty valuable points for his team. And that's the beauty of this competition. It's a couple pros paired together with 3-4 amateurs. And I think Dorian's a big contributor to his team this weekend.
Well, we'll see if Dorian Llewellyn can match up to Jamie Ball on the shooting range. We'll see on the slalom course right now what Stephen Island can do. 2 seasons ago, when he last competed at the Travers Grand Prix.
Well, that's a little unexpected there, Tony.
Yeah, it was,
he didn't really look comfortable from the start, Nate, did he? On that offside, he looked a little bit like he's having some trouble. Like I said, he's been pretty consistent and getting some big scores, but maybe just starting at the 35, he's probably not done that many times. Just looked a little uncomfortable as he came into 3 and started losing ground there.
Yeah, and I can't speak for him, but, you know, we heard Dorian mention that he doesn't think he's ever started at 35. So it's definitely different. You ingrain it in your head so much of, you know, each pass that you go out and ski. And when you change something like that, all the things that you think about, you kind of have to throw out the window a little bit. And I'm not really sure what happened here to Steven. I mean, it wasn't a terrible pass and just kind of came into 5-ball and really got stuck sitting back there and just couldn't take that load going to 6. You know, maybe you just got to think about having that intensity level cranked up all the way from the start. That's the biggest thing starting shorter is there's no like lollygagging around. You have to go. It's game time all the way from your first pass.
How many people do you know of that actually start off at 35 off in practice or actually make a point of actually doing that in practice?
I don't think many. I mean, I do in spurts here and there, but generally I don't. So
well, maybe that's a thing now. I mean, maybe slalom skiing has gotten to the point now where your ability to start in at 35 off is definitely gonna give you an edge, you know, because right now in tournaments such as this, increasingly now you're started in at 35 off.
Well, and I think it's smart to go out every once in a while and just do it, to have that experience, whether you train with it or not. Just having that experience of at least doing it once or twice and feeling what it's going to be. That way you're not surprised. But, you know, at the same time, we don't practice a runoff. Like, I couldn't tell you the last time I went out and just tried 39. So.
All right, then. So Jamie Calhoun there coming to us out of Ontario in Canada. And certainly a lot happening so far as he's concerned within the last few months, and looking to try and cap off his season in style with that opening pass of 35 off, and we'll see how things progress with him as we take a quick look around dockside and see Benjamin Stadelbauer. So Carl, I mean, what do you reckon to that? Is it becoming increasingly important now for these skiers to, at the very least, practice going in at 35 off?
Yeah, they've got to have some practice at it. They've got to try it every once in a while, like Nate was saying. But I think in practice, you know, you come out, you're you know, you're not in tournaments. You've got the adrenaline going. You're kind of geared up. You warm up a little bit more. You think you're a bit more focused. I think in practice, you know, you kind of start a little bit easier. So I don't think everyone will do it all the time because it's just you know, to throw yourself in the deep end. It's kind of like back when I was jumping, or a lot of the pro jumpers. They'll always come out and do a single first just to kind of warm up, get things going. When they're in a tournament, no, they'll go flat out and get into it because they're just geared up, ready to do it. So I think, you know, that difference with the tournament setting, you know, play into it a little bit.
All right, let's see what Jamie Calhoun has. This is 11.25 meters. Looking pretty set. Don't see much wrong with that.
No problems there for Jamie Calhoun. Yeah, he's has had a lot going on. Hasn't been on the water maybe as much as he'd like, but this guy can definitely ski, and when he's on, he looks as good as anyone out there. And 38 off. Pretty easy. He was pretty happy with his performance yesterday. He's 2 at 41. He was, you know, for how much he's been skiing. I think his personal best is somewhere around the 3. I think he's got outside 3 several times. Big guy, strong guy, and very smooth on the water.
I kind of want to go back to what you mentioned about jump. You know, you talk about us having all these warm-up passes or whatever, starting a little bit earlier, and sometimes you guys take a single in practice, but I guess I never really thought when it comes to jump in a tournament, I mean, it's first jump's all out. Like there's no 32 or 35 off the first jump typically.
No, for me, when I was jumping, it was definitely in practice single. You know, not too many of the guys I see go out straight out and go doubles. Straight off the bat, maybe they'll do a little easy 3/4. That first one, you kind of take it easy in practice because you're just kind of a little bit more relaxed. But come tournament time, yeah, you've got to go, and that first one counts often. It's, you know, it's not a warm-up jump; it's straight into it. We've seen a lot of the top guys, Ryan and Freddie, and these guys, their first jump's their biggest. They win it on that one. So yeah, it's hard to get up and go, but with the adrenaline from a tournament, that definitely helps.
Handle up a little bit high on number 1, but managing to stabilize himself long enough to get round number 3 and number 4. Little down course here on 10.75 meters, but he recovers well and puts himself into a position where he can strike for possibly a spot through to the next round of the final if he can get more than 2.5.
Well, let's watch this replay here. I don't think he had the best gate and had struggled a little bit on his 135 all the way down this pass. He ran this pass off of his 2.4. So here comes the handle, up comes a little bit, waits a little bit. Watch this too. He just stays very, very still, and that's one of the things I like about his offside. Comes back in, connects really, really smoothly, struggles a little bit again on 3, kind of pulls the handle up, takes a bit of a hit, but doesn't panic, and watch this number 4. Easy as you like, and just has to get round one more onside. And he's got the 6 buoys. If he can figure out that one ball, pair it with a 2 and 4 like we just saw, he's going down 41 a bit.
Like you said, you know, he's making it up on the 2-4 side, not the 1-3. But I think what he does so well at, even with not a great 1-3, is he's not dropping the shoulder. He gets back underneath the line and puts that load in the right spot from like the first whitewash to the second whitewash. He kind of has that loading zone in the correct spot every time. He never really drops the shoulder or hits the boat hard, and I think that's what keeps him in that pass as well.
Well, here it is. He's got 2 at 41 on the board. It's not enough so far to make it through to the top 8. He doesn't know what it's going to take, but I guess he's thinking a piece of 3, he's got a chance.
All right, let's see what he has. Oh, makes the play on 2. He's made a play on 3. Does he ski for the wakes? Yeah, there you go. That's 3 right there.
That's some impressive skiing from Jamie Calhoun. And again, not the best one, enough to keep him going. Like you said, Nate, he sort of controlled it coming out. A little loose line, stayed up. But ripped 2 again. Stayed patient, stayed up.
Yeah, when he was coming into 2, I was thinking exactly what you said. But, you know, he just does so well behind the boat, getting himself back into position, watching this coming through the gates here. I didn't think 1 was really that awful. Maybe a little bit of loose line, but, you know, he kept the ski moving pretty well coming in here to 2 and just opened up and committed to it, knowing he has to go to 3 and got that ski turned over to 3, just barely snuck it around it. And, you know, if it wasn't for the finals, I almost think he could have tried turning 3 ball there.
All right, then. So what does that do? Well, we got a current tie for 7th place with 2.5 between, what is it, Robert Pagozzi and Brandon Caruso, right? So now it becomes not a two-way tie for 7th. It becomes a two-way tie for 8th. So now it could potentially come down to a superior backup score from this upcoming round to determine who makes it through to the next round of the competition. So many permutations, but what we do know is that Jamie Calhoun, with that 3 buoy count, could have just slotted himself through to the 8 skier final on that basis. But there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of things can happen, and let's see what happens here with Benjamin Stadelbauer, our next skier out.
Yeah, well, I think we still got maybe 2 more skiers before we really know what that cut's going to be. I think this is the 10th from the end, and Benjamin Stadelbauer making short work of 12 metres. But I'm just going back to that 2 ball with Jamie. That was a sensational turn at 2 at 41, getting a piece of 3. So great skiing from Jamie. We're going to hear from him down the dock.
All right, I'm actually here with Jack and Leilani Travers, the masterminds behind this beautiful site and the host for the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. Thanks for having us, guys.
It's a pleasure.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's so fun.
We're having some great scores going up. Everybody's, loving the format of the event, and this is our 4th year. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for having us. We're going to see more great scores go up, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Thanks for TWC
Thanks,
for being here.
Yeah, thanks to WBC. Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much, and we're continuing to monitor the situation with Benjamin Stadelbauer. Now, Benjamin, who scored 2 at 41 off, 10.25 meters, can elevate himself into a position where it would be in the finals if he can get more than 2.5 at 10.25 meters. Now, obviously, the next score above 2.5 is going to be 3, and then that will go into a multiple-way tie for what is it? Third or fourth spot. So it's still very much up in the air as to who could potentially make it through to the next round of the competition. And hoping to be part of that conversation is Benjamin Stadelbauer on 11.25 meters. Started at 12, ran that, came back at 11, and he'll definitely run that.
Yeah, so with these 2-round formats where it's sort of your best score, this is where it gets interesting. Right around now, when we start to know what that bubble's going to be, I think we've got 9 skiers left, including Benjamin. So if things get tight, we've got a 2-way runoff at 2.5. And depending on what these next couple of skiers go, it's going to be a 4 buoy at 3 to make it into that top 8.
All right, as seen in the inset there on the bottom right-hand corner, we see Regina Jaquist taking to the shotgun range, shooting at some clays. I wonder if she's as proficient with the gun as she is with the ski.
I saw a few of the earlier girls getting knocked around a little bit by that recoil, but I tell you what, I think Regina will handle it. She's one of the toughest girls out there on the water. She's pretty strong.
All right, and just looking at Benjamin Stadelbauer. There we go with 11.25 meters, and going full screen here with Regina Jaquist there on the range.
Yeah, she's good form there, but I'd like a camera angle where we actually see if she hit anything.
I know, right?
All right, here we go. This is Benjamin Stadelbauer. This is 10.75 meters of 39.5 off, an ever-critical pass now very, very early there into that number 3 and number 4.
Talk about power. This guy's got it in truckloads, and he ran that 39 off as easy as I've seen anyone do it here today.
Yeah, that was super easy, and probably one of the better 39s I've seen him run lately as well. And he skis at a lake that's very similar to this as far as the depth and, same boat, same width of lake. Swiss is a little bit narrower than this, but, no surprises out there for him. And, this pass, I really don't have any comments on it other than it looked perfect to me.
That is a perfect 39 off. The last couple of events, he's had a couple of issues here at 39. Came up a little bit short right at the end, sort of squeaking inside 6 at a couple and missing the cut. Made absolutely no mistakes there going into 5. That's where we've seen some people coming into a bit of trouble. Come up a little bit short with that wind pushing him in, but no mistakes from Benny. And he's got to be feeling pretty comfortable setting up for 10.25.
Okay, so looking at the list and looking at the skiers that have skied prior to this round. Okay, so my reckoning on this one. Benjamin Stadelbauer coming into the course at 10.25 meters. If he gets 3, then that eliminates any possibility that 2.5 would be enough to make it through to the next round of the competition. Let's have a look and see what he's got. Benjamin Stadelbauer. Entrance gate, buoy number 1. Oh, gets a good start on number 1. Look at this round buoy. Oh, and backs up on 2. And that eliminates him from future contention in this event, unfortunately.
I want to say that's our second skier we've seen that had a pretty decent gate, good 1, almost got across the 2, and there he looked like he almost took it a bit too easy. He was sort of a little bit complacent, or maybe just try not to blow it out, wanted to secure a decent, just an average turn and get across the 3.
I think it was that more than anything. Coming in here to 1, maybe a little narrow right there at the buoy, but really a pretty reasonable turn coming out of 1, and maybe just playing it a little safe there at 2, which is unusual from Benny. He always has such a big 2-4 turn, and you see the disappointment right there on his face right away. But yeah, maybe a little slow, a little narrow on the gate, just a tick. Had to go pretty hard here. Put him on that inside edge early. He's down course a bit, but didn't get a terrible turn, and maybe just too much speed to really commit to this 2-ball. But we're gonna head over to the dock.
All right, here with Jamie Calhoun, who just tied his personal best with 3 at 41. Feeling pretty good about that.
Feeling super good about it. Yeah, really, really happy to be in the mix of guys. It's going to be a tight, kind of wait till the end to see who's going to get through it for the top 8 men final. A lot of guys are skiing good. It's really nice out, so we could see some more 3s or deeper.
Yeah, I mean, 3's a big score to go out there and chase. You went out and got the job done. I mean, great skiing.
Thanks. That was the plan, and we got there, so I'm super happy with it.
Oh, it's going to be a tough cut. We'll see if it holds up. All right, back to you, Tony.
All right, now we're going into the top 8 competitors out of round 1, starting with Robert Pagozzi. Now, because Jamie Calhoun has scored 3, which supersedes the scores for Robert Pagozzi and Brandon Caruso, it means that their initial tie of 7th spot with 2.5 is now a tie for 8th spot with that same score. Now, if Robert Pagozzi scores more than 3, then that definitely keeps him in contention, and that would mean that our next skier, Brando Caruso, would need to score in excess of that to put himself through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah, a lot happening here, and Jamie Calhoun, I think he's sitting pretty. 3 at 41. He's at least guaranteed a spot into a runoff, and that's what's going to happen here. If these 2 next skiers can get a piece, round 3 and a complete full 3 buoys, then it's going to be a big logjam there at 3 at 41, and all those guys will be running off, unless they pass it. If some of the other ones get a little bit more in the second round. So a lot kind of hangs on what he does out here in this round.
I heard you yesterday, Tony, mention that you thought 4 might be the cut, and here we are looking at 3 potentially being a runoff.
Maybe I was being a little optimistic.
No, I like it. I mean, I think that's better than saying 1 or 2 is going to make the cut.
All right, then. So, there you go. All right, then. So we've got on the water Robert Pagozzi, who we haven't seen an awful lot of this season. The injuries have probably taken their toll a little bit with Robert, and obviously his ability to travel from the Dominican Republic notwithstanding. But let's have a look and see what he's got. This is Robert Pagozzi.
Yeah, we talked about Thibaut earlier having a kind of a unique style, and this is the same with Robert Pagozzi. He likes to be aggressive out there. He likes to throw himself around a little bit, but very, very strong and works hard behind the boat. Gets a lot of space out in the course, and another 6 buoys. A very exciting slalom skier to watch.
Not so much anymore, but he's always had that very unique gate style. We'll head over to the dock and we'll talk about that when we come back.
All right, here with Benny. Unfortunately, just missing out on the final, but how did it feel out there?
Yeah, it was beautiful. It was nice to get 2 consistent rounds into 41 with nice starts, I would say, both yesterday and today. Slipping a little bit at the back of 2-4, both yesterday and today. So I think that's something I need to go home and work on a little bit and improve. But I was really happy with my passes both yesterday and today, all the way into 41, and even the starts at 41 to me were decent, you know.
Can't be upset with the consistency, and you know what you got to work on. So back to the drawing board.
Yeah, no. Thanks so much for everybody putting work into this event. It's the 4th one. I haven't missed one yet, and it was a lot of fun. Both the skiing, the karting, the shooting, and just being around here this weekend.
Are you any good at the shooting?
I improved. I was better. And I had a good time doing it. So I had a lot of fun.
All right, perfect. Yeah, we have a fun weekend going on here at the Travers Grand Prix. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Ali. Thanks a lot there, Benjamin. And now getting ready for 10.75 meters. This now is Robert Pagozzi.
Like I said, a lot hangs in the balance of what Robert Pagozzi and our next skier can do, Brando Caruso. He's got a big one ball, but he always does when he's out in the water. Drops that shoulder in, strong, powerful leverage behind the boat. And he's going well here as he comes around number 5. Another 6 buoys for Robert. And he is looking like he is going to get a long way down 41. He got 2.5 yesterday. He knows that to get it kind of a safe spot into the final, he needs to get a piece of 3 again and hopefully a full buoy.
Well, it's interesting for him yesterday. He was in pretty good shape coming into 3 and went to go turn 3 pretty aggressively and just, lost the handle. I mean, he had some slack and maybe misgripped or something like that, but, he passed up the opportunity to S-turn that 3 ball and maybe make it safe to get into, the finals by doing that. But, also give him credit for going for it. You see a lot of guys come out and kind of take that safety S-turn and get back. And, Robert committed to it and, tried to make that turn like Freddie and Will did. And, they both ran 41 yesterday.
Well, he definitely goes for it as he comes around number 5 here at 39 and gets that shoulder down. I think that's probably the most impressive thing about his skiing. I've seen some shots of him just fully loaded, fully leveraged behind the wake, and he can seem to be able to just hold on to it and does it very, very well.
I think there's a picture of him from, it might even be Junior Masters, but at Robin Lake, he's got his shoulder almost in the water, leaning.
Yeah.
All right, so a lot of things are... A lot of things in play here. bplayfuel.com. Vote for your latest matches and check that out, bplayfuel.com. Also check out New Dimensions, trusted by the pros, T-Gas, Alice, Freddie Kruger, Whitney McClintock, Reedy, Paige Reedy, with online training and nutritional programs. Check them out. New Dimensions, located next to the Millennium Mall in Orlando. And also check out Flowpoint Method, created by Marcus Brown and Jenny Labar. Flowpointmethod.com. Here we go. This is Robert Pagozzi. He's round the first couple of buoys at 10.25 meters. He's round. Oh, and he gets 2.5. Now, what are the implications of that? 2.5 there at 10.25 meters with a backup of exactly the same score.
So, unfortunately for Robert, he's still in that two-way runoff, basically, depending on what Brando can do here coming up right after him. But didn't have the best of 1. Still looked like he was in it. Got around, like here he had to pick up the handle inside a little bit there, but got across to 2. And I thought he was going to kind of do a bit of a safety one here at number 3, but I think he was so down course, he had to stretch so much to get round 3 and couldn't control it, unfortunately. So another 2.5. And he is sitting right on the bubble. He's going to be nervous. You see him there. I think he put his head under the water, said a few words we don't want to hear. Yeah, because he knew he was so close to guaranteeing him a spot into that final.
All right, then. So at this time, just taking a look at some of the folks that have already put themselves in a position where they'll be skiing into the final. I mean, I don't see Freddie Winter or Will Asher actually losing their spots for the final. But there is a 5-way tie for third right now with 3 at 41 off. 3 at 10.25 meters between Sasha Thomas, Jonathan Travers, Robert Pagozzi, Robert Hazelwood, and then you put Jamie Calhoun into the mix as well, which means that the 2.5 at 10.25 meters is a 2-way tie for 8th spot. We've just seen one of those people in that tie for 8th spot with 2.5 replicated each in the 2 rounds that he skied in. 2.5 on one, 2.5 on the other. So now that this guy right here, Brando Caruso, in order to make sure that he gets through to the final without needing a runoff, has to score more than 2.5 at 10.25 meters.
Well, I think the great news for all the guys with 3 are pretty much they're all guaranteed. Is that what we were reading it? They're all guaranteed it through.
I would surmise so. Yes. Let's go check out dockside with Ali.
All right, here with Jonathan Travers. Looking pretty good to make it into the final. Got that score of 3 yesterday. Feeling good for today?
Yeah, it's exciting to make finals when you're running the event. It's always a big bonus. So I'm just super excited to be here running the event again and then making the finals. So it's just see what I can do in the next round, just trying to warm up for these finals.
Hey, like skiing in your backyard?
Yeah, it's fun skiing at home, but it's also a little bit more stressful because I'm kind of the TC with Jack and then also being the organizer or somewhat of an organizer of the event. It's just a lot of pressure on myself to make sure the event's running well and then also kind of think about my own self on the water as well.
Yeah, your skiing kind of takes the back seat to making sure the event runs well.
Yeah, I can. I'm trying to learn over the years in record tournaments how to run a tournament and ski, and hey, this weekend is paying off so far.
Yeah, it's looking good. Best of luck out there. Back to you, Tony.
Yeah, so hearing from John there, he's pretty relieved. He's got a big score from the first round 3 at 41, and by our calculations, the 3s are all in. So Jamie Calhoun, Robert Hazelwood, John Travers, De Gasperi, Deschun, all of them making it through the top 8 final. But the pressure still remains on this guy on the water, Brando Caruso, coming back in 38 off. He's got to get through this one, the 39, and get another score of at least 2.5, possibly 3, to secure his spot into the top 8 for the finals later on this afternoon.
And just a reminder of that schedule change. After the conclusion of the men's second round, we go into the women's final and then the men's final before we go on to the final portion of the amateur competition. So just a reminder of that schedule change. The women's slalom final and then the men's slalom final to take place after the conclusion of the event that you're watching right here, which is the second round of the men's slalom competition. Brando Caruso, for his part, at 10.75 meters, looking in very, very good shape.
Yeah, tell you what, Tony, this guy has been doing very, very well this season. He's overcome a few injuries in the past. He's been skiing exceptionally well in a lot of the European events, and now he's back here in the States and consistently piling up scores of 2s and 3s, and it's the 3s that get him into the finals, really.
All right, so now it is crunch time for Brando Caruso. Waiting for the boat to take him out the water now. I'm sure he's been having that discussion with the folks on dockside and trying to verify what he needs. If he can make a play on 3 and get to the wakes, then he'll score the 3, and that will put him through to the next round of the competition.
On the next pass, right, though. So this is 39. He's got to get through this one first.
Yeah, 39.5 off is this pass. Can't afford to put too much of a foot wrong here. A little bit of a delay off number 4, round number 5, and number 6. So now he is the half a pass away from making it through to the next round of the competition. If he gets 2.5, then it forces a runoff between him and Robert Pagozzi. Anything less than 2.5, then Robert Pagozzi advances.
And Nate, watch this pass with us, mate. I think he's running some confidence right now because this wasn't a great pass. He had a great number 1, but this tailwind did push him down a little bit as we sort of get further down the pass at number 3. Didn't panic, just kind of knew where he was. He had some confidence at coming to 4 and another 6 buoys.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit pushed down. The 2-4 wasn't really the greatest turns, but he was able to get that ski. Not so much there at 5 either, but 1 and 3 were pretty good. But I think, like what you said, it's the confidence knowing he can get through that pass. I mean, I've kind of seen his 39s look like that throughout the summer in some of the tournaments I've been to. Not everything has to look pretty. I mean, 6 is 6, and sometimes that's just the way that some people ski, and that's their confidence of getting through a pass. And that's just kind of the way that he makes it work. And, coming in here at 41, he's got to make sure that he gets a good gate shot down there, gets over wide at the gate and then early wide into one, and really commits here because he's going to need that full 3.
All right you are. So as we continue along, this now is 41 off, 10.25 meters. There's really been a more critical pass so far as Brandon Caruso is concerned. Here he comes, round number 1, keeping his chest up, round buoy number 2. Makes the play on 3, which is enough to send him through. He's tries to get round number 4. He knows he's done enough. And there you go, that's Brando Caruso. I'm not too sure whether that ski made it round buoy number 4, but so far as his prospects are making it through, he could care less.
I think that's a 3.5. It looks like to me.
Okay, which actually puts him in outright 3rd at the moment.
That's a great score for Brando. Look at this one ball. He got a great start on that pass. Was a little bit casual, a little bit sort of conservative at number 2, knowing he just needed to survive and pull all the way to 3. But then he found himself in a not a bad spot and went, hey, I can get to 4 here, and snuck his ski outside and then puts him ahead of the pack.
It's interesting he didn't try to hold on to that or, S-turn. I guess he's pretty far down course, but just for placement-wise or seating-wise in that next round, if somebody goes out there and runs a 4, it's going to put them right in front of him. But
I think he was looking at that jump.
Yeah, that could be too.
Quite possibly. But I mean, just look at this. I mean, people were struggling to get 1 or 2 buoys, but at 10.25 meters, Brando seems to be, in cruise control here.
Brando kind of skis like that a little bit. You kind of think, I don't know if he's going to get there, and he gets like 3 or 4 more buoys sometimes. So
no,
that was a really, really good start at 41.
Great one ball, yeah, but did sort of casual at 2, and still got across the lake. He gets across pretty easy, doesn't he?
That was impressive. It really was impressive to see him get all the way to 4 after that. But we have Rob Hazelwood coming in here at 35 off. Again, I'm not sure if he's a skier that really practices that or starts at 35 very often, but. Sitting at this 3 at 41, I think is, also a pretty good spot because, we'll talk about that when we come back. We're going to head over to the dock with Allie.
All right, here with T-Gas. So should be in for the final now. How you feeling for today?
Yeah, good. Just going to take a, second round to adjust my gates, my pullouts, and my timing just to get ready for the final. So we'll see how it goes.
And kind of take this as a warm-up for the final.
It is. But I'll still go after it. So it'll be fun.
Perfect. All right. Well, best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Back to you, Tony.
All right, back to your point.
Yeah, so that 3 at 41 spot, maybe they're not thinking the same way, but for me, if I had a 3 at 41, I would know that coming into this round, anything 3 or less, well, I guess it does help because we're doing 2 rounds, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that changed my thought a little bit. But if I had to outright get a better score, I guess I know that you really want to focus on getting a good start, good one, one that's going to get you down the line at 41. I guess the point that I was trying to make. Like, you have a safety score of 3 already, so now it's time to not try and get something of 3 or less. But I guess I forgot that we're adding these 2 scores together. That makes things a little bit more complicated. So I guess maybe forget what I had to say. But
with so many tied at 3, and they're not just looking at a kind of a relaxed round, they're looking at seeding for going into the final, right? So
I kind of forgot about that.
And let's not forget that a couple of these guys are probably feeling a little bit of back spasms or strains or that kind of stuff. So they might not. So given the choice between skiing and maybe resting up for the final round, they might go for the latter.
I was wondering if you have to ski the final round. I mean, obviously Will and Freddie are going to be safe. I mean, they're going to be in the finals, but. It's been a long stretch. I mean, I've not skied in the last time I was on the water was California, but it's been a long stretch for everyone skiing every single weekend. But at the same time, this is kind of what we want. So,
come on, talk some of that shit.
All right, let's have a look at Robert Hazelwood. Let's not gloss over the fact that he's out there on the water and getting the job done. 11.25 meters, 38 feet off the standard 75-foot line.
And sometimes we get a bit casual about this pass because it's his second pass. It's on a warm-up pass, but 11.25, 38 off. It's shorter than the distance out to the buoys. A very tough pass for most people on a slalom ski, and he does that very, very well.
No worries there for Robert.
So yeah, there's going to be some strategies here from different people, just depending on how they're feeling on their ski and how their bodies are feeling, whether they save some energy for the final or if they kind of attack it and want that higher seeding going in. Robert, he's young, he's fit, he's strong and skiing very, very well. I think he's going to go for it.
Oh, look at that turn off number 2, getting straight back into it. Round number 4 is now 10.75 meters and trying to make a pretty heavy dent in this slalom competition and getting ready for 10.25 meters.
You know, looking back here at this replay, not the best one. You can see he really got the ski in deep there at 2-ball, just kind of got pulled out a little bit. But, you know, Roberts, he's very strong across the wake. He's able to get himself across course very quickly and gets himself to open up. You never really see him at a buoy closed off or hunched over or anything like that. And that's kind of that unique hand flying up in the air, that style that keeps him, you know, his chest opened up and standing tall and proud over the ski. And, you know, he's a little deep there at 2-3, but, you know, got himself through that pass relatively easy.
Yeah, I thought he ran that pretty nice. He's not the tallest guy, but he's a little more compact. But yeah, he connects himself to that handle and does not budge through the wakes. One of the strongest guys through the wakes, and it just gives him that little bit extra space that he needs to get across course. And a very easy 39 off. Secured 3 in the first round, and coming back in, he's got a little headwind to help him out. And let's cheer him on. He's been down to 4, maybe 4.5, I think is his personal best. And we've already seen a piece of 4 from Brando Caruso in this round. Let's see if he can also, another great one, a little bit down course, going for a big 2, not quite holding on.
Yeah, he overextended himself a little bit into number 2, and number 1, he let that one go down course just a little bit too far for him to effectively manage, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, feeling right now, this is the strongest breeze that I felt all day. But, you know, his swing in here to 1 maybe came off the handle just a tick early, sitting back a little bit. But I thought his approach over to 2 was actually, you know, pretty good. Just came in just a bit narrow, sitting back on the ski. And, you know, I think he's disappointed a little bit. But, you know, still some pretty reasonable skiing. And I think, you know, the second half of the year for Robert has been, you know, really pretty good skiing. Yeah, maybe got a little narrow there on the gate turning in, it kind of looks like. Maybe a result of that strong headwind that we just felt come down the lake. But, yeah, kind of odd to see him fall out the back there at 2.
All right, then. So let's kind of summarize a little bit before we bring on our next competitor, who is Jonathan Travers. So the person who's had the most impact from the outside looking in is Jamie Calhoun, you know, because he stormed through into the final round of the competition by scoring 3 at 10.25 meters. So that's a major event. Then we got into the situation where there was effectively a shootout between Robert Pagozzi and Brandon Caruso, who both had 2.5 ties in the previous round. But now Brandon Caruso with 3.5 not only secures himself a spot through to the final, but also is a major riser from where he was, which was in a two-way tie for 8th, all the way to outright 3rd. Here we go. This is Jonathan Travers right here on the opening pass of 12 meters. And looking extraordinarily good out there, and safe in the knowledge that he's through to the next round. So what do you do here on a site that's essentially your own? You've got the safe score to make it through. So what is there to do?
Well, I'm a little unsure here for John, because I know he's been a little bit injured lately. He's always dealing with a little bit of back issues or neck issues. So he may lay up here a little bit. He may conserve some energy. And he knows the side, he knows the setup. He doesn't need any more familiarization here. He'd like a higher seeding, but he's already in the middle of the pack. He's in a pretty decent spot. I have a feeling he's going to conserve some energy. Could be wrong, but I think he wants to go in fighting fit for the finals.
I'm going to take the other side of that. I think it's a home site. He's familiar with it. It's, you know, a great day for skiing, and there's some big scores. And I think if the opportunity is there for him to run a 41 or something like that, that I don't think he's going to pass up that opportunity, because they don't come by easy.
Right, you are. So, I mean, all of those that are currently tied on 3 are basically going to be out there skiing for a higher seeding going into the to the last 8, the final round, which will take place after the conclusion of this round. Here we go, Jonathan Travers. Looking exceptionally smooth on that ski. And getting the job done.
Yeah, very strong pass here for John Travers. Got one of the best onsides in the business. Hooks up strong. Occasionally gets off the back of the ski a little bit because he goes pretty solid out of that side, but looking very in touch. I mean, he knows this place as much as anybody. He's skied here all his life. He's been on the top of the pro ranks for a number of years. Got a lot of experience under his belt. He's a former Masters champion. And one of those few guys that's also threw 41 off in a tournament.
Well, and on the other side of that, all the work that gets put in to have this event, is from John as well. I mean, I know Jack and Leilani, it's their place, and, they do a lot of work as well. But I think John is the backbone of, what goes on here and, all the hard work that gets put into making this site what it is today and, organizing this event. So, having that on your back as well as trying to go out and ski, that's all really impressive for me.
All right, then, just enough time to tell you about USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation, working hard to preserve the heritage of tow water sports by maintaining the Waterski Hall of Fame and providing scholarships to promising young athletes. That's USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation. Also check in with Drew Ross. If you are looking to purchase lakefront property in Central Florida, be sure to check with Drew Ross. That is Drew Ross Realtor on Instagram. Here we go, Jonathan Travers, big delay there on number 1. This is on 10.75 meters. But if there's someone that can recover a bad position and do it effectively, it's Jonathan.
Yeah, he definitely didn't have the best of starts there at 1 and 2, but stayed calm, and that's very important here at 39. On any pass, if you get down a little bit, don't crank it too much, don't overdo it, and he did that. He managed that course very, very well.
Yeah, I don't think that was the perfect pass that he was really looking for, but as you said, managing it is one thing that he's pretty good at doing. And I think when you're at your home site, that comes a little bit easier because you have a few landmarks. I mean, not that you're staring at the shore or anything, but you kind of know where you're at in the course at your home site, whether you're down course or what buoy, you can get a better turnout of or different things like that. So, he definitely has the edge when it comes to that here, but, get that pass out of the way, come back 41, nice little headwind down there. And we talk about people starting at 35, and I can't speak to him doing that a ton, but I know that I've seen John opt up from 32 to 38 more than any other skier. So skiing this direction on this lake or in any situation, I think he's more familiar with than most.
All right, continuing to move forward. Now when it comes to getting a higher seeding and a higher spot on the running order, the comparison between Jamie Calhoun and Robert Hazelwood. Now, both of them are tied with 3 at 10.25 meters. But Robert Hazelwood's backup score is 1.5 at 10.25 meters, whereas Jamie Calhoun's is 2. So Jamie Calhoun is ahead in the seeding so far as the running order is concerned in the final. Oh, there we go. That is Jonathan Travers at 10.25 meters. He is on 1.5 as well, which means that Jamie Calhoun stays ahead of them so far as their final seeding is concerned. And it is going to be a perfect tie, a toss-up between Robert Hazelwood and Jonathan Travers.
It's very interesting down there. I don't know if it has anything to do with the wind at all, but you see some skiers get a really, really good one, and you see a couple of them really wheeling down there. So I'm not sure what that's about, if it's maybe a mental thing of, hey, I got to play it safe or I got to go. But, John being a lefty, it's a little odd to see him not really turn that one ball right here. Ski just coming up right there at the finish of the turn. I thought the approach was pretty good, but by the time getting a 2, it was just too much speed going into the buoy there, unfortunately. So we're going to head over to Doc with Ali.
Okay, I'm here with Rob Hazelwood, just running a 1.5 at 41 after 3. How did it feel out there, mate?
It felt really good. Everything, I mean, it's a little windier than yesterday. There's a tricky little cross breeze coming into 3 at... into 3 at 39, and I kind of just overpulled to 2 at 41, flicked my ski out and was already moving in before the buoy. So I wanted a little more. I've been skiing well this week, but unfortunately, I'm in the final, which is obviously I'm extremely happy to be, and just happy to be here.
Okay, we'll be seeing Rob in the final. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you very much there, Callum. And skier on the water right now, Thomas de Gasperi.
And just going back to Rob Hazelwood there, another skier that's come and said, yeah, just a little tricky out there with the wind. You know, it's we're seeing it up here. We're feeling. I just felt a bit of a gust come through. Not strong, but just enough to kind of play into it as getting down the course. That 4-5 down the bottom end, or 1 and 2 coming back.
It's really hard to be negative about the weather because it seems like ever since the hurricane moved through, it's been so nice out. You know, not a cloud in the sky. You know, nice northerly breeze, cool, dry air. But
nice fall weather. Hasn't
yeah,
it?
Exactly. But you know, the conditions, the water texture is absolutely perfect. It's just you feel this wind come across the berm here between these two lakes, and you know, I think you may not see it, but you can feel it a lot. So, you know, I'm not on the water. I can't really speak for it, but it seems like a few of the skiers are coming back in this interview and talking about it. So it definitely is out there.
All right, just enough time to tell you about Wake House, the online water sports pro shop. Find the products to suit your water sports needs at wakehouse.com. That is wakehouse.com. Also, check out Summit Orthopedic. If you've got a skiing injury that you need to shake off, Summit can get you back to your peak again. Summit Orthopedic. Check those guys out. All right. Getting ready for his turn over there on the starting dock is Sasha Deschern. Getting ready for his turn and working his way in towards the course is Italy's 9-time European men's slalom champion, Thomas de Gasperi.
And 2-time world champion, Thomas de Gasperi. And he's got a 3:41 from the first round. He needs another one, I'd say, to kind of secure himself a little bit higher in the seedings. And if anyone can get 3:41, it's this guy. He does it sort of day in, day out. Prelims, finals, very, very consistent, getting that 2-ball off and getting around 3. He's going to need a little bit more than that to get him in the top seed. We saw some 41s go down in the first round. He's done it once. We've tried to discuss this before. He's done it somewhere along the lines in a runoff. Is that correct?
Yeah, there was a runoff. I'm not sure where that was, but he did do it in a runoff, and I think I've seen some video of it, and it looked really easy. Which is funny because sometimes when you get into a 41, you get a good start. It sometimes feels like it's easier than getting like 3 or 4, and I don't know why that is. But Thomas had a pretty good start yesterday. I think he was disappointed in himself for not trying to turn that 3-ball because he came into 3 with, you know, pretty good space and just decided to play it safe and S-turned that. And as soon as he swung back through those boat guides, you kind of saw him like put his hands down and just be upset a little bit.
Well, 3's his day in, day out score, but I've seen him also get to 4 and 5 multiple times. And he's maybe one of those guys that will use the conditions today and hopefully give himself a chance of getting through it. He's been looking for his first one.
All right, working his way towards the course. This is Thomas de Gasperi. Certainly a man of many accolades, of which we've already mentioned before. But a great and a good solid effort out there. Nothing too fancy, nothing out the ordinary, just T-gas out there, just slicing and dicing out there.
Just doing his job, business as usual there for Thomas de Gasperi.
Also doing a fine job out there is Scott Greenwood there, driving pass after pass in the open men's slalom competition.
We kind of forget about drivers sometimes. I mean, they sit in there all day at this event, you know, just as you do up here announcing, but, you know, they have to keep this boat within such a tight tolerance as well, and they can't be off their game or, you know, kind of fall asleep somewhere and let the boat drift off. So, you know, they got to pay attention the whole time, and it's a pretty stressful job in there when you have all eyes on you as well. So, you know, we're talking about the skiers, but, you know, the drivers in there is what's helping us put up the scores that we can, as well as keeping everything within, you know, a tight tolerance.
Yeah, well, Scott Greenwood obviously has been driving a number of the pro events the last few years and does a great job. He keeps his focus through this a couple hours of this second round, 20 slalom skiers, and it is a tough job to do. Monitored very, very closely by the shore path system in the boat. He's got to keep things within centimeters, you know, to
tough.
down the middle of the lake to give everybody a fair and equal chance of putting up big scores. And this is the 41 off. Can he get a piece of 3 or more and keep himself higher in the seedings? This is Thomas de Gasperi as he rounds number 1. Great start here at number 1. Big number 2 as well. Hopefully he goes for a turn at 3 and dumps it in. 2.5. A good backup score for Thomas.
Man, I don't think there could have been a better start for Thomas there at that 41. I mean, he came into 1, came out, ski down tight line, and, you know, same thing over at 2. Not quite sure what happened over there at 3 ball.
And that keeps him marginally ahead of Jamie Calhoun so far as the seedings are concerned. Now, both competitors had their top score of 3. And Thomas and Jamie Calhoun's inferior backup score is 2, whereas Thomas's superior backup score is 2.5. So Thomas at least assured of starting after Jamie Calhoun. And with that in mind, let's check in dockside with Callum.
Okay, I'm here with John Travers, just running 1.5 at 41, 3 in the first round. How'd it feel, man?
Yeah, it feels good. I'm a little tired. It's been a long week since Malibu to get ready for this event, but hey, I'm having fun. I'm getting to ski my own finals at my own event, so it's cool.
Yeah, we'll be seeing John in the final. Best of luck. Smash it, man.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Callum. And working our way down towards our final 3 competitors. And 2 of those competitors got into 9.75 meters, or 43 off. But
that's a short rope.
Yeah, it is. It is quite short. All right, so Sasha Deschen coming into the course for his opening pass. It is going to be the 12-meter line.
So I don't know how this guy shoots, but I tell you what, he's 3rd seed in this going into the 2nd round, and he won the go-kart last night. He had the fastest time. He does a fair bit of driving, I think a bit of rally driving. He's always been at this event, you know, posting the fastest times in the go-kart. So this guy's won one event already. If he can slalom as he's been doing and has a decent shot, I think he's going to win this thing.
Yeah, I think he's the guy you want on your team at this tournament.
As we look over on the starting dock and find Freddie Winter getting ready for his go out there. Now, so far as the seedings go, this is the skier that is on the water right now, Sasha Deschen, is about the last skier that we will see where there is potential movement so far as the seedings go. I mean, unless something miraculous happens, you know, because he is on 3, and in order to stay ahead of the pack that are currently tied on 3, then he's got to score more than Thomas de Gasperi, who is on 2.5 right now.
I wasn't very close the first round. So.
So I agree with what you're saying, but I think Freddie Winter might have something different to say about that. He's going to be tracking down that score from Will from yesterday. I think he was the former European record holder, and I think he wants that back, or at least tie it. And so he's going to be going for it today, to try and catch that lead that Will Asher put up yesterday.
And you know, I spoke to him last night, and this is only his 3rd set on that ski, the DV8. And he runs, oh, by the way, I did a little bit of research. I asked him what tail he's running. He's running with the rounded tail, just for your information. So, with that in mind, let's check in with Callum's Corner.
We'll join them shortly. Let's watch this replay of Sasha coming back in, doing it for Conley Skis out there, and this guy is a very compact skier. He's been posting huge scores since he was in the juniors. I heard about him back when he was maybe 14, running 39 at 34 mile an hour, and getting 2s and 3s at 41. Great scores from a youngster. He's battled with some injuries. He takes a lot of hits through his lower back and his hips, I think, with the way he skis, but can still, one of the guys every year post scores into 43.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a strong and aggressive skier. Like, some of the stuff that he can take out of the buoy is, really impressive. And just when you think he's down course or, not going to make a turn, he just slams that ski around and just, leans and gets there. But, I think he has dealt with some injuries, like you said. One was a pretty brutal ankle injury, which I think actually maybe happened down at your place in a tournament. And then, as of late, I think he had an elbow surgery this winter and just dealing with a little bit of a bicep issue this summer. So definitely a few injuries, but it has not stopped him from putting up big scores at all.
And you'll see why right here. Look at that 2-4. Gets a ton of angle. As far as angle out of the buoy, this guy can do a lot out of his onside. Gets that ski right around and holds that direction across course, which keeps him super early, and that was a pretty easy 39.
Yeah, and I spent a little time over in France with him this summer, a tournament near his place, and he was just coming off an injury, saying he hadn't skied, and this is like his second, third set back or whatever, and goes out and practice and runs like deep 41. Just casually went out there and did that. So he's very, very much capable of running that pass and getting deep down it. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can do here with some pretty good conditions and coming back in a slight head breeze for a 41 off.
All right, then, just for those of you that are just tuning in and just watching here at the Travers Grand Prix, we certainly appreciate your support. The skiers that are confirmed that have made it through to the final are Jamie Calhoun, Brando Caruso, Robert Hazelwood, Jonathan Travers, Thomas de Gasperi, Thomas Deschamps, who is on the water right now. Sasha there, Decan towards the end there, also with Freddie Winter and Will Asher. So, all right then, getting the names muddled up a little bit, but we got there eventually. We've got coming into the course, Sasha coming into the course here at 10.25 meters. Round number 1, round number 2. If he can get a play on 3. To the wakes, and then that will give him the highest seeding among those competitors that are currently on 3 buoys.
I was a bit unsure what he was going to do there. So this guy's run 41 quite a few times over in Europe. I don't believe he's run it here in the States. I'm not sure. I
don't know.
So I wasn't sure whether he was going to go for it. He had a pretty good 1 ball here. He got out for a good start, but I think he just took it a little bit easier at 2, make sure he secured his 3. And got the highest seeding out of those 3s. Was just a little bit more patient there, make sure he didn't make any mistakes. Got around his 3 ball, and he's in a good spot going into the final.
It's pretty difficult to get back in the pass once that rope, hits the water with that much slack at 41. But he got himself over to the 3 and secured that. I think I saw they might be reviewing it, but it looked like a full 3 from here. But we're gonna head over to the dock.
All right, just looking at this instant replay one more time, round number 2, and makes the play on number 3. We'll get the confirmed score in a moment, but let's join Callum's Corner.
Okay, I'm here with T-Gas, Thomas de Gasperi, running 2.5 at 41 there. Looks like a really good start. How did it feel?
No, it felt great. The start was really good. Trying to work on my gates a little bit for finals. I had a great 1 ball, and then tried to act change a little bit too early for 3 ball, and maybe the wind got me or something, but I hit the ball and fell. So it was all right. I mean, hopefully the finals will be better.
Yeah, we'll be seeing T-Gas in the final. Back to you guys. Good skiing.
Thank you.
Okay, so we got an approved score of 2. 2 there for Sasha, which actually has a dramatic change insofar as the seedings are concerned. So that puts him in that puts him in 5th along with Jamie Calhoun right now. So skier on the water is Freddie Winter, and the first of our 2 skiers who out of the round previous to this one scored into 9.75 meters, 43 off. Remarkable performance there. Neil was the last skier off the dock yesterday, and just didn't want to be on the outside looking in whenever it came to having a crack at that extremely short line length. there is your current leaderboard incorporating the scores, the best scores from yesterday, along with the scores that were produced today among our best scores. All right, so here we go, coming in. He's gone through 12. This is now 11.25 meters. Former world men's slalom champion. Has won the Masters title as well.
So Freddie Winter, this is 38 off, and he is looking pretty strong out there. He's not taking it easy at all. He was cranking away there. His three ball was big. He wanted to run that as strong as possible. You know, it just set things up for, again, an attack at 41, hopefully, coming up in a couple of passes. He watched Will run it yesterday, and then went right out and ran right after him. Fell a little bit short of Will's score. I was at home or at ski school, running ski school, trying to check in with the scores, and I heard some of these guys posting some huge ones. So I was very excited to get out here today and see how the slalom was going to unfold. These two guys on form right now. Will Asher, obviously, the tour leader so far this year, and he's been dominating a lot of events with some huge scores. But Freddie Winter, always capable, always there, right behind him, and posting a completion at 41 yesterday.
So here's the rub, folks. If Freddie Winter has designs on getting the #1 seed, he's basically going to have to tie the British and the newly set British and European slalom record with 2 at the very least, and then go to a backup score to determine.
Well, we got a couple more passes before we get there, but you know, both of these guys look really, really good yesterday, and you know, to see Freddie upset, you know, it's not often you get upset getting into 43. You know, you don't swim into the shore being upset, so it was really, really cool to see that yesterday.
Well, this is 10.75 meters, and he makes it look as good as anyone.
We've seen some really nice 39s today. That's not an easy pass. We saw Benny Saddlebell run one absolutely beautiful earlier, but some of them have just been running it so easily. It's incredible. So things are all nice, set up beautifully out here, and some big scores to come here, hopefully in the next couple of hours, with the finals coming up right after this. The top 8 women, the top 8 men will be going back out here very, very soon.
And once we have a look at the leaderboard, then we'll get a better sense of where the seedings are and who's starting when, in respect to each other on the final starting list. Essentially, every single competitor in the 8-skier final has been accounted for. There is your finalists, starting with Robert Hazelwood, working her way up to Travers, Deschen, Calhoun, De Gasperi, Caruso, Winter, and Asher.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that significance of that 2 at 43. How many guys have got to 2, Nate? You've been to 2, you've been to 3.
Parrish was the first one to get there.
Yeah, he had a 2. You're the only one that's got close to 3 or around 3.
Asher's been there a couple of times. This might be the only one that's counted, but I know that he's been there a few times.
All right, let's have a look and see what Freddie Winter's got. 10.25 meters. The wind is starting to gust up a little bit, and it's going to have a dramatic effect upon our slalomers from here on out. But I tell you what, you would not have noticed it, would you? Because he's gone through 10.25 meters again in consecutive rounds.
You know, that's Freddie. The last couple months has, you know, really changed a little bit of his style, and also, you know, maybe get on a different ski. I'm not sure, but seen a lot of really, really good skiing by him over the last, you know, month or two, which is, you know, really cool to see. I mean, these guys going through 41, and really this whole pass looked relatively easy. He got the one ball that he was looking for, you know, a lot better than the one that we saw yesterday, and it was more about just course management from there on out and just kind of executing what you know how to do here. I mean, this was really, I don't want to say it was easy, because on the water it's not, but, you know, from here that looked easy.
All right then, and you are good folks out there watching on the webcast. Make sure you get involved with the audience prize competition. You have until the end of our next skier to get your entry in to win yourself either a Conley or a D3 slalom ski. All right, so here he comes. This is Freddie Winter. 9.75 meters. The new European pending record is 2. Let's see what he's got. Entrance gates, number 1. Oh, and he blows the tail again. Yeah. I'm right there with you, Freddie.
Bittersweet there for Freddie. Absolutely cleaned up that 41 off pass, 10.25 coming down, and I think he felt like he had a good shot at getting to 2 there. And so,
yeah,
although he's disappointed, still a great score, half.
I think it just shows the difficulty of jumping to that 43 off line. I mean, how many people have taken a crack at it, and how many do you see go out of one ball? I mean, even myself, I struggle getting around 1, getting a half, getting 1. You know, it's so much shorter and so much more difficult to get that turn out of 1, and I really can't explain it. But I mean, hey, it's really impressive skiing to go run 41 in a pro event twice in a row. And, you know, the last guy off the dock did the same thing yesterday.
All right, then. Just enough time to tell you about D3 skis, rather appropriately. They are the audience prize sponsor in the men's competition. They have new slalom skis, the Neo on the Ion 2, high-performance skis for all 3 events. Check out d3skis.com. That's d3skis.com. Also, check out Wrap Skis, created by Jody Fisher, built in Cyprus. Try one at Jody Ski School on Lake Gifford. And also check out the Gate Guide System. That is Wrapped Skis. And would be remiss without mentioning Conley Skis, the audience prize sponsor for the women, with their latest skis being the DV8 and the Carbon V. Both skis incorporating the patented Versatile feature. That is conleyskis.com. All right. All of that taken care of. We'll now go on to our final skier in this men's slalom round 2, and the pending European and British national slalom record holder with 2 buoys at 9.75 meters. It is none other than multiple-time world champion Will Asher.
All right, Tony, it's been an intense 2 hours of slalom competition. 20 of the best men's slalom skiers in the world, and it comes down to Will Asher. He's got the top score. He's going to be a top seed into the final. But it'll be interesting to see what he can come up with here. We saw Freddie Winter run 41 off two times, back-to-back. He's into good touch, but Will Asher has been doing it all season, and he's the leader on the Pro Tour right now. And just gaining confidence every weekend. And culminating in a new European record yesterday. Great skiing from Will Asher. This is 35 off and super easy for him.
All right then, and with that, let's check in with Callum's Corner.
Okay, I'm here with Freddie Winter. 2 rounds, 2 times through 10.25. How's it feel out there?
Well, obviously it feels amazing, otherwise I wouldn't be running scores like that. I'm really happy. Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see Will go and do something big now, but I was close on that one. That was even closer than yesterday, and that was close already. I just got to keep that tail in the water. I'm obviously moving forward at the wrong time, but hey, you know what? I don't care. I'd rather go and get a big score in the final, put pressure on Will after me, and hopefully, you know, do well compared to the guys before me. So I don't care about scores. I'm going to not swear. I'm happy. It's feeling good, and I'm excited for a good final.
I mean, and yeah, we're in store for a good final. Back to you guys. Cheers, Fred.
Some emotion coming out of Freddie there. That's good.
Indeed, you know, and it's very very telling as well. You know, from being in the water and saying like, "Come on," to that. You know, I mean, what is that like? About 3-4 minutes.
Yeah. He's fired up. Look at him. He's excited, and that's. It's been great to see him come out in the final here pretty shortly. He's got an hour to sort of settle down, watch the woman go, and then he'll be back out there and competing with this guy in the water who's obviously in unbelievable form right now.
All right, here comes Will Asher. 11.25 minutes. Actually kind of rather surprised he hasn't gone for an opt-up yet, just to maybe get into that situation and be prepared for that in the final.
There you go. There's your answer.
Yeah, just a little feel and just kind of conserve some energy for the next round.
All right, there he seems to have done that, and so There we go.
Tony, the stage is set.
Yeah, because he knew that he was number 1 seed. He wasn't going to be beaten in that respect. So it's going to be, 6 buoys at, 38 off?
Yes.
Yeah, 6 buoys, 11.25 meters. But he could probably care less about that right now because he knows that he's through to the next round of the competition, and he has his hand upon the European and British national slalom records with 2 at 9.75 in the previous round. Now he can focus fully upon what he's going to do next, or attempt to do next, by way of working towards that win in the Travers Grand Prix. Here is your men's slalom leaderboard. Working away from 8th spot, we've got Robert Hazelwood, then Jonathan Travers, and Sasha Deschamps, along with Jamie Calhoun and Thomas de Gasperi. All of them tie on 3, but their backup scores are what separate them. 3rd place, Brano Caruso with 3.5. 2nd place, Freddie Winter with half at 9.75, and Will Asher with 2 at 9.75. Fantastic effort from all concerned. The next event is going to be in the women's final. That will take place in the next few minutes, but this is continuing coverage of the 2022 Travers Grand Prix, and we'll be back right after this.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play. 'Cause you never feel this way. physical. Feels so physical. Come in a flash. We turn to ash. Ever changing. Only time remaining.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes' many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian. Hey, morning. You have a good weekend? Yeah, got on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got a set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. You get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wakehouse as well. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I'm involved with the Flow Point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
All right, then, welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and either side of me, I've got Kaya Lead and Nate Smith, and getting ready for the women's Lana final. And our running order should be up on the screen very, very soon. And we've got our 8 finalists getting ready to go, and the first of those finalists should be getting ready around about this time. We're going to go straight into that.
And there we see at the start list for the Open Women Final.
Beatricia Yanni will take to the water first, followed by Paige Rini, then Alicia Bagnoli. Then we've got Chelsea Mills, Ali Nicholson, Whitney McClintock, Rini, Jamie Boll, and Regina Jaquist.
And we'll speak a little bit to the preliminary rounds. We've seen some top scores. The top 3 girls, all 2s at 41. That's some impressive skiing. We're not sure if that's been done before by in a preliminary round, but all battling their way through 39 and scoring 2 at 41. And so some intense competition to come. We'll be starting things off here very, very shortly with our first skier. The boat just running up and down the lake is Scott Ellis, former top jumper, and now he's behind the wheel of that Nautique towboat and doing a fabulous job as an official at a lot of these events of late. So just running up and down quickly, making sure the conditions are going to be the same for everybody that's out on the water. And we've got a top team of officials here.
Good luck.
Best in the world to make sure, again, performances are
All right, checking in with a scene around the dockside. We'll We've got Brando Caruso taking a little bit of time out, just getting psyched up for his run of slalom. He scored 3.5 at 10.25 meters in the second round, and is number 3 seed going into the men's slalom final. But having some difficulties there on the shooting range, hopefully he can claw back some of that deficit. So Scott Ellis at the helm of that towboat. And now let's bring on our first competitor. It is going to be none other than Beatricia Yanni. So Beatricia Yanni, who certainly has had the one of the more challenging paths to get to this point. She's certainly put some great performances out during the course of the European season, and she's tried to parlay a lot of what she did out there on this side of the Atlantic, but in the opening round, suffered some equipment failure, which led her to that score of half a buoy at 28 off on the first round, but came roaring back with a score of 1.5 at 10.75 meters in round number 2, which put her into a position where she could qualify through to the next round of the competition, which she has done. And here she comes. This is going to be the opening pass. I believe it is going to be 32 off 13 meters. Coming in, Beatricia Yanni, currently 6th on the Waterski Pro Tour standings. Her best score this season is 2 on 10.75 meters.
And making short work of her first pass there. Yeah, she had a little unfortunate time with her binding issue in the first round. Things released around 1 ball on her first pass, but came back strong, 1.5 at 39 in the second round, secured her spot. All these girls running well into 39 off. I think pretty much everybody in the preliminary round has scores into 39. And unfortunately for Sasha Denishevskaya, she was the first one out with 1 at 39. So the standard extremely high here as these top 8 girls get set for this final.
All right, working our way through. Beatricia Yanni, opening pass, 13 meters, and there's Paige Rini getting plenty of support on the dock side and plenty of encouragement going forwards. Paige Rini, for her part, scored a 2 at 10.75 meters in order to secure her spot through to this section of the competition. Beatricia Yanni looking to try and put a decent enough score out there to throw down a significant challenge for the remaining competitors in this competition. Coming to us out of Rome in Italy, this is Beatricia Yanni. Entrance number 1. Beatricia Yanni, who's had a fair share of injuries, actually sustained a pretty horrific one in the 2011 European Championships in Richeto, which kind of put her out the gamer for a while, and she had to have a very long hiatus in the sport, but she changed her handle grip and got back into the game, and that's where she's at right now. Right foot forward on the ski, right hand up on the handle, which is almost totally opposite to what is generally what is actually generally considered as run at the mill.
Yeah, so Tony, I mean, we used to see that quite a while back, maybe 20, 30 years ago. A lot of the skiers would hold basically that reverse grip, and they'd end up having a pretty strong onside, and their offside kind of a little bit slower, sit back a little bit. You don't see that much these days. Pretty much all of the top girls or top guys would be running with the regular sort of grip, where if you're left foot forward, you're left palms down, right palms up, and vice versa. It's changed quite a bit. What do you reckon, Nate? Like, I'm thinking back in times of the guys like Mike Shaylander and big onsides and kind of a little bit tail riding on the offside.
I guess the one I saw yesterday was Mike Morgan.
Oh, yeah.
He had it opposite, and I think Jeff Rogers also is that way. And then a guy I ski with back in Indiana, Scott Tynan, he's that way too. So, I don't see it much anymore, but as you said, back in the day, it seemed to be more popular.
Here comes Patrizia Yanni. This is 11.25 meters. She had to run this in the previous round in order to put herself in this position. A little bit down course off number 5, but she yanks on that rope and gets the job done. So in the consecutive round, she's gotten through 11.25 meters. I believe there's only been about 2 or 3 instances in the course this season where that's happened, and this is one of them.
Yeah, so she looked pretty happy as she came out the gate there. Another 6 boys for her at 38 off, another time through this pass. But let's watch this as she comes around 2. So typically with that reverse grip, we see the onsides looking pretty strong, and they can be a little slow, sit back a little bit. But she does it well. Doesn't really have a weakness there, and she's pretty symmetrical on both sides. She was losing a little ground. She fought hard here at the end, going to 4, got a little bit down course, but never gave up, and put pretty much all the way to 6. And she's set up though now. She's got a good opportunity. She's got a season best of 2 at 39. Yeah, there goes the fish. She's pretty happy, but she's got a little headwind here, and going out early, she can set the pace. If she can get a piece of 3, I think she'll be extremely happy here today. We've seen quite a few of the other girls scoring around the 3s, and obviously those 3 girls through 39 and into the 41 off pass. Let's take a look.
Well, she's going to have a strong setup for number 1 because, she's right foot forward. So this gate shot, as well as the fact that it's got right hand up, is going to really send her out wide, which it did on buoy number 1. A little bit of a stall there on number 2. Tried to make a play on 3, but nothing was doing there. So for Patrizia Yanni, it's going to be a 2 buoy count, which I think is actually one of her better scores on the entirety of the season. So Patrizia will leave these shores here in the United States, return home to Rome, Italy, and she should be a pretty happy camper where all things considered.
Yeah, it's tying her best so far this season. I didn't even have a go at pronouncing her name then. Tony, you do a great job of it. But just Nate and I didn't even try. I would have murdered it.
I just call her Bea.
Yeah, that's easier.
That's all I know it as. But, hey, looking back at this replay a little bit, the gate in 1 was pretty good, actually. Maybe a little slow coming out at 2 and just couldn't stretch over there to 3, but I thought she gave herself a really, really good start there coming out of 1 ball.
All right, certainly has the strong side, a turn for the gate shot, and just really, really buried that ski going through the wakes in towards number 1. Gotten down course, she knew that she could get at least 2 from this effort as long as she stayed on upright on her ski. Tried to make a play on that number 3, just too far down course to make that happen. But you never know. That score of a 2 could hold up as being one of our better scores because we've seen scores of 2 at 10.75 meters, a score of 3 from Alicia Bagnoli, and then the likes of Chelsea Mills also with a 3, and Ali Nicholson with a 4. So there's still plenty to play for. But the mark has been set. 2 at 10.75 meters. Anything more than that will be the lead. And our next competitor on the water, hoping to chase down that lead, is Paige Reaney.
Yeah, Paige has been slowly creeping up on the rest of these girls. She's got a lot more consistent at her 38 off pass. She's been, hitting around those 2 scores of 2 at 39. I think she's got a piece of 3 somewhere along the lines. We talked about the overall skiers in this competition. She's one of them. Very handy tricker and a top jumper as well. I think she was up on the podium here at the Worlds not long ago, and but yeah, she wants to compete in her own right in the slalom event, and starting to do just that and making a number of finals appearances.
That was one.
So that's Paige Reaney out on the water, and looking at dockside, we see Alicia Bagnoli, another Italian, coming to us from the northern part of that country that is that's produced more than its fair share of high-level water ski talent. I mean, naturally, we see Bedrizia just a few moments ago, and there we see Licia Bagnoli, but Thomas de Gasperi among that number as well. Brando Caruso and a large contingent of Italians really pushing that nation towards among the best in Europe. So, got some stretching going on there. And here we go, we've got on the water. This is Paige Reaney, and a bit of a modified one-handed gate shot there, Nate.
Yeah, you like that term. Yeah, I classify that as a modified, I guess. But, you know, hey, whatever works for each individual person is just kind of what you go with. But, you know, that's kind of her boyfriend, Robert Pigozzi. You know, what would you have called his gait? He's kind of modified it more towards a normal modified gait, but a couple of years ago it was a very...
Just a total freak, that's what I call it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there are like little similarities here between what Robert used to do so far as his gate shot. I mean, he's heavily modified that to be a little bit easier on his body, whilst still retaining angle across course and that kind of thing. But you know, it's all about trying to create that whiff. It's all about trying to create that separation and getting the ski around the buoy and actually carving out a bit of a backsided turn, even on the shorter line lengths there, Kyle.
Yeah, well, it works. You know, either way. You know, Paige does a great job with the one-handed gait. She's been doing that for a number of years. Her coach, her dad, Matt Reaney, coaches a number of the top slalom skiers in the world, and you see a few of those guys doing one-handed gaits. You know, the problem with it is, you know, it can be a little inconsistent, but as we see with Paige, she's got her timing down. She knows how to move away from the handle right here and come back smoothly, so she gets off to a consistent start and works very, very well for her.
Looking good for, oh no, and going down round buoy number 3. I didn't expect that there from Paige, looking to try and get a little bit more of an advantage on that pass, and it ends up backfiring on her.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what I saw. It was just a really weird delay and out of 2-ball, I think it was. I don't think 1 was all that terrible, and then 2, there was a delay with a really, really long pull going into, yeah, kind of over the top of the ski, and then just a real long, flat pull over there to 3.
Just dumping everything on the inside, and that was just curtains there. Which does move Bedrizia one spot higher on the rankings.
Yeah, I'm wondering, actually, we were talking about her gaits there, and I'm wondering if she actually stood out there a little bit too long. She looked like she was kind of waiting almost a little bit too long before she made her move in. Just trouble with the timing, maybe a little bit of tailwind upset her a touch. It's unfortunate there for Paige because she's got through 38 the first round. She got through 38 the second round. Unfortunately, in the round that counts, the final, she's going to have to settle with a 2.5 at 11. 2.5 at 38 off.
Well, and that's the thing with the earlier rounds. I mean, you have great scores, and we saw some great skiing, and, you know, you don't want to forget that, and you want to put that in your pocket. But, you know, this round changes everything. I mean, this is the money round. This is the one that you have to go out and perform under pressure when it matters most. So you like to put those big scores up in the earlier rounds and use that as confidence, but, you know, now's the time to shine and perform.
Well, obviously, it goes back to scratch when we go into the final here. Those preliminary rounds will count for a back, you know, to settle a tie or something like that, but they don't count for anything else. It goes back to scratch, and these guys are off the stick again. And unfortunately for Paige, she's going to be down the list a little bit here. All these other girls, again, running through 38 off very, very consistently. And this girl, personal best in round 2, 3 at 39 we saw her.
Was that any kind of Italian record, or I thought I overheard some type of record for her?
Yeah, she tied the Italian record for the first time in 14 years. That record, that Italian record by Irene Reinstahler. And just looking at this from Alicia Bagnoli, it's tied at that record that has been been there for almost 15 years, and with a free buoy count at 10.75 meters. And let's check in dockside.
Yeah, I'm out here with Ali Nicholson, getting ready for the finals. You've had a solid first 2 rounds. Looked really solid actually this morning, 4:39. You must be feeling good coming into this final.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I mean, that's really the first time that I've kind of turned 4 and pulled over to 5. So I'm feeling good. I mean, 2 rounds back to back have been pretty good starts. So yeah, looking forward to the final. I'm going to leave it all out there.
So from what I understand, scoring 4 this morning is kind of pumping your tires up and you're ready to do it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it leaves me feeling pretty confident. And I've run 4 several times where I felt like that was all that I had. And today I kind of felt like there was more. So I'm, excited, looking, hoping to go out and do more. But we're taking it a buoy at a time and just kind of see what we can get.
Okay, great. Well, you heard it here first. So thanks, Ali, and wishing you the best of luck.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Benny.
So some fun facts coming through that from our research team. And Alice is now the record holder in pretty much every division, every age division, and now open for Italy. So she's been working her way up through the ranks, through the divisions, and now she is the would tie the open women's record as well. So great skiing from Alice. And she's looking very solid at 12 meter, 35 off. Little headwind in her face and making short work of that pass.
Oh, nicely done there from Alicia Bagnoli. Coming to us out of Milano in Italia. Trains over at Rocchetto, which is the national training site for the Italian water ski team, right next to Novara, which is to the west of Milan. And also trains out at the Swiss water ski resort as well, and nearby Clermont. And really working her edges and her leverage from one side to the next. Just keying in on a few items out there on the slalom course and just trying to stay consistent with them. That is Alicia Bagnoli.
See, it looks like Chelsea Mills there on the dock, getting ready to go off after her. And these skiers get about a minute break at the end of the lake. They sit there, they kind of reflect on the pass, what they're going to change for the next one. Not a whole lot by the looks of that 12-meter pass there, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the conditions, I know the wind picked up a little bit, but it seems to be pretty flat and calm here. But we'll see if she can run this pass for the 3rd time this weekend.
All right, here we go. Here comes Alicia Bagnoli. Oh, and going down on at 38 off 11.25 meters. No doubt she'll be a little bit disappointed with that. But ties Paige Rini, but has a superior backup, which means that whilst Beatrizia Yanni still has the lead, Alicia Bagnoli assumes 2nd place ahead of Paige Rini, who is now in 3rd via backup score. Just a little flat there off number 2 and just tried to get back into the game. But I tell you what, I mean, she's been slaloming absolutely on her game for the last few rounds, and I'm sure that she'll be pleased with the effort, especially with the new penned-in share of the Italian national women's slalom record.
Yeah, definitely, Tony. She's been hunting around mid-38s for a while the last couple of years, but this year really a breakout year for her on the slalom ski. Getting through 38 a lot, making it into finals, and now a new Italian record. So congrats to her. Maybe in this final, not the performance she wanted, but still she's got to be happy with her form on the slalom ski. And another skier that scored 3 at 39 in some of the preliminary rounds, Chelsea Mills. She's just sitting there waiting for her turn. She'll be going out at 13 meters, as with all the rest of the women's field. A little tailwind off the dock.
Gotcha. And push off.
So nervous moments out there. Scott Ellis gets ready to put the boat into position, and the few meters directly behind is going to be Chelsea Mills. Not too sure who's shooting out there. Just one of our amateur competitors taking a few shots out there. Oh, looks like it's Tanguy Dayon, one of our slalomers in the pro ranks. Here we go. This is Chelsea Mills' opening pass. It's going to be 13 meters.
Well, we talked about Liche kind of climbing the ranks, and this is another girl that sort of came on the scene a little bit later than some of the other ones, but steadily climbing up, and over the last few years been making a big impact in the women's field, consistently getting 3s, 4s at 39, and a very, very strong and consistent skier on the water. We're going to head down to the dock and see who Benny's got.
We're up here with Whitney McClintock, just warming up and getting ready to ski in this final. You had a hell of a first and second round. 39 in the second round was, I think, absolutely beautiful. So you must be pretty confident going into this final. Are you going to try and replicate the same, or do you think you can push it a little further?
Yeah, I think that first round today felt really good. I'm really happy with how I felt. I really am happy with how mentally I was, how I was connecting with the boat. Everything felt great. When I ski at Jack's, it's always the best time to get down 41. So I'm going to get as many as I can.
No, I couldn't agree more. From having skied the tournament today, every time we come up here, it's just dialed in, and it's just that extra little adrenaline that I think makes it that much better. So we're wishing you the best of luck and all the best out there.
Thank you.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, Benjamin. Also there, Whitney McClintock with her thoughts going forward. So we have a look at Ali Nicholson as she readies herself for her turn, but not before we see Chelsea Mills go through with her effort out there on the slalom course. And a rather unconventional style, very heavy on the counter rotation going into 2, 4, and 6. But she more than makes up for it with some great turns on her strong side.
Yeah, definitely. Chelsea Mills, I think, is a pretty strong skier out there. I think she's got a lot of power behind what she does. Things look a little bit broken, maybe a little bit sort of abrupt with some of her movements, but she gets the job done. Nate, if you sort of watch her a bit on her skiing, I mean, she's, like I said, she's very consistent, does a few different things out there that you'll see some of the other women do, maybe a little bit, doesn't flow quite as smoothly as, say, a Whitney or a Regina, but what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I met Chelsea, I don't know, it was probably 12, 13 years ago in North Carolina. She was just starting to run 22 off, get into 28, and that was a good day for her. But she's found a way to do it on her own, and you know, it's a style that looks a little bit different, and sometimes we may not say it looks the best, but she gets it done, and I think that's the most important part. And you know, when she has on days, it looks really good. But I think she's tried to take bits and pieces from everybody. I mean, she's really went out and talked to every single skier and tried to learn how they do it and kind of combine all that into what she thinks is the best. And that's kind of how she's, you know, shaped and formed her style. And quite honestly, it's really worked for her. I mean, she's climbed up towards the top of the ladder here in the last few years, and not only gotten there, but kind of stayed there towards that top. And that's a really difficult thing to do.
Yeah, she's done it quickly, and she's done it kind of maybe later in her skiing career. You know, she wasn't a champion as a junior, so she was a little bit slower getting started, but then picked up their game in the last few years. But she's looking in trouble here a little bit at 38. Hopefully she can hold on here at number 5. Unfortunately, that's the third girl in a row, but that tailwind 38 is tripping them up, getting pushed down. We saw Paige go down at 2.5, and there Chelsea squeaking around, maybe throwing the hand around 5, and unfortunately, looks like good news for Beatrice. She's, how do you say that, Tony, again?
Beatrice, yeah.
Yeah. Well, she's sitting pretty there with her 2 at 39.
Well, and I don't know if the wind's playing a huge factor. I mean, it's certainly not windy, as we would say, but it's more down the lake than it was cross earlier. So, I mean, maybe that's playing a little bit of a factor. And It is the finals, so you have those.
I was going to say, yeah, it's the pressure. Isn't it? I mean, none of these girls are missing this in the prelim rounds, and suddenly now 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, there's that different level of pressure to go out there and perform and do your thing, and sometimes, unfortunately, you tend to kind of seize up, lock up a little bit, and not do the things that you train to do. And this is the time that you have to go out there and execute it. Like, it is very important to go out and execute and do exactly what you know how to do and perform under that pressure. But looking at this replay, she's just slowly getting further and further down course, not trusting the ski quite as much, sitting back on it, and that's maybe the difference that I saw from the first round to this is simply just not trusting the ski. In the first 2 rounds, she had great scores and should have came out of those first 2 rounds with all the confidence in the world, I think. And, you could just see her sitting back trying to play it safe. And it's not going to cut it here in the finals, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely no playing it safe in the finals. So unfortunately, 4 girls have gone, only 1 through 38 off right now. And looking back at the scores from the preliminary rounds, we would have expected them to be challenging that pass and trying to get through that one. But this 38 off pass has been tripping them up. This girl, though, sitting on the dock, though, she's been skiing again very consistently. 3s, 4s. She got a 4 earlier on in I think it was round 2, and a 3 in round 1, and doing exceptionally well. And again, very consistent. And she's one of the girls that's going to be looking to run 39 and maybe start mixing it up with our top 3.
She skied with me a little bit last fall before Worlds at my lake, and she actually started running 39 a little bit in practice, which was really, really impressive. And I think things kind of slumped down a little bit, but she's back on it again. And she had a round earlier this morning that I think she could have run it. I mean, she had a really, really good start, was kind of in at mid-course, and unfortunately couldn't pull it off. But I think she's in the hunt to try and run that 39 off pass.
All right, opening pass for Ali Nicholson, 13 meters. Seems to get a pretty darn good hook up there off number 3 into 4. And as she gets round all 6 buoys on the opener, let's check in with Benny.
So we're up here with Regina Jaquez, the one and only top seed going into this finals. You got a 1.5 at 41 and a 2 at 41. Your start in the second round looked really good. I think the other girls pushed you to get there. You must be pretty amped up going into this finals.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, the girls, you got to think your competitors. They always make you better. So all the scores have been so great all weekend, and I'm sure it's going to take a lot more. So I'm excited, and hope we can get the starts like I was getting in that first round today and go from there and build on that.
Yeah, you're always, not always, but you're usually the last spot in the final. You're usually the top seed. I think it's something you enjoy, and so you're going to have control over that today, and you can push it further than the other girls.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of depends. Sometimes I like being, top seed. Sometimes I like going out first. It just really depends on kind of where I'm at. But, it's a spot that I like. I like to kind of know and be able to go from there. But it also adds a lot more pressure, too. So it's kind of a fine balance. But it is where I'm at, so I just need to take advantage of it and take the advantages out of being top seed.
Yeah, you've heard it. She's ready. She's fired up. So we wish you the best of luck.
All right, here comes Ali Nicholson. It's 12 meters.
So Ali Nicholson, this is 35 off. A very tall, light skier, gets across course very quickly. What I like over the last year or so, she's actually looking stronger and stronger. She gets some good leverage behind the boat. Now she's holding it. She's not sort of getting pulled up. She was sort of getting moved around a little bit in the past, and I think she's sort of corrected that. Sort of when she gets locked into position, she's not moving at all.
Yeah, and I think her ski's moving through the turn really well right now. I know earlier in the year she was struggling a little bit with the ski kind of stopping on her, and I know her brother was kind of helping her with that a little bit and switching around skis and fin settings, and it seems like she's got it dialed in pretty good right now. And, like you said, having to go really hard behind the boat, that was, I think, because the ski was stopping and pitching her over so hard. And, now the ski seems to be moving through that turn and, staying down pretty well. And she's not having to do as much work to get across course. And, that 35 off pass, even though it is just 35, looks pretty easy.
So there we go. That's Ali Nicholson, and we take a quick look at that leaderboard, and it shows that Beatricia Yanni's still in the lead, our first skier out. And for Beatricia's part, I mean, she She didn't exactly have the best start, but she's coming through and finishing up strong.
Well, that's kind of the highs and lows of Waterski. I mean, you go from your first round having to throw the handle because your boot came off, not thinking you're going to be able to ski well because you have to replace pieces and parts, to
or ski at all,
to having such a great second round, and now top score in the finals here.
Here comes Ali Nicholson. This is 11.25 meters, trying to challenge in on that top score from Prizegiving. In order to do that, she's got to run this pass to put herself in a shout for it. And yes, she has. She has gotten all round all 6 buoys. And there you go, 11.25 meters there for Ali Nicholson.
Yeah, making no mistake about that one. We're going to head to Doc real quick.
We're up here with your current world champion, Jamie Bull. Has coming back here at this event, same time of the year as last Worlds, brought back any memories, or you're just another year and another you?
Yeah, probably another year, another me. I mean, I have great memories from this site, and I get to ski here every day, so that's awesome. But just kind of trying to stay focused on the task on hand. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, I think that's a great mentality going into the event. Bring that confidence back from last year, but it's definitely a new year. You've been looking absolutely great on your special edition ski, so that must be a pretty nice feeling riding your ski at your training site here in the finals.
Yeah, for sure. It's super exciting. Everything's feeling great. The site feels amazing as always, so I think there's going to be some big scores coming up.
Well, thank you, and we wish you the best of luck.
All right, then. So continuing to work our way through, the lead is currently 2 from Prizegiving, and challenging that lead right now on that same line length for 10.75 meters. This is Ali Nicholson. Gets a decent start on buoy number 1. Round number 2, she ties the lead. Now she takes the lead. Look at this, round number 3. She's on. Would have been on for it had she gotten a better position off number 4. But, I mean, she was certainly all in on that one.
Yeah, she knows she had that pass and just got ahead of herself a little bit there. But not the best start in the world, but really, got herself back into it here at 2-ball, it looks like, I think, on this replay. Had a pretty reasonable turn at 2. Well, maybe not. The tip did kind of come up there, but gosh, I thought once she got over there to 4, she was going to turn it and get herself in it here.
Yeah, I mean, great skiing there from Ellie, right up around her best. I think she scored a 4 earlier. Maybe just popped that handle before the complete 4 in that round. I think the official score is going to be 3.5. Kind of, from my perspective, looked like she had a pretty decent number 1, but almost stayed on it a little bit long, maybe over-anticipating that wind, trying to make sure she had some width at number 2. Let's watch this replay. Bit of a big reach there at number 1, but still a good turn, a lot of leverage, long pull, stayed on the rope a long way out to 2, and then, just had to deal with a little bit of a delay and loose line. Still not bad. Rips 3 here. Hell holds on to it, almost goes out the back there, but again, a little bit long going into 4. And doesn't know quite what to do with it. I mean, if she held on to that, she was on her way. And I think she knew that as well.
So Ali Nicholson, for her part, in the lead with 3.5 at 10.75 meters. 3.5. So it is 3.5 confirmed by our officials as we work our way down to our final 3 competitors. We'll see Jamie Bull and Regina Jaquist take to water in a few minutes, but before those skiers, we will bring on multiple-time world champion Whitney McClintock-Rini.
So Ellie's going to be pretty happy with that score walking in. There's been a few surprises early in the draw with a few people missing 38, but realistically, she's going to know these top 3. They haven't been missing 39 too much, I have a feeling the level's going to be lifted here as we see Whitney McClintock-Rini pulling out for pass number 1, 13 meters. And as Tony alluded to, she's multiple-time world champion in a number of disciplines overall in tricks and definitely slalom.
And also an integral member of Team Canada as well, and winning the team overall title on a number of occasions as well. But Whitney McClintock-Rini doing a fine job. And go vote for your skier of the day. Was that performance there from Ali Nicholson deserving of your vote? Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/vote. waterskibroadcasting.com/vote and vote for your for your favorite athlete. And we'll award that prize at the award presentations at the end of the day. I've got Nate Smith here and Kyle Eade. I'm Tony Lightfoot. This is the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. Just switching over to the shooting range, where we've got Stephen Island now.
So he might be taking out a little bit of frustration. He didn't have the best second round in the slalom, unfortunately for him, but he's getting a chance to shoot at a few things, and looks like he's got some decent form there.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's well on target.
He's still had a pretty good week. He got married this past weekend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd say so.
A couple weddings going on. Dane Meckler, you're up at that one. He got married, and unfortunately we're missing him here, but I'm sure he's got more important things he's doing this week.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty hectic week for those guys.
All right, here we go. This is Whitney McClintock-Rini. This is 12 meters. And just a foot placement there is just absolutely impeccable.
Just definitely flowing through that pass, and she just looking very, very smooth. She's got a great feeling on her ski right now. She's picked up her skiing again. Since she became a mum, she's been back on it, running 39 off a ton of times, and winning a few major pro events along the way.
So we have this shorter starting line length in the finals, but these next few girls, especially Whitney, she's used to starting here at 32 off. So a couple of other girls had to start a little bit shorter, but this is just normal round for these girls here.
Just run-of-the-mill type stuff here for Whitney and McClintock-Rini, who's on top of the world titles that she's won, has won the Pan American Championships, has medaled and won at the Pan American Games as well. The event that is held every 4 years and is basically the closest that we get to participating in the IOC Olympic program, save for the World Games. And the Pan American Games the next time around is going to be in October of 2023 in Santiago de Chile. Will Whitney McClintock-Rini be a part of Canada's preparations for that event? We'll have to wait and see. But for the here and now, this is 11.25 meters. Few of our finalists come up short on running on this pass, but certainly not Whitney McClintock-Rini. She gets around all 6 buoys and puts her sights on 10.75 meters in the hopes of striking for the lead. With 2 more skiers to come, that is Whitney McClintock-Rini. We'll take a look at the instant replay and check this pass out there, Kyle.
Yeah, well, this is a run-of-the-mill pass here for Whitney. Very, very easy, actually. A few of the other skiers had trouble, but no mistakes at all for Whitney. Right on the top of number 1 there. Throws that arm out a little bit, but that's kind of characteristic of her style. Makes a bit of a bigger reach than some of the other girls. She's a tall girl, uses her height as her advantage, but another easy pass. I guess we'll take this opportunity while she's down that bottom end to maybe think back to about a year ago at this tournament in the preliminary rounds at 41 off. She took one of the most vicious falls I've ever seen in the slalom event, colliding with the front of her ski, a bit of a blood nose or broken nose and cheekbone. Still got back out there in the final and gave it a go though.
Most certainly, and she even mentioned in the previous interview that was done with Stephen Island that the performance that she produced there in the second round was just one of those moments where you were thinking about that kind of thing, and she was just so glad that she's gotten past that accident there last season. Let's have a look at 10.75 meters for Whitney McClintock-Rini, getting round number 1 and 2. Oh, and stalls up on buoy number 3, which means that Ali Nicholson takes an additional place above her.
Ali's holding on to that lead and then pretty much guaranteed her a spot on the podium. That's unfortunate for Whitney. She was looking pretty good there, Nate. 1 and 2 was bang on. Yeah. Almost tried to push it a little harder on 3 than she needed.
Yeah, I thought the I thought the start was really good, but, we did feel that gust of wind come through. I know it only says, 3 miles an hour on there right this second, but, there was a pretty good gust of wind that came in right before she came into the course. And, 1-2 was pretty good, and I'm just wondering if that wind just pushed her over here at 3 and just, she just wasn't connected with the rope. You can see the chop on the water there a little bit and just kind of high-sided the turn there. And, as much as it looks like, oh, she just kind of quit there, I know the feeling like you're just not connected. You can't get a turn, and you're just not going to continue on from there. So definitely very unfortunate after the last round she had and the start that she had here, because I thought it was really pretty good. But maybe that wind did play a factor for it.
Well, let's take a look at the replay. And it's interesting you mentioned the little bit of the chop on the water you can see there. The sideways sort of little ripples, they're probably the hardest ones to ski in, aren't they? The head and tail, no problem. You ski, you sort of slice it straight through them. The sideways ones, the ski kind of bounces a little bit and can upset the carve of the ski at the end of the turn.
The crosswinds are not much fun because a lot of times you don't see them and they hit you when you least expect it. But at least with a head tail, you can kind of judge and manage where that chop is all the time and where the wind's going. But
I mean, we're not talking much out there right now. The wind's not much, but it doesn't need to be much at 39 off to upset it. So, unfortunately for McClintock, but Ali's still holding on to the lead, 3.5 at 39, and we've got 2 skiers remaining, Jamie Bull, Regina Jaquist. Here's our current tour leader, 2 at 41 in these earlier rounds, and almost very, very close to a piece of 3.
Here she comes, first on the Waterski Pro Tour. 2 at 10.25 meters, her best score of the season, has won a whole slew of titles this season. Has traveled to many, many places across the world and continues to parlay her talents out there on the water. This is pretty much her home site, her home training ground in Central Florida. And after she gets done with the season, she'll be heading on up to north of the border, where she will continue on with her passion for back trail snow skiing as a ski guide. So it's definitely got everything planned out from here on out. But for the meantime, she's gone through 13 meters, and as the wind starts to pick up, she's going to get ready for 12.
Yeah, you felt that little gust come through, didn't we, Tony? It is just wind's turning a little bit, coming a little more from a little bit more cross, and picked up a notch. So going to maybe throw a little spanner in the works for some of these skiers. Jamie, one of the strongest girls out there, though. She's very tough, and she's our current world champion. She knows this place better than anybody, and she just gets herself in such a great position at the end of each turn that she looks rock solid and doesn't really move at all through the wake. So I don't think this wind's going to affect her, and definitely not at 35 off anyway.
All right, here she is. This is Jamie Bull. Don't see too many problems with this run. And a great style and precision and technique to go along the complete package. You would have to agree with Jamie Bull.
Yeah, I mean, that was just I hate to call it a warm-up pass, because I guess I don't think of it as that when I'm skiing, but just an early pass that just kind of feeling things out, getting warmed up. This is going to be a 38 off pass, which is pretty much a guaranteed pass for Jamie, and then try and watch what that wind's doing, see if it's gusting right in there in the middle, which I see right now, and see what kind of start that she can get down there at 39, knowing that Allie's got that score of 3.5, and then Whitney's at 3, so she's going to need that piece of a full 4.
All right, this is Jamie Bull coming in. This is 38 off. Another sort of formality pass here. She has to get through this. Current lead is Ellie Nicholson, 3.5 at 39, but no mistakes for Jamie Bull here. She comes around number 5. And looking very, very strong, very easy on that HO ski. She's won a couple of events this year. She's our tour leader. We're talking about Ali Nicholson being the current leader. She picked up a couple of victories. I think that's the first in her career earlier on the season over in Europe. So she's been on the top step of the podium. She'll be no worse than third, and let's see how the rest of this plays out with the remaining two skiers.
Just seems to have that sense of exactly where the slalom ski is and where her feet are, and just at any given moment, and just turns in, just grips it, and is in almost the perfect position to get behind the boat and to get there in rapid fashion in time for the next turn. Jamie Bull, the current world champion and U21 and at elite level as well, won both of those titles last season. The first of them in Santa Rosa Beach, the other right here. As we see Regina Jaquist get ready for her turn. So needing more than 3.5 here, getting round number 2 and round number 3. Can she get more than 3? Oh, look at this. Round number 5, can she make it outside buoy number 6? And she will attempt 10.25 meters next. She has definitely taken the lead and will finish no worse than second. That is Jamie Bull.
Well, what a tough pass that was, Nate. I mean, she just held on to everything there. It's kind of cool to contrast the styles. We saw Whitney out there. She's very flowing, kind of opens up a little bit more. Jamie keeps everything a little bit tighter, a little more compact with her movements, but strong as anything behind the boat, and just holding on some big onside turns here at 2 and 4.
Yeah, I mean, that one ball, you couldn't have had a better start there at that gate in 1, but, I think she knew where she had to be in the course. She had to play it safe a little bit to make sure she got past that full 4, 3.5 that Ali had, but once she came out of 4 here, she knew that it was game on. She's going to be strong, be aggressive, get over there to 5 and just commit to it and go. But, just kind of the way that she, similar way to how she talks on the dock, just very cool, calm, collected. That's kind of how you see her out there skiing. Like, you never see her panic. You never see her try to rush things. She stays patient. And, she hits all her keys out there while she's skiing. And, we're going to see what she can do here at 41 coming back in, trying to put the pressure onto Regina and see if, these girls can get over to 3-ball this time.
Well, I believe there's only one girl ever that's been around 3-ball at 41 off. Jamie was very, very close in the second round. Let's see what she can do here. It's a big 1-ball.
And stalls up on 1.
She's left the door a little open there, I think, Nate.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, hey, anything can happen. I mean, it's water skiing. We think we know what's happening, and then things change quickly. But we'd like to see that replay and see if we can pick anything out of here. I mean, I thought the gate glide was good. The turn-in was pretty good here. She loaded very nicely. Kind of came off a little bit narrow, maybe just ski bit pretty hard, pitched her over the front. And once that happens, it's pretty hard to get everything back aligned and back under you by the time the rope comes tight. And you can see the disappointment on her face, but at the same time, that's still really, really impressive skiing, because that's is that 339s in a row this weekend for her, I believe.
Yeah, 339s in a row. Absolutely right. And
we just see the difference there between 39 and 41. She came in looking pretty good, then had to get that little extra reach. She sort of maybe overcompromised her position there at number 1, the ski bit. And like you say, it's all over when you lose your speed at the end of the turn at 41. You've got to have some sort of swing to get you across the other side of the lake. And didn't happen there, but still, she's the lead. She's the leader. She's a new leader. 1 at 41. 1 skier left on the dock. And Regina Jaquist pretty much done it all on a slalom ski, as well as trick and jump. She's back jumping again, I believe. She was at the Malibu Open. She was back on the water, so good to see after that knee injury last year or a year ago. Yeah, so Regina chasing 1 at 41.
It's always that lonely spot sitting down there as the last skier. All eyes are on you, but, Regina knows what she has to do. She knows the keys she's got to hit out there to make it happen, and, she'll go out there and give it one heck of a fight. I know that. We've seen that in the last few tournaments that, she's leaving nothing nothing on the water. She's doing everything she can to get every single buoy out there, and we'll have a couple passes before she can get into 41, but
she's pretty used to that position, sitting there on the dock by herself at the end of the event, huh?
She is. It doesn't make it any easier. I don't think the more times you do it, the easier it is, but you're controlling everything. I guess, as she said before, at least it was up to me. It wasn't up to somebody else dictating who, won the tournament, I guess. But, we'll see her come in here. The conditions are pretty, nothing's crazy right now. I mean, the wind's just pretty consistent, kind of this cross tail off the dock here.
Well, she's obviously the current women's world record holder. We're saying 4 1/4. Is it 4 1/2?
I don't even know.
It's been a little while, Nate. It's been a little while, and we were just trying to remember the last time she got around a piece of
4 1/2
ball at 41. We're going to try and look into that one. A lot of 2s, a lot of 1s. But getting to that elusive 3 is pretty tough at 41. But here's 13 meter to kick things off for Regina Jaquist.
So we'll take a walk to the dockside, and we should find Benny again.
Jamie just got out of water with the lead. Great job. Run us a little bit through your 41 approach and your gate and 1 there.
Yeah, definitely not as good as the past 2 attempts this weekend, so a little bit bummed about that. I just was aggressive on my pullout. Glide was good. I had space to rotate, and I rotated and kind of got the load a little bit too soon. So I'm trying to kind of build that load a little bit later, and getting it early brought me up narrow into 1. So I got max width a little too soon, and then was struggling just to hold on to 1, honestly. I kind of knew to put pressure on Regina, I would need 2 or hopefully maybe more one day. But didn't get there and just held on for the 1. So we'll see how things play out.
Yeah, great skiing. She's in the waiting zone, in the hot seat. She did her job, and now all she can do is wait. So great skiing.
Thanks, Benny.
I think I think those two give the best interviews after skiing, the most honest opinion of what they felt and what they think they did at analyzing their own skiing.
Well, that was definitely analytical. She had a lot going through her mind there, but she obviously knows she's in touch with where she needs to be and what she needs to get done, and always trying to get that little minute changes, as a little bit of improvements to help her get that extra buoy. And she's still working on it, and did a great job out there today to get to 1. But no, she left the door open a little bit here for Regina.
All right, 12 meters. Early stages. Having started on 13 and run that, and 12 meters coming back and running that as well. So the current world women's slalom record holder, multiple-time world champion in this discipline and also in overall, has helped the United States to a number of team titles along the way too. And also current Pan American Games women's jump champion as well. And returning to jump in action just this past week. It's been about 15 months now since she had that surgery to her ACL and to other associated ligaments, and she has been an absolute revelation. I mean, in the World Championships this past season, no one would have expected Regina Jaquist to be on the starting dock, ready to go, but she was, and she was pretty close to being full battle ready 5 months after her surgery this past season. But add another 10 months to the rehab, the knee brace is off for slalom. And she is about as good now as she ever was. This is Regina Jaquist.
Well, yeah, there was definitely a quick recovery for her. She works hard off the water. She works hard on the water. But to get back in 5 months and ski as well as she did at the Worlds was incredible. But you have noticed that knee brace has come off. That's only been in the last couple of months. She's getting some confidence with how it's feeling. And obviously, if she's back jumping, she's feeling strong and fit. And her performances on the water and the slalom ski are definitely showing.
Well, I think as we've heard her say in a couple of the interviews, the last couple of tournaments we've seen her take a couple of nasty falls, going for it. And, as scary as that might be for us and for her, I think it's also helped her build confidence that, when she has one of those bad falls, she comes up and she goes, I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm not hurt again. So, I think some of those falls actually do help her build the confidence, knowing she can go for it and take some of those a little bit. Not that you want to, but, I think it's kind of helped her along the way. But, getting back to jumping after having that injury, that's pretty impressive. But, she works hard at it, like you said, and I think we've all been injured, and you recover as quickly as you work at it. If you kind of sit there and do nothing, it may take longer, but if you kind of work at this recovery as she did, that's why she was back skiing in the Malibu Open 4 months after an ACL surgery. So she's a hard worker, and she's got herself back here. She's going to be coming back in at 39 off, which is a must-run pass to challenge Jamie.
Ali Nicholson sitting in second right now with 3.5 at 39. And Jamie, the leader, 1 at 41. Let's see, Regina, we think of her as a slalom skier, but she definitely gets the job done on those jump skis too, and she was a top tricker, so she can do it all out here, but today it's all about the slalom ski. And this is 39, our past year's run multiple times.
Here she comes.
Consistent skiers at 39 probably ever for a girls skier.
Immediate target, more than Whitney McClintock-Rini, which she has done. There we go, 3.5, 4, more than Ali Nicholson. And now is within striking distance of Jamie Bull, having run 10.75 meters. That is Regina Jaquez. So now she's put us. So she worked her way through 10.75 meters. She's run this pass so many times before, but I mean, it looks the same every single time, and I mean that is a nod to her consistency every single time that she goes out there. I mean, she has the same position, the same fight and determination to succeed out there on the slalom course. And 10.75 meters, a 6-buoy count. That vaults her up into at least a second place finish, but she's still skiing. 10.25 meters coming right up for her, and she needs a piece of 2 to take the win here at the Travers Grand Prix Women's Pro Slalom event.
First round, 1.5 at 41. Second round, 2 at 41. She's done it each of the other previous rounds. Can she do it again here in the finals?
She just got to nail this gate, get the gate she's looking for, and I think she can get over there.
And just have the confidence too to rip one ball at 41, which is tough to do when she knows. Oh, she's got it. She's got across to number 2, piece of 2. There it is.
Piece of 2, there it is. And there is your winner of the Travers Grand Prix for 2022 in the Women's Pro Slalom event. It is none other than Regina Jaquez.
That was a pretty strong one ball. I mean, we'll go back here to this replay. I mean, she got a good gate. She got up wide. Water speed got a little slow there at the top of the turn-in, but she stayed strong, created that space, got over there, got the ski to bite. I mean,
did bite
backwards. But just that strength and grit to get over there to that 2-ball. She wasn't going to let that go. I talked to her a bit after the last few tournaments, and I know she skied well at Malibu last weekend, but I think she's been a bit disappointed in her skiing over the last few months. So she's kind of gone back to the drawing board and tried to figure some things out, and it looks like that's paid off here.
But just look at this brilliant gate shot there on a good side, and then on her offside, and just turned the heck out of buoy number 1, then pulled all the way to 2, and then got the ski just enough to get round that buoy. So Regina Jaquez, once again, a champion out there on the water in professional women's slalom by taking the win in the Travers Grand Prix Pro Women's Slalom event. Congratulations to Regina Jaquez, and also big kudos to Jamie Bull with her score of 1 at 10.25 meters. Another skier that made it through 10.75 meters in every single round to get here. And then Ali Nicholson coming through to take the third place with 3.5 at 10.75 meters. And Whitney McClintock-Rini with 3 for fourth. Beatricia Yanni with 2 at 10.75 meters, vaults her way up from dead last or to a top 5 finish. Chelsea Mills in 6th place with 4 at 11.25 meters. Alicia Bagnoli with 2.5 on 11. and she has a superior backup to Pedrini, who ends in 8th spot with her score also 2.5. All right, the Waterski Pro Tour standings, and looks like Regina Jacques is within striking distance.
Sneaking up in
yeah, absolutely. Jamie Ball there with 364 points, taking the lead at this time. Regina Jacques on 326. Whitney McClintock-Reaney on 287. Ali Nicholson on 267, 20 points back. Ali Garcia on 199. And let's check in dockside one last time with Benny.
Your 2022 Travers Grand Prix champion, Regina Jacques. Congratulations. Walk us through that 41 and that one ball. What was going through your head?
Oh, well, I actually wasn't as good of the start that I've had, even this morning. So I was just trying to make sure I stayed patient. It's skiing great out here at Sunset Lakes, and you can tell by all the scores the guys are going to tear it up. And just a big shout out and thank you to the Travers families. As always, they put on such a great event. So it's great to be here, and can't wait to see what the men do. And thanks everyone for the win.
Thank you, Regina. Thanks for coming out and competing, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
All right, then, rounded off a great competition in the women's a pro event. Congratulations once again to Regina Jacques. All right, then. So there's your podium, and we'll be back in just a few moments with the continuation of this event. This is the 2022 Travers Grand Prix, and we'll be back shortly with the men's slalom final, and that's to come after these.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fit.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
All right, then, continuing on with coverage of the Travers Grand Prix here in 2022. There's still shooting going on for our team members over there, but we are about to go on with the men's slalom final. The 8 skiers are as follows. Robert Hazelwood will take to water first, followed by Jonathan Travers, Jamie Calhoun, Sasha Deschamps, along with Thomas DeGasperi, Brandon Caruso, Freddie Winter, and Will Asher. So, A lot of skiing to take place between now and the end. Okay, so Nick Mystix. Mystix, we have a winner so far as the women's audience prize is concerned. Nick Mystix out of Switzerland. Congratulations. We'll be in contact with you very, very soon to arrange the delivery of your brand new Connolly ski.
We're ready to go.
As we get ready for
first ski on the water, Rob Hazelwood, 12.82, 12.82. Rob Hazelwood, 12. Are you good? Okay, Rob.
All right then, skier number 1 on the water right now. This is Robert Hazelwood. I'm sure he's got some folks in England right now watching this and seeing what Robert Hazelwood is capable of doing. He got to 3.5. He actually got 3 buoys at 10.25 meters in the previous round to get to this spot. Rob Hazelwood opening up with 12 meters and not looking too shabby there, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good opener pass there for Rob Hazelwood. You know, they had the 35 off start the last round, so there's no more of, you know, unexpected things happening. They just got a warm-up round, but kind of a unique spot to be sitting, you know, first off the dock. There's pressure to go perform, but, you know, you're not chasing any scores. So he's going to have an opportunity to put out that score that the rest of these guys are going to need to chase.
So, looking at the dockside, we see Jonathan Travers skiing on his home site, his home event, the Travers Grand Prix. Certainly wanting to do his best to perform here on his home turf. As we now ready ourselves for Robert Hazelwood to come back in on 11.25 meters. All right, setting ourselves up, 11.25 meters or 38 feet off. The handle doesn't reach outside of the buoy's width when strung out perpendicular from the boat guides. Here we go, right here and now. This is Robert Hazelwood, his best score this season. He did it in the round previous to this, 3 at 10.25 meters. He has a top 20 ranking right now in the Waterski Pro Tour, and he's doing a fine job out there with the opening couple of passes. So sinking in and getting ready for pass number 3, which is going to be 10.75 meters. It's Robert Hazelwood, originally out of Lincolnshire in England. And what do you see here?
I think just another standard pass here for Rob. You know, he's always got such a smooth style. You know, like we talked about earlier, that unique hand flip at the end of the turn. But I think that helps him open up at the buoy, which really helps allowing that ski to come around the backside of that buoy. But, you know, for this 38 off pass, never really saw any bobbles or waver at all throughout this pass. Pretty straightforward, pretty easy. You know, I keep using that word easy. I guess nothing's really easy out there, but he's making it look easy anyways. But he's going to be coming back at 39, and for the most part, the water seems to be pretty flat. Maybe a little puff of wind here and there mid-course, but, you know, this is, I don't want to say it's a must-run pass, but I think it is.
All right, and we're in the men's slalom final. Don't forget to vote for your favorite skier. Go vote for Skier of the Day. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play, and vote for who you believe has created the greatest impression upon you. thus being your favorite skier. 10.75 meters. Could it be Robert Hazelwood? Let's have a look. Look at this, round number 4. Number 5, handle up a little bit high, and he's good to go round number 6. That is Robert Hazelwood.
Pretty good pass there. We'll see the replay. Again, nothing really too out of the ordinary to look at or call out here. Pretty good gate shot, and had a tight line throughout most of the pass. And it's like I said, it's kind of a unique spot to be sitting. Like you have pressure to perform, but at the same time, it's it's kind of your set to go out and do your thing and try to let the other guys follow you. But he'll have a little head breeze coming back at 41. There's a little bit of loose line that we see at that 3 ball. That's kind of where that wind's pushing you just a little bit. But he stayed calm and collected there at 4. Allowed that ski to come around, raising that arm up at 5, just really, really stretching for it. Kind of having to get that ski re-engaged and over to 6. But really not too challenging of a pass for him. And
all right. So as we continue to work down the list, Jamie Calhoun, one of our next competitors to take to the water. Just had a quick reminder from our good friend Gonzalo Peixeira, who is you know him, don't you, Nate?
I do know Gonzalo down in Miami.
Yeah, down at Miami, and that will be the last Waterski Pro Tour event of the season on November the 5th and 6th. November the 5th is quite a poignant day in English circles, at least. Oh, look at this on 10.25 meters, going down hard, and that is Robert Hazelwood, and not getting much on 10.25 meters, but it does set the stage for our remaining skiers.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened, just blowing the tail. We saw a few skiers do that down there at that end earlier today, so I don't know if that's a result of playing it safe or what. But
all right, with that, let's check in dockside with Ali.
All right, I'm here with Jamie Calhoun. We've had 2 good rounds so far, 2 at 41 and 3 at 41. Feeling good for the final?
Super excited. Again, I've been saying this all weekend. It's jacked. It's good conditions. It's great driving. There's been a lot of big skiing going on. Freddie and Will putting down 41s, and obviously those guys are skiing at a crazy level, but it gives everyone else confidence to see that, to aspire to that, and to get out there and run as many buoys as possible.
Yeah, well, it's good to see you in the final. Happy for you.
Thanks. I'm super happy to be here.
All right. No, best of luck out there. Back to you, Tony.
Thanks, Allie.
All right, looks like we got Callum Heath taking a little bit of a break here and taking to the gun range. A little bit of shooting there. And now coming in on his opening pass, it's going to be our next competitor. This is Jonathan Travers.
Yeah, so John Travers obviously producing this event. Been working hard all week, trying to get this one run down. It's a great event, fun times for everybody, whether it's on the water, on the go-karts, or at the skeet shooting range. But doing a lot of work, and you heard him earlier in an interview saying he's pretty happy to be here in the final of his own event. He knows this place well. He's been posting some big scores. 3s at 41 got him through to the final. The second round, I think he came up a little shorter at 1.5. But one of those few guys that have run 41. And he's out early here. We saw Rob go out early. We were kind of debating on what he did there at his 1 ball. I have a feeling he knew he had to go for it. He knew he wanted to get amongst it here. He had to put a big score up, down 3-4 at 41. And he went pretty hard on his gate, was cranking 1 ball and just spun it out there at the onset. So a half a buoy is going to be a little bit shy today, I think. There's Jamie warming up down on the dock. Pretty happy for him. He skied exceptionally well in that second round. So I'm excited to see him get it back out there in this final.
All right, let's focus in on our skier on the water at this time. It is Jonathan Travers, one of the main organizers, the main folks behind the Travers Grand Prix. Certainly without his help and without his knowledge and expertise, we wouldn't have an event here at Sunset Lakes, the 4th time in asking. Here we go, Jonathan Travers. Good stout pull out there for the entrance gates here at 11.25 meters. Trains here. Practices here every single day. And looking strong out there.
I think he's got a pretty good ski partner too.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think they're paired up with this in this whole competition, aren't they? And their team, John and Will are together, yeah. So.
All right, let's check in dockside with Ali.
All right, here with T-Gas, you've had, a great season, great couple weeks going off these last few tournaments, pretty consistent. How are you feeling going into the final?
I feel good. I'm going to try to get a good approach at 39 and 41 and hopefully get more than 3 because that's a little bit my stopping point. But I got to 5 this year a couple of times and 4, so I just want to, get a good gate, consistent gate, and see how it plays out.
And what better place to do it than here at Sunset Lakes, right?
Yes. Conditions are amazing, and I'm sure the scores are going to be huge.
All right, can't wait to see the big scores go down. Back to you, Tony.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, Ali, and thanks a lot to Thomas. Here at this three-star event on the Waterski Pro Tour, this is the Travers Grand Prix, and JT getting ready to come back into the course at 10.75 meters. Critical run here.
Yeah, must-ride pass for all these skiers in the final here. Rob Hazelwood is our first skier. He successfully got through 6 buoys. He's had a bit of a slow one there. Tip came up, but nothing to worry about. He's got a really strong onside. John Travers gets that shoulder down behind the boat there and keeps his tempo all the way through the course. This is a clean 39, and I think he's looking pretty promising for a good start at 41. He's sitting at a 3 from the previous rounds, but he knows that's not going to be good enough in this final. He knows if he wants a place on the podium, he's going to have to go a long way down 41. He's done it before, and can he do it again here at his event, his Grand Prix that he's been working on for the last few years. It's been one of the most fun events of the season. All the pro skiers love coming to this event. Kind of a social deal that you get involved with the amateurs, getting on the teams with the pros, and a few other fun activities going on along with it.
I think what I saw here in this pass was trust and confidence. The last set, he skied well, but you could kind of see him just being a little tentative throughout the pass. And this one just looks like he's trusting himself, he's being confident, knowing what he wants to do. And I think he's really got to roll that into this 41 off pass and really, really trust and be confident in getting a good start here.
All right, just taking a look there at Freddie Winter. Checking out the conditions there as he gets prepared for his go out there. He'll be second to last out on the water. One of only 2 competitors to have gotten through 10.25 meters during the course of this event. Let's have a look and see what JT can do at 10.25 meters. Oh, look at this. Round buoy number 3. Long pull into number 4. Gets round number 4 and... He'll be happy with that.
Great, sensational skiing there for John Travers. That's one of the biggest scores we've had so far this weekend. 4 at 41. He had a pretty nice one ball there, came out tight and kept things going through 2 and 3 and squeaked around 4. And that's it's a big buoy. That extra 4, that 4 ball is separates a lot of skiers. Here's his one ball, very tight to the backside. Strong pull across to 2. Maybe sits back a little bit at 2, but that's a nice 2 ball for 41, and he's on track here to get down the pass.
Yeah, and like I said previously, I think just trusting it and being confident and turning and committing, and that's what got him down that pass there. And of course he wants more, but I think a 4 at 41 for John is, you see the fist and the screaming going on, so he's super happy and excited, to be skiing that well and working his tail off, putting this event on for the last, however many weeks, or probably since the day after the tournament was over last year, starting on this one. So super happy for John. One other thing to note, we talk about this wind, a little gusty coming from the side. I don't know if you guys noticed, but they took the bimini off the boat. So there's obviously enough wind somewhere out there that the driver has decided to take that bimini off to help his ability to drive that boat. Because sometimes that bimini can be like a sail and, kind of move the boat around a little bit. So there's definitely a little bit of wind playing a factor out there today.
Yeah, I feel like it's laid down a little bit, though, from that second round. It doesn't seem quite as gusty coming through. So it's there, but hopefully not going to play too much on these skiers to come. Here's Jamie Calhoun, set a great score as personal best in that second round, 3 at 41. And hopefully, like you say, confidence for John Travers. Hopefully he's going to take some confidence from his second round performance through to this final.
All right, and with that in mind, let's check in dockside with Ali.
JT, great skiing out there.
Thanks. Can't be happier. This is amazing. It's fun.
Yeah, we talked earlier, about kind of you taking the organizing side of the tournament and maybe putting your skiing a little bit on the back burner, but it looks like you've, figured it out this week and paid off.
Yeah, I really it's kind of deja vu after the Worlds last year, starting at 12 in the finals, and I was like, just ski well, man. Don't bring it back memories from the World. So that was my goal, is just go out there and have fun and ski well, and it worked.
You did just that. Congratulations. Great job.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work this weekend. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Ali, and big kudos there for Jonathan Travers and the rest of his crew during the course of this weekend for making this event happen for the fourth time in Askin. There you see the sponsors directly below me here, Sunset Lakes, Mike and Kerry Morgan, Michael DeMello, Ski Dock, Syndicate, all of those folks. But bringing all of them together was the Travers family, consisting of Natty, JT, Chris, Lalani, and Jack. So, I mean, this event wouldn't have happened without those folks. Here we go. This is coming into the course, Jamie Calhoun, a former student from Florida Southern College. Looking strong off the first couple of buoys, around number 3. Well on pace here. He's run through 12, and this is 11, and he's made that one look fairly straightforward.
I think that one's actually looking as good or better than his second round score. He, again, his 2.4s working unbelievably well, and there his 1.35 was right in sync too. So he's going to sit down here for 1 minute. We get a little drop time, let the water settle, and he'll be coming back 39. And if he keeps the same tempo, expect big things from this guy. Very, very still. We talked about his offside a lot last round. Well, I did anyway, because it's one of my favorite turns in slalom skiing. He comes through that side very, very still, and I saw him turn that 2 ball at 41. I thought he was going down the lake, down a long way down that pass. Very, very still, and that ski comes around and keeps its speed up and just makes him get across to that onside very, very quickly, very easy. And yeah, just taking a look around, I'm not feeling any wind at all right now. And looking at one of the other lakes, it's almost glassy. So hopefully conditions are going to just glass out a little bit here. Yeah, that wind's even dropping lower. And keep things very fair, very even for all these skiers to come. We won't have to play with that little crosswind that some of them were dealing with in the second round. And here he is. This is Jamie Calhoun, 39, 10.75. Another nice 2 ball. He's a little bit down course, but he has a strong 3 ball there. Keeps things in check at 4. And hey, this pass is looking pretty easy, Nate. That's one of the easiest 39s I've seen so far today.
Yeah, I mean, he was a little bit slow out of, I think it was 1 ball, but, got right back in at 2 and 3 again. So, he's riding a cloud right now. He's pretty excited, happy. He's got a lot of confidence, behind him right now, skiing this finals. And kind of going back to this replay, a little bit loose line at 1, but his direction into 2 was just fine, and got a big old turn here at 2, put himself right back into it. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do coming back. Like you said, there's really no wind right now. If anything, just a slight headwind coming back at 41, and I feel like anything's possible with him. I mean, get another good start, come out of 2 ball, and I guess we'll just see.
Well, we saw him have that 1 ball at 41 last round that looked like he was going to go down, maybe even run the pass. 2 was good too, but maybe sort of checked up a little bit 3, knowing that was the score that was going to secure him a spot. This round, it's hey, just got to go for it. He's seen John Travers post a 4. Personally, he's never been to 4 before, but this could be the moment for him.
Why not do it now?
Exactly.
Now's the time.
Yeah.
So. His personal best?
Tony's season's best was 3. His personal best is 3.
Here he comes, Jamie Calhoun. Hasn't skied that much during the course of the summer for in terms of pro events, but he's certainly trying to make his mark right here and now at the Travers Grand Prix. Look at it. Oh, good hook up off number 2. Does he make sufficient enough play on 3 to get to the wakes? Oh, that's going to be tight.
I don't think he got back. I can't tell if he got around 3 ball, but, one heck of an effort.
Oh, yeah. Certainly waited for that line to tighten up on him, but there you go. That is Jamie Calhoun. And he gets at least 2 for that effort. Now we'll just...
This will be a judge's call for sure. They're going to go back to some video review here, and the judges sitting in the tower here with the TWBC footage.
Well, this is going to be the best angle right here.
I'm pretty sure he got around 3, but I'm just not quite sure he got back to the boat guys in time. Really wasn't too bad of a 1 ball there. Just a little bit fast, a little down course here at 2, and just had to take up a little bit of that slack. Kind of lost his hips going into 3, but he definitely got around 3.
Yes. Now tightens up that line.
Oh, that's late. No.
Nope.
Yeah, nope.
Okay, so it's 2.5 then.
Still a fantastic score there for Jamie. He's got to be happy with that. 2.5 at 41 in a pro competition, pro final. With the limited season he's had so far. Again, not a bad 1 ball. He has a little bit of slack rope, maybe drifted down a touch, but he holds that well and gets back in position. But like you're saying, Nate, a little bit fast at 2, and he's, even with that 2 ball he's got, it didn't quite pan out to give him enough space for 3. Snuck around it and did his best. He was close. Did his best he could to get back in. 2.5, and John Travers still leads, 4:41.
So we are 3 competitors in. Jonathan Travers, as you rightly mentioned, 4:41, the leader. Next competitor up on our list going forwards in the men's slalom final.
We got a little delay. I think they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a little delay. They were doing a little video review there. Official score is 2.5 for Jamie. It was a tough one to see for the judges. We want to make sure everything is correct, though, and we look at every angle possible. And TWBC providing some great angles for the judges to check out and see where they get the ski around the buoy and back inside the wakes. But 2.5, he's in second.
And our skier on the water is Sasha Desha. Approaching the course here and now with his opening pass. This is going to be the 12-meter line, a standard minimum starting line length. Oh, look at this. Like what he's doing on that ski. He's only just transitioned from his old ski, which was the Conley GT, to the DV8. And with that in mind, let's check in on dockside with Ali.
All right, I have Jamie Calhoun here, fresh off the water. Tell us a little bit about what happened there.
Oh, I had a bit of a better start, I think, than the last round, and kind of just got a little too ahead of myself, got digging to 2 ball, and kind of overshot it a bit, and was hauling pretty late and fast into 3 onside S-turn, and I don't know, I kind of crunched a little bit as I snuck outside the buoy, but couldn't get back to the wakes. I think I just missed that setup. I think hopefully 2.5. We'll see what the judges say, but either way, I'm super happy. It was a great tournament. It's so fun to be in the mix with these guys.
Yeah, 3 great scores for you. Every round, so you got to be happy with that. You'll go home happy either way.
Yeah, I'm going home happy. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a great weekend.
All right, awesome. That's what we like to hear.
Thanks, Allie.
Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. As we work our way towards our competitor out in the water, Sasha Desha. Coming in, here comes Sasha. With his attempt at 11.25 meters.
And we just take a second to kind of watch this pass and check out his kind of technique. He definitely compresses a lot, doesn't he, through the wakes. Kind of sits his hips down, uses his knees very, very well. It's kind of low center of gravity, and that's what makes him be able to turn that onside so much and be able to hold on to some of those, quite a ton of angle out of those turns. But I think a very dynamic skier on the water, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really nothing to say about that pass. I mean, it's pretty much perfect, but you're right. He always kind of squats down behind the boat a little bit, kind of compresses, takes that load, but I think that's also how he can get away with taking such a big turn on the backside of the buoy and be able to take so much load, because you can take some of that load up into your knees and into your legs, but it also keeps him very balanced over his ski. So you never really see him like wheelie or go out the front or anything like that. He's always pretty balanced over his ski. So everybody has their own unique style, and it works really, really well for Sasha.
Yeah, now with that compressed style, but he always keeps his head and shoulders kind of upright, level, like I say, keeping the balance all. And you see that a variance of that through these, the remainder of these skiers always know where they are through the backside of the turn, head and shoulders up, controlling their load and the direction across the lake from as they hook up with the boat. And Sasha doing it as well as anybody. Like I said, he's not the biggest skier on the water, doesn't have the biggest reach, but generates a lot of speed, a lot of angle behind the boat, and gets the job done. This is 39.
Here comes Sasha Descan coming in. Looking in good shape here, 10.75 meters. Like what he's doing out there and riding that DV8 slalom ski. Now, you have a little bit of knowledge on that slalom ski yourself, don't you, Kyle? I believe I think one or two of your sons actually rides that ski.
Yeah, both my kids have been riding that ski for the last couple of years, and we've played with different tails, and depending on what you prefer, how you want the tail to sit in and when you're making your turns. Both kids have been doing really, really well on it. My oldest son won the nationals on it this year, so he was extremely happy, and the other one was ranked number 1 in the nation and in the world for under 14. So they've been enjoying it. And yeah, we kind of keep tinkering with different things on it to make it do what you want. You can have it sit in a little deeper with a rounder tail, or a little faster with the square back. So yeah, kind of a good way to kind of fine tune the ski for preference.
And I'm sure that Nick Mystix, the winner from Switzerland, will be enjoying that ski as well. It'll be winging its way over to him once we get his details. He is the winner of the women's audience prize, and. I'm really, really intrigued with the versatile stuff there for that Conley ski. Not only that ski, but also the Carbon V, which that tail is also available for. No, because I think in that box do you get the rounded tail and the square tail, but you also get the asymmetric tail as well.
Yeah, definitely. You have a few different options there to start with. We haven't really played too much with the asymmetric one, but that's definitely an option. To sort of set it up different for your onside and your offside. But let's get back to the water here with Sasha at 41 off. A little bit of loose line there at 1. He's down, of course, a touch here at 2. Strong pull across to 3. Can he sneak around number 4 and equal John?
Yes.
It's going to be close. Again, I think they're going to be doing some video review on a lot of these passes coming up. These guys sneaking around that extra buoy, but I have a feeling a bit of joint lead there.
I don't think he got around 4 ball there.
Well, he's certainly going to try to sell it. Yep, the judges are putting this score under review, but this is probably one of the best views that you're going to get of that from the camera's direction. Now gets round buoy number 2, a little bit of a delay there. Round number 3. Now let's see if he gets that ski around number 4. No. So the judges are looking at that, and I believe that they could rule on 3 because basically looking at the evidence that we have. So 3 at 10.25 meters, based upon what we saw there, courtesy of Sasha Descan.
So yeah, our panel of judges will obviously watch the passes live, especially the boat judge. Obviously, he hasn't got a chance to review it all. But if there's any contention in the score, anything that's close, we'll always go back to the video review from the boat, from the shore, all the different angles that you're seeing on your screen at home or we're seeing here today, and make sure that score is right. So we still haven't got a confirmation yet, but I have a feeling it's going to be that 3. And John Travers still, as you see on his screen, still leading the 3 coming through. He's in 2nd spot right now. Jamie Calhoun demoted down to 3rd.
It's always hard to tell as a skier. I mean, you typically know if you're inside of a buoy. There's some instances when you're flying into that next buoy, you commit to it, you open up, you cast the ski out. Sometimes you feel it on the inside, sometimes you feel a little bump. Maybe that's what Sasha felt there. He was, unsure whether he was going to get there or not, but you have to commit to it to try and get that ski around. And, sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. But, unfortunately this time he was just on the inside of that 4-ball.
I think it's one of the changes too in slalom skiing over the last maybe 10 years or so. They've definitely reduced the size of the balls, dropped it down on the water a little bit, kind of for safety's sake. A lot of skiers are throwing themselves at the buoy, hit it, and obviously it's easier to tell. But there's some tough falls. Now the buoy's a little bit lower. The skiers are throwing themselves or making turns very, very close to it, and it's sometimes difficult to gauge whether they've gone around it as the skier themselves or for the judges.
Thomas de Gasperi out in the water first, 12 meters for his opener. Certainly one of the more stylish and more precise slalom skiers out there in the world today. And with that, let's check in with Ali once again.
All right, I'm here with Sasha. A great effort out there. How did it feel?
Felt good again. I think I did a good one. I mean, from my point of view, it was okay. And then I pulled all the way to 2 because it's a bit crosswind at 2. And but I didn't turn. So then it was not easy.
Well, you look good. I mean, I'm glad to see you back, healed up and healthy and skiing.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, all right. Well, good skiing out there. Great weekend. Back to you, Tony.
All right, good to hear from Ali and also from Sasha as well. He's normally quite reserved and quiet when he's called upon to answer anything in English, but I think he's slowly starting to get a little bit better, especially with some of the more day-to-day English expressions, like "from my point of view" type deal.
I spent some time with him this summer in France, and he was nice enough to kind of tour myself and Dane Meckler around a little bit, and he has no problem speaking English. I mean, he may be quiet and reserved to some people, but you start hanging out with him and traveling, he can be quite talkative. Super nice guy, though.
All right, then, here we go. This on the water is Thomas de Gasperi.
And we heard in that interview from him earlier. He's talking about his multiple 3s at 41s. He sort of knows that's his base score. He's been to 5 this year. He knows this is the opportunity to try and run it here today and try and chase down Freddie and Will Asher. And good luck to him. He's due for it. He's been posting 4s a ton. And we're going to go down to the dock with Ali just now.
All right, here with Freddie Winter, who has completed the 41 off both rounds. So feeling good for the final.
Yeah, those are the rounds that don't really count. But, I mean, the good thing is that I went out today, did a dry run. Will made the other option, which is to save energy. Me, I wanted to go out there and feel it out and put in a good score, knowing I could do it this round. So went well. Yeah. Let's go do it again.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the other rounds don't really count right now. But like you said, done it twice. Let's do it again.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. You get to, I mean, I'm in a nice spot. I know John's gone out and got a 4, which is great, and there's some big scores. So we'll see what these other 2 guys can do, and I'll know what I have to do to get into that, leading position, and then put some pressure on Will if I can get there, and we'll see.
All right, well, we'll let you get focused. Best of luck. Back to you, Tony.
Oh, why, thank you there. And we've got Thomas de Gasperi approaching the course here and now. Good hook up. His right foot forward, which means that his strong side you just saw there around number 2 and number 4. Keeping everything lined up. You should have no worries getting around buoy number 6 and through the exit gates.
Yeah, another easy 39 off pass there, 10.75. Listening to Freddie and Ali there, obviously the early rounds don't count, but geez, Freddie's going to be riding a wave of confidence after running it 2 rounds in a row.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, there's definitely 2 ways to go. Do what Will did, just kind of go feel the first 2 passes out and get wet, or do what Freddie did, which, if I'm being honest, that's probably more my mentality as well. If I'm going to go ski, I want to go ski, and I want to try to ski well, and put that in my back pocket to build that confidence for the next round, and that's exactly what he did. So. There's just 2 ways with that. I mean, you hate to go out and put up a big score in the round that doesn't really matter and not be able to do it in the finals, but, he's run 41 both rounds, and, in his mind, he knows he can do it again. So I think
surely that record's in the back of his head a little bit too. gotta be, doesn't it?
It could be. I mean, it'd be pretty impressive to see that record broke. Twice in one weekend, and there's another record out there too that I don't want to speak of too much, but there is another one out there. So,
all right, looking out over the other lake behind this one, and seeing Will trying to get the focused up on what he's going to be attempting to do. Here comes Thomas de Gasperi. Skier number 5 out on the water. See what he has. Bringing the handle in. And 10.25 meters, and just bringing everything in just a little bit too soon.
So obviously de Gasperi stepping up there, adding a 1 buoy to his early round scores. 4:41, he's tied lead, and actually, if it comes to it, he's ahead on in the backup maybe. Had a great number 1 here again, and even better number 2. Survived number 3 last time. We saw him come up a little bit short, kind of jumped on the front and spun it out. That was a great 2-ball. And here he sort of got a little bit protective to make sure he got round number 4 and tied it up.
Yeah, I mean, the 1-2 couldn't have been any better, and I think that's very similar to his last round as well. The last round he went to try to, it's kind of like he halfway committed at 3-ball, and here he knew that he had to take that win. So I think there's a little bit more of commitment here at 3, which allowed that ski to come around, and maybe just broke at the waist a little bit going to 4. He may have been able to come out of that 4-ball and given a shot over that 5, but still, that's really, really good skiing by Thomas. He mentioned in the interview before that, man, all I do is get 3 balls all the time, and that's kind of what a lot of people talk about him, but you just never know that, Thomas can go out here and uncork a score like this, and he's now tied for the lead with 2 guys at 4:41.
Yeah, I mean, and anywhere else, 4:41 is winning events, right?
Yeah,
There's a lot of events being won with less. It's hard when we've got these other guys that have been running 41, but that's a huge score.
All right, let's go dockside with Ali.
Great skiing there, T-Gas. You did exactly what, we kind of talked about before. You said you wanted to get out of 3. You've been at 3 all, a lot this summer, and you turned it and got over to 4. I thought, watching live, I thought it looked great.
Between rounds, I always rewatch how I ski, and I always go through my mind what I have to do and how can I improve it. And just a really, really small change sets up a different rhythm, set up a different, way you ski, and all your lines are different. So I tried a little bit at 35 to see if the way I thought was going to work. It worked at 38, and it worked at 41. Maybe I should have tried to turn that 4-ball, but I just watched the replay a little bit, and I was a little bit down course. So I played it safe, and it's a big score. 1 being off, but I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, great skiing. We're always trying to improve round to round, and I think we've been very spoiled having TWBC out, getting to go back and watch between rounds, and the quality, you just can't beat it. You can see from all the different angles where you can improve.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this changes sport, and of course, in a better way. I think Tony, Vince, and all the guys are doing a great job, you guys, and it makes us accessible to many people that cannot be here and watch it. So, even my friends in Italy that are watching, and hello, everybody. But yeah, I'm pretty happy, and I got to 4 a couple of times this year, so I think I can go more.
All right. Are you going to Miami?
I am.
All right, see you there. Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you. And just looking at this instant replay, and from the buoy cam, almost smoked it. Wow. That was pretty vicious.
I don't think you'd want to hit that. It might do
more
might do damage.
No, you definitely don't want to hit it. It's exclusive to TWBC, and we get some really good accent shots from that angle. Speaking of angle, looks like we've had a few suggestions here from some people in regards to Ali's interviews. On Dockside, they said that she's very, very personable with the Dockside interviews, and then we got one here that says Ali's interview should be called Ali's Angle. How does that sound?
I like that. I think it's good.
What do you say to that one?
Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. She's done a great job down there.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun listening to Ali.
Absolutely. And we'll listen to some more. As we continue right along, we've got Brando Caruso, our next competitor to take to the water. We're into the top 3 right now from the previous round, and Brando Caruso, alongside Jamie Calhoun, were definitely the revelations out of the second round. Obviously, Jamie Calhoun, from looking in at the final 8 skiers, are looking from the outside in, but coming through with 3 at 41 off to put himself in the position where he skied in the final. And also Brando Caruso, who was in tied 7th place with 2.5 at 41 off for a time, until he came through with a score in the round previous to this that was 3.5 at 10.25 meters, so vaulted him up from initially tied 7th all the way up to 3rd in the space of about 2 buoys, or actually 1 full buoy. Here he comes, Brando Caruso out of Rome in Italy. Certainly been one of the more prominent slalom skiers in recent times across continental Europe, but looking to make an impression here, and he's certainly doing that and then some. All right then, so we'll go to dockside and check in with Ali's angle.
Angle. All right, I'm here with Will Asher, our top seed, electing to take the 2 passes this morning and come in. What kind of tell us a little bit about that?
I just wanted to go out and have a little bit of a stretch. I mean, I couldn't win it that round, but I could definitely lose it. So just I wanted to get wet. I think it's nice to go out and ski. I think it's better for everybody and myself. And this is the round.
Went out, felt it out a little bit, and get to get the feel and get stretched out, and then save your energy for this round.
Yeah, because we never really see this wind, so it can blust up a little bit at the other end, which is the end we're probably going to take 41 from, unless we do something crazy like start at 38. But I don't think the wind is doing that much damage at the minute, so I think it'll just be a straight up deal.
All right, awesome. Yeah, we haven't seen anything too crazy. I think we'll probably keep it that way.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, best of luck out there. Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you there, Miss Ali, and additional thanks there to Will Asher for his comments, and also providing us with some great on-water slalom action, emphasized by his 2 buoys at 9.75 meter run in round number 1, setting a pending European and British slalom record. Here we go.
So, Brando Caruso coming in. This is 38 off and looking pretty easy. We talked about Sasha, earlier, being one of the top juniors coming out of Europe when he was younger. This guy too, back when he was young, setting some big scores. Running 39 at a very young age. I don't think we've had a world junior record at that stage. It wasn't really being recognised, but he was one of those few skiers in juniors getting through 39 and into 41. Took a bit of a hiatus, maybe had some injuries, but back in full vengeance now and being very, very consistent with some big scores down through 41 and some placements on the podium and in finals pretty much every weekend. And riding that confidence we talked about earlier. He's not everything needs to be perfect, and sometimes he doesn't execute perfectly, but he just balances things out, keeps the ski moving, and seems to get across course with ease, and adds a few extra buoys when we sort of start counting him out. He still gets to the next one. We saw that when he snuck around 4-ball in the second round, and he's going to have to do that again here, and maybe a few more.
And of course, let's not forget that back in the time that Will Asher was skiing in juniors, being able to set a world junior record at that time was a little bit more restrictive. Nowadays, if you're a junior and you're skiing a record tournament and you break a record for your particular category of juniors, then it goes forward to be recognized as a world junior record, provided it's ratified, of course. Here we go. This is Brando Caruso. Good stance on his ski on 10.75 meters. Staying committed, staying balanced, and staying with the run. It is a 6 buoy count. 10.75 meters on his game.
Yeah, definitely on his game, Tony. That was a very easy 39. We kind of took it easy a little bit 1 and 2, but then nailed 3-ball. and was super early, kind of 4, 5, and 6.
We heard Will talk about that wind a little bit, and it was gone for the last 2 skiers. But I think if you take a look at this replay and you look at the 5 ball, there was a pretty good gust right there. That 5 or 2 ball down at that far end, you kind of see him come into that, and the water's pretty dark right there. But
this is the turn I like here. 3 just comes really around tight there and picks up a ton of space into almost too much there. Sometimes into 4 as he kind of pauses a little bit. But not a problem. Negotiates the win there around 5. And he's ready for the money pass. The 41 off. We've got 2 guys tying at 4. And just out of interest, it looks like I think it's Thomas de Gasperi. If it comes down to it, and if they tie for any place apart from first, Thomas de Gasperi has the better backups. They both got a set of 3s, and then it drops. I think de Gasperi has 2.5, and JT has 1.5. So. It comes down to your 3rd score of the tournament to separate those 2 guys.
Right you are. So here we go. This now is Brando Caruso. If he exceeds 4, then he will take the lead with 2 skiers remaining. He's round buoy number 1. Look at him go, round buoy number 2. Excellent number 3. He's still there. Oh, he chocks up on 4, and there you go. It's a 4 buoy count.
3-way tie, Tony. 3-way tie. He had a great start.
Yeah.
1 and 2 was really nice. 3 wasn't bad. I think he sort of kind of second-guessed himself at 4 there. Thought, oh, you know what? Should I turn it? Should I blow it out? I think he could have. I think he was on track.
I think so, and I think that's always a tough decision to do, to make on the fly. And if you sit there and think about it, typically things don't go well. I mean, the gate 1, 2, and even approach to 3, I thought was really, really nice. We had a great turn here at 2. Maybe just thought about it a little bit too long coming into 3, what to do, and just kind of checked up a little bit. And 4 is all he was looking for. He wasn't going to try and turn it, you could tell. But hey, he's tied for the lead right now, and I think 3rd is the worst that he could do. So he put him on the podium.
Yeah, definitely that previous round score, that 3.5, sets him ahead of JT and de Gasperi.
So I guess that would be 3rd, assuming Will or Freddie beats that?
Exactly. Yeah, no. If, assuming Freddie and Will ski like they have in the previous rounds, he'll go his place on the podium there in 3rd. But a lot of work to be done here by Freddie and Will, and even though they've run it the previous rounds, it's definitely not a given. 41 off, very, very difficult pass. Freddie's done it twice. He is looking very, very strong. He's on a new ski that seems to be working very well for him.
All right, then, with Freddie Winter's opening pass completed, let's check in with Ali's angle.
All right, here with Brando. Great skiing out there. Guaranteed at least a spot on the podium. You can do no worse than 3rd at this point.
Yeah, that was pretty good, pretty good. You always want more, but I'm pretty happy with my score, especially compared to last weekend, which I did pretty bad. But I'm finally back.
Awesome. Yeah, great to see you out here.
Yeah, thank you, Ali.
Are you going back to Italy after this?
I'm actually staying here until Miami. And then, that's it. Then I got to go back to Rome and work.
All right. All right. Well, we'll see you in Miami. Great skiing out there. Back to you, Tony.
All right, and excellent stuff there. And could he be your skier of the day? Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. To put in your vote for the 2U Nutritional Bars Skier of the Day. Great to have the support of those guys and all of our sponsors during the course of this webcast season, and to each of our event sponsors as well. Big kudos to you as well.
I think you got to put Jamie in that circle of possible skiers of the day.
Quite possibly,
Calhoun.
yes. Yeah, Jamie Calhoun, who was on the outside looking in until the last few skiers, and then he crept into the finals and put himself in a decent position. Here comes Freddie Winter.
Yeah, making no mistakes on this pass at all. Freddie Winter keeps himself pretty low on the ski too, kind of a little bit more compressed. Head and shoulders very upright. Very mechanical as he goes through that 2-4. No issues at all, no stalls. and very strong as he picks up all 6 buoys at 38 off. We had a good look at the boat crew out there just before. They've been putting in a long day. It's been some great slaloms here today. We got 2 more skiers left, and this is the second last. Freddie Winter, as he show a little replay here of his 38 off. This is one of the best turns in the business, that 2-ball. Keeps the handle nice and close to his body as he comes into 3. Bit of a bigger reach there he has on his offside, but easy as you like it, around 4, 5, and 6 here.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, I mean, Freddie the last month or two has been skiing, pretty lights out. Seen him getting down, I think it was in California, 5 at 41 every time, or, he was down towards the end of it every time, and then obviously running it both rounds here. So still another pass till he gets there, but, we'll see what happens.
All right, and also be sure to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. Help us out there, and in return, you'll get access to our live chat on the right-hand side of the webcast player. And also with the bell icon pressed, you'll also be informed as to when we next go live. Here we go. This is Freddie Winter at 10.75 meters. Just looking in very, very good shape right now. Just seemingly at ease out there.
Oh, definitely at ease. That pass didn't look any harder than his 35 off, did it? It just, every pass so far has looked the same. 35, yeah. 38, 39. Not a break in stride at all.
I mean, I may be a little biased, but he's got a ski that's working really well for him right now. So, that and a combination of some things I think he's figured out, both mentally and physically inside the slalom course. He's setting himself up well for this nice 41. I want to say headwind here. We'll see. It's pretty calm. It's pretty laid down right now. I mean, there's a little breeze. I see a little dark water down there at the 2-ball, but other than that, it seems to be pretty calm.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nate, this is setting up to be a pretty epic final. We've got 3 skiers all tying up at 41, and the remaining 2 skiers showing that they can run this pass. Wouldn't that be awesome to see in a final? I don't know if we've had too many finals where there's been multiple skiers, 2 or 3 into down into 43. So this is as good as it gets, I guess, in men's slalom here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's some big scores. It's a lot of pressure, but the 2 guys that are still left here, Freddie out there now and Will, they're both they're both very confident skiers and can get it done. So here's Freddie coming in at 41, Tony.
All right, here he comes. Freddie needs at least 4 buoys on this pass to take the lead. Good to go round number 1 and number 2. Just look at this, a little bit of slack line off number 3. It's good to go on number 4. He's pulled this one back. Does he make it outside buoy number 6? Just about. Look at that. Yeah. Probably the hardest, one of the hardest 10.25 meter passes he's ever had to run. But boy, did he ever just dig deep and conjure up a little proverbial rabbit out of the hat there.
Wonder what's going through Will's head as we saw him standing there on the dock looking at that achievement. That was he didn't have the best 1-ball, did he? His 41 in the second round was very, very clean. This one he had a little bit of loose line. Didn't delay him too much, but his onside's working so good. He just catches up a ton of ground here. Gets right across to 3. Again, 3 wasn't the best turn. He sort of scampers across. I thought he was kind of done here, but drops the shoulder, pulls long into 4. Still has the ability to shut it down, get it turned, and back on track at number 5. That's incredible skiing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was probably in his head a little bit there at that 3-ball to not, blow it. You want to make sure you get to that 4, take the lead or tie the lead, and then, from there see where you can get. And, he's just so powerful out of that 4-ball to get over there to 5 and, squeak the ski around. So, we'll see what happens here. If he's going to try and go for that full 1, risk blowing the tail out again, or, what's going to happen. Yeah, this is kind of interesting.
Here we go.
Taking the finals at 43.
Last 2 rounds at 9.75 meters for Freddie Winter. He's blown the tail on buoy number 1. Let's see if he can keep it down this time. Yeah, he does.
Took no chances there, did he? Took no chances around number 1. He had a little bit of a stumble, I think, as he turned in on his gates. Maybe a little bit doubtful, I don't know. And then same thing at number 1. Went, okay, I'm not going to blow it out again. I'm going to get a secure one and see how that stacks up, see if Will's got what it takes to turn one and make it to 2 in this final.
I mean, I think Freddie, he's been on a mission the last few weeks. You can see it at the tournament. You can see it on the webcasts. And he's just been determined to try and get it done. And, you know, right now this is kind of it's his weekend that he's shining. And it's really impressive, running 41 3 rounds in a row, doing what matters. I mean, that's the most important part, I think, is to get it done when it matters most in the finals. And, you know, he just did that. But there's still one guy left on the dock that is very much capable of doing the same exact thing.
Just absolutely on great form there. That is Freddie Winter with a 1 buoy count at 9.75 meters. His best score of the weekend. The other 2 scores, half at 9.75 and half at 9.75. So pretty consistent weekend's work, I would say.
You think?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I guess the significance too of that performance is obviously there's no tie or no runoff now at 4 at 41 for the lead. So that's going to put Brando Caruso, though. He's going to be the top of those 4s.
Yeah. Have we ever, not that we really want to, but have we ever seen a runoff start at 41 off before?
Okay.
We might do.
I thought I was optimistic by suggesting that it will take 4 to actually get to the stage of the competition.
Yeah.
It took 3 to make the final, and in the final, a 4. Some skiers with 4 didn't make the podium. That's pretty impressive.
It's really impressive. I mean, that's big time skiing. But you know, we kind of saw this here last year when we were here at the World. Some really, really big skiing. So a few more passes, and we'll see who stands on the top of that podium.
Well, it's kind of been the nature of some of the events we've had in the past few years, where we're having a lot of these pro events at purpose-built lakes. Where everything is set up perfectly and the conditions are nice, so we can see these huge scores in pro events. Years ago, some of the Pro Tour events, we'd travel around to tournaments where it's in the open conditions and rollers and wind
on rivers.
But, and so there was great competition, but the performances were definitely down. Here, it's as good as it gets.
This isn't my favorite spot to sit during a tournament, but it's a lot less stressful right now than being on the end of that dock, I think.
All right, then, continuing on, and we've got Will Asher out there, out on the water with the 12-meter start, and so far as the Waterski Pro Tour is concerned, he's already got points in his back pocket based upon the fact that he has the best score at the very least from this competition with 2 at 9.75 meters. Let's check in with Ali Zangle.
All right, I'm here with Freddie Winter. Incredible skiing, incredible weekend. Tell us about it.
I don't know. It's been a crazy few weeks. We've done 3 tournaments in a row. And I'm going back to England tomorrow for my sister's wedding next week. And I've just been really focused this whole week, just like finish it good, because I've had 2 good results so far. And I feel absolutely exhausted. I'm going to have to, I don't know, never count out Will Asher, right? I mean, he's perfectly capable and we could be going out at 41. He could go and beat me. Who knows? I mean, he did well yesterday. So I don't feel quite. Anyway, I'm stressed out.
I mean, if anybody can do it, it's the man on the water, right? So now you're kind of sitting in that hot seat waiting to see, and just.
Yeah, but at the same, I mean, he's a hell of a skier, and absolutely, I mean, he's been skiing unbelievable. I mean, 40 years old, still improving. I told him the same yesterday. I don't like losing to him, but I'm very happy for him with how good he's doing. But for me, like, I've done something I didn't probably think I was going to do. The start of the week, run 41, 3 out of 3 rounds, and a lot of the most important people to me said they were proud of me today. So I'm really happy about that.
That's awesome. Great skiing. You should definitely be proud. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So it's game on with Will Asher out there on the course at 11.25 meters. A little bit of an elbow dip there on number 2, but he's still in good shape. Can recover from that very, very quickly. And there is a 6 buoy count at 11.25 meters. Skiing that like he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, not a problem there at all for Will Asher. Pretty cool to see the emotion there from Freddie Winter as he's come in, and that interview, he's run it 3 times in a row. Personally, he's just super happy with his performance so far, but these guys get out there and give it all on the water and come in and often just a little bit speechless of kind of what just happened and what just transpired. So
Well, I think his performance as a whole this weekend is a win in itself. I mean, to come in and run 41 all 3 rounds, and like you said, he didn't really expect it, but he did it, and that's impressive. So, I think no matter what happens here, I think you have to walk away from this weekend pretty satisfied and pretty happy with the way that you skied. I mean, knowing that you went in, gave it your all 3 rounds, you're exhausted, but at the end of the day, you got it done, and I think you have to be happy with that.
All right then, Will Asher riding that new Syndicate Works 01.
And Freddie alluded to it, that he might not be done yet.
I want to see a 41 runoff.
And for the fans at home, for the guys here on the beach, on the sidelines watching this, we hope it does transpire. We'd love to see these guys go back out, start at 41. That's just mind-boggling even saying that. So here's Will Asher. He's 39 and looking pretty good. Again, none of these skiers have faulted here at the 39 off pass. A little bit of a loose line there at number 5. But he's looking in good touch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not putting much of a foot wrong there on that pass. And we see Freddie Winter on dockside.
Yeah, I'm trying.
No, he's staying warmed up. He's staying ready. He knows it's a possibility.
Great skiing.
A lot of work for Will Asher to do. I'd probably prefer to be Freddie standing on shore with the score on the board, but Will is yet to come back 41 and has the potential of going further.
One more pass will tell. So that wind that Will was talking about, I don't really see. I mean, I see the trees moving a little bit, but no dark water, no gusts or anything down there right now.
And if looking at that leaderboard, if Freddie wants any chance of catching Will on that leaderboard, he's going to need the win today and down at Miami in a couple of weeks' time. A lot riding on this next pass here for Will Asher and Freddie.
That's never happened before.
Just as a reminder that the Greater Miami Pro-Am Slalom takes place on November the 5th and November the 6th at the Greater Miami Waterski Club. That's going to be broadcast live on TWBC. And I'll certainly remember that date because November the 5th is Bonfire Night.
All right, guys, get on your feet. This is 41 off for Will Asher. He's our last here in this final. Can he get the job done? He's coming in 2, rips off number 2. He's on time here for 3. Drops the hand a little bit. It's going to be hard work from here. He's got a big 4. He's staying calm at 5. And I think we're going to have another skier through 41 off. He's got it.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, look at that. Whoa. Between those 2 competitors, that is the 6th round of slalom skiing between those 2 competitors where they have run at least into 9.75 meters.
That's unbelievable. I mean, that is some really, really good skiing. And, we saw Freddie on the dock talking about Will just a little bit, pointing at his head. He's mentally strong right now, Will is. And, that just shows right there. So, going back 43, the lead's 1. What do you do?
Okay.
Look at this 3-ball, though. He drops the handle, picks it up at his chest a little bit, gets delayed, still has the wherewithal, I guess, and just power at number 4 there and just gets the job done. Again, not a great number 5, but for a 5 at 41, enough. Squeaks around 6, holds onto a ton of slack. These guys are going to be feeling it tomorrow.
So I don't know this for a fact, but this may be the first true final of 2 skiers into 43 off. And I got to believe if they tie, it's definitely the first runoff.
Yeah, I think we might have seen it before. I was thinking about that. Maybe back with an Andy and a Parrish or something like that. Both of them squeezing through. But hey,
I feel a 1 coming here.
Let's see what happens. Does he have the confidence? He's so
he's
strong. Can he turn 1 ball here at 43 off? Gets a ski outside it. No, he's going to just check it.
Oh!
And we're going back out, guys.
Yes, they'll be going back in on their last completed pass, which is 41 off. And does that become an additional round because it could end up being like four consecutive rounds of skiing?
Start practicing it.
Okay, so is that skier's choice? Okay, so let's give it up, please, for Will Asher coming in back to the shore. And then we're now going to go into a decided run-off round. Here is the ruling here on this. Because Freddie Winter has the highest seed coming into this competition, he has choice. He can choose to either go first or go second.
Okay. And
So,
as we wait for this decision to be made, I'm going to put you under the gun here, Nate. I know you're injured. Watching these scores out here, what are you thinking? Are you just wishing you were out there with these guys?
Let's see if we can listen to these guys real quick.
And then you'll keep going. You'll start at 9-7 the second time.
If we run 41 off the dot. If we run, so say we both run 3, what happens?
If you both run 3, you tie again. You go back out at 9-7.
So we'll go until there's a winner. No second beat first.
So
clarifying some rules there, I can take it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess to answer you, it's just really cool to see it, honestly. I mean, of course, I'd love to be a part of it. I'd love to be out there on the water, all that. But at the same time, there's 2 guys and, more importantly, 8 guys that went out there and put up big scores today. And then the top 2 guys here are both into 43 off, going off the dock at 41 off in a runoff. It's something we have never seen before, to my knowledge, in the sport of water skiing. So, you know, hats off and credit to both, you know, Freddie and Will. And I know I've never tried 41 off the dock, but I'm going to guess that these guys haven't either. So it'll be really interesting.
Yes. Go.
On top of which, I think they're actually on the same team so far as the Travers Grand Prix is concerned.
No, I think it's John and Will are on the same team.
John and Will are on the same team, and Freddie and who else on the same team? I'm not too sure.
I'm not sure. I know Freddie didn't go all that well in the go-karts. He's not a strong event, but definitely making up for it in the slalom here. And going out at 41. You know, these guys are going to be tired. They've skied 3 times. You saw Will, maybe this is going to factor into Will's kind of theory or his strategy here, and not running that all this passes at his second round. He's going to have a bit more energy. But both these guys probably just running off pure adrenaline right now. Just a lot of energy going, and hopefully they can harness that and turn it into some big scores here as they go off. 41 off the dock. Freddie looks like he's putting his bindings on and going first.
I mean, you got to give Will a lot of credit too. I mean, the score was 1 at 43 to go out and try and beat, and he went out and ran 41 when it really mattered. And you know, that just speaks to his, you know, mental toughness that he has out there that we've seen all these years. And I don't know. I guess I don't have a whole lot to say. I'm just excited to see these guys do this. It's something we've never seen before.
Yeah, that's definitely a score to chase, isn't it? Sometimes when somebody puts a massive score up like that, the pressure on, you know, the top seed is immense. But Will's handled it well.
So, you know, we've had some runoffs where we start at 39, and not that it's an easy pass, but, you know, it feels like it's somewhat achievable to go out at 39 cold and get it done. We've seen that a lot. But you know, starting at 41, not only is it, you know, it's a difficult pass when you're riding right up the line. I mean, we see the whole day we've been watching people try and get down the line at 41. So they did just come off the water just a few moments ago. So, you know, they haven't really cooled down. But, you know, getting out of the water, resetting a little bit, you know, I think you really have to try and, you know, get a good start here and try and work your way down. But here we are taking 41 the other direction again. This is now what we'll call a tailwind, a cross tail. So we've kind of switched each end every round now. But
yeah, these guys haven't been taking the 41 from this end, so that is going to play a little bit different into this runoff. Not much wind, but a little bit. And we talked about this end being a little bit trickier, maybe to get your setup, get your width. But both these guys skied here a lot. They've obviously got figured things out. I think that won't be a problem to work out the setup at least. Anyway.
On the water, ready, coming in at 82, 41 off.
Not even going to sit here and make any predictions on this. This is unexplored territory.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think I've ever tried 41.
Okay, so from an official point of view, the tournament is a tie between those two. What you're seeing is a runoff to separate first and second. Officially, each of these competitors will end off their final round with one at 9.75 meters, but let's have a look and see.
Tony,
41 off.
He's done it 3 times. Can he make it
4 and collapses, and that has opened the door very, very wide.
Very, very unfortunate there. Guys, give this guy a round of applause, though. He's run 41 off 3 times this weekend, and going out there on the runoff, tacking, he had to go for it, at number 1, and just kind of got a little bit too anxious there at number 1, but still sensational skiing from Freddie Winter.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a tough spot right there, but it just kind of shows you how difficult 41 and coming off the dock is. I mean, I know he was going for a big score there, but you just kind of saw the tail slide out there and then the boot release off of there, which, we kind of saw that in was the Mastercraft tournament. The ski came out of the water, kind of went back in, and he was able to continue going a little bit, but.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he held on to that.
And he held on.
Secured that extra buoy.
Yeah.
So squeaked him into the final or whatever it was. Yeah, no, that was.
I mean, you hate to say the door's wide open, but, Will's got to secure a full 1, but you got to get through the gates, you got to get around 1, and you got to get back to the boat, guys. So.
As we said right after that interview, Freddie's he's already won this weekend. He's run 41 3 times in a row. So regardless of how this ends up for him, still a champion on the water. And
it's a heck of an achievement running those 41s. Both of these guys, though.
All right, and Will Asher about ready to take to the water. Let's also bear in mind how long he's been involved in the sport of tournament water skiing, from the juniors all the way through to the elite level. Matter of fact, his first World Championship medal, which I believe was either a silver or a bronze, was in 2003.
I was 12 years old.
And then he won his first World Championship in the slalom event in 2005.
So it was 2005, 2009? Is that what we?
Yeah, 2000.
Saying, yeah.
Yep.
In China, 2009 was
Canada,
up in Canada. Yeah.
Was Lake Castonstone. Yeah.
But right now, is he gonna be the champion? Is he gonna be the victor at the Grand Prix, the 2022 Grand Prix? He needs a full 1 buoy at 41 off, 10.25. Can he do it? What's his strategy here? Is he going to turn it? Is he going to stand up?
I think you got to go for
Let's
the 1.
see it.
Yeah,
That's it.
I think you do.
And your champion of the 2022 Travers Grand Prix in the men's slalom competition is Will Asher.
A smile and just absolute look of relief on his face there that he's done skiing. He's worked hard this weekend. Freddie making him do it, go out there and do it again, and just got to ski outside 1 set. That's it. That's not even that. That's hard. Just to be able to do that last turn and get your ski around the buoy and secure it on your offside.
It's not easy to commit to an S turn. I mean, there's times in the middle of the course you say, okay, this is where I'm going to do it, but to come into 1, say that's what you're doing, that's pretty tough. But amazing skiing by Will to go out there and get it done. Last guy off the dock, had to run 41, went out and ran it, tied the lead. I mean, that's amazing.
I'm going to hazard a guess. He was quite a ways ahead going into this event. We're looking at his points. With only 1 event remaining, I have a feeling he's pretty much showing up the tour title for 2022. What'd you think?
I think so, and I think today he also gets a couple bonus points for the best score, right?
Right.
Yes, he
so
does.
2 at 43. What UK record?
Yeah, the pending British and European slalom record to boot. So, he's had a decent weekend.
He's had a decent year.
And there we see Will Asher there, and I think that we're going to get a word or two from him, and see if we can't hear from our champion for 2022. Will Asher, the Travers Grand Prix here at Sunset Lakes, receiving the congratulatory hugs from some of his team members on Team Syndicate. But there you go, there is confirmation via the leaderboard. Will Asher and Freddie Winter. There you go, determined by runoff. Will Asher, your champion. Freddie Winter in second. Brando Caruso in third. Thomas de Gasperi in fourth. For Jonathan Travers in fifth. Sasha Deska with a score of 3 at 10.25 meters in sixth. Jamie Calhoun in seventh. And Robert Hazelwood in eighth. Let's check in one last time with Ali Zangle.
Incredible skiing out there. Back-to-back wins for you. How you feeling?
I feel phenomenal. Honestly, after the first round and getting that 2, I didn't think the weekend could get any better. But I guess that was just history. I don't think there's ever been a runoff where we have to go out at 41. So I'm really happy.
Yeah, I'm at a loss for words. I don't know that I've really seen that, but congratulations, Will. Super happy for you. Phenomenal skiing. I mean, like you said, how often do you see a tie with one at 43?
Yeah, I know. I mean, the work this family does at this site is, I would have been surprised if it wasn't something like that went down. Just, we got our first cold front kind of, so the water cooled down, and when the water goes from being 90 to being, mid 80s, it's a place to ski better than anywhere else in the world. And it's testament to the people, testament to the Travers family and the work they put in, and I'm just thankful they've let me come along for the ride, and yeah.
Congratulations, Will. Thanks to Jack and Leilani for having us this weekend. Back to you, Tony.
Well, thank you very much. And with that, let's take a look at the Pro Tour standings. The Waterski Pro Tour standings. It should reveal that Will Asher is still very much in the lead. He actually increases his points total from 392 to 412, so a 22-point jump there from him. Freddie Winter on 370 points. Nate Smith still there on 244. Thomas de Gasperi increases his points total to 222. Jonathan Travers there on 152. Sasha Descan with a 147. Brando Caruso increases his points total to 130. Cole McCormick on 103. Dave Meckler on 95. Stephen Neveu on 90. Robert Hazelwood increased his points total to 82. And Matteo Lazzeri in 12th on 79. So that's it so far as the pro action is concerned. We're going to go on to and we'll go into the amateur last section of competitive action. But this is continuing coverage of the 2022 Travers Grand Prix, and we will go on with the remainder of our amateurs right after these.
magical, still so physical. Come in a flash, we turn to ash. Ever changing, only time remaining.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 3 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we got those in stock.
I'm involved with the flow point method. I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you. You can ask questions to and are there for every single way.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, then, continuing on with the last section of this event. It's going to be the last part of our amateur round of slalom skiing. The final opportunity we'll see for some of our amateurs to make their impact upon this competition.
32.82.22.
So, first competitor out should be Cameron Waters.
You all, Cameron.
Who earlier on scored 1 on 30 meters. She started at 52.16, and there's every indication she will do the same here.
Cameron Waters coming in at 52K, 16 meters, 52.16.
All right, ready when you are.
All right, 52K, 16 meters for the opening pass, or 32 miles an hour, 22 off. Just a countdown timer there on the bottom right-hand corner, indicating that we're about 45 minutes away from our prize giving, not only for individual honors, which you see locked down by our pro women and pro men, but also the team honors here at the Travers Grand Prix. Cameron Waters, nicely done at 52K 16, and getting ready for the next one, which should be at on the next line, next shortening of 14.25 meters, under the assumption that she stays at 52 as her max speed. But she could go higher in speed, of course, which will delay the whole process of shortening the line to go to the next run. So, a lot of great action today, headlined by the pro women and the pro men. Regina Jaquist taking the title in the pro women, Will Asher doing likewise in the pro men. Here at the Travers Grand Prix, with some great skiing from each of those individuals. So some of our junior skiers who form the bulk of this section of the competition here at the Travers Grand Prix. Coming back in at 55K is Cameron Waters. 55K on 16 meters. Again, a little bit blown down course, but managing to pick it up for 4 and for 5. And ends up stroking that pass. 6 buoys there on 16 meters at 55. Now getting ready for 14.25 meters, which will be next. So working away through towards the final skiing action. We're into the last section of amateurs. For those of you that are tuning in via the live webcast and are looking for the pro competition, that was our previous event. You can scrub backwards on the webcast player and be able to see all of that. From the start of round 2 all the way through to the eventual event finals, the Open Men's Pro Finals, which featured a runoff on 9.75 meters. As we see Cameron Waters there, that was on 14.25 meters, and will score 2.5 for that effort, I believe. Handle came down, but not much angle generation off buoy number 1, and taking in a lot of speed into number 2 and unable to bleed that off. And there we go. That is going to be 2.5 on 14.25 meters. The eventual score belonging to Cameron Waters. All right. All right there, so Cameron Waters getting 2.5 there on 14.25 meters. The boat making its way back to the dock will be in a position to take on our next competitor, who should be Known Burrell.
Cole, do you need a different radio? Okay.
So just waiting on the information so far as the speed and the line length.
Connor decided not to come.
55, A2, 18.
So on 18.25 meters and selecting the 0 off for A2, he's going to go in at 55 kilometers now for the opening pass. That is Known Burrell.
Pretty nice back in the water.
This is Known Burrell coming.
55, 18, 55, 18.
All right, let's see what we've got. Rolling in. .55K, 18.25 meters. Explains the reason why the line looks particularly long out there. But managing to get everything situated and continuing on. That is Known Burrell, our second skier out in this section of the amateur competition. So we have 10 total skiers in this section of the amateurs. We're on skier number 2 right now, so 8 more remain. Just enough time for me to tell you about Waters wetsuits, designed and created by Brandon Waters, jumpsuits for the world's top water ski jumping athletes. That's waterswetsuits.com, waterswetsuits.com. And to you, the official skier of the day sponsor, nutritional bars in a variety of different flavors. Available online and at great local stores throughout Florida. That is to you. And let's not forget about Pantalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. Located close to Palm City, 5 lakes, 42 exclusive 4-acre waterfront home sites. Pantalago.com. All right, so working away now to our next pass for Known Burrell. .58K, I believe this pass is at. Actually, 55.16. Scored a 2 on 14.25 meters in the previous round, which he'll have a shot at with the next pass coming up. And just absolutely just crushing this pass at 55.16. 14.25 meters should be coming up fairly soon.
That was 55.16. He's coming back at 55.14.
55K, 14.25 meters next. And Known Burrell, who a little bit earlier on today skied in the first round of the amateurs and scored 2 on 14.25 meters. Rolling in. Excellent start on buoy number 1, 14. Getting a little bit deeper this time around. Certainly getting a better start, and he's already more than halfway through this run. All getting buffeted there off number 5, but managing to safely, by relative terms, safely getting round buoy number 6. And that will mean that he'll continue on to 13 meters. So now a 13-meter attempt with the boat speed of 55k, almost getting completely blown off the edge there on the previous pass of 14. Looking at the instant replay here at the Travers Grand Prix. A little over half an hour away from our award presentations. And here we go, folks. This is known Burrell coming in on the 13-meter pass. It's definitely a little bit of a step up here from 14. The resistance factor behind the boat has definitely got to be in place. But I tell you what, he's still there. Oh, there around buoy number 4, and unfortunately let go after that turn. So it looks like it is going to be a 3 and 1/2 buoy count. 3.5 on 13 meters, which is over a pass more than what he did in the previous round. That is known Burrell with 3.5 on 13. All right, skier coming up next is Damien Eade. All right, so known Burrell bowing out with a 3.5 on 13. Now coming in for his opening pass, Damien Eade. 14.25 meters, 55k. To get his second round up and running. 55 on 14. And doing well with the opening pass and continuing to roll with this one. As we continue to mention some of our webcast sponsors like La Guapa, which is an all-inclusive luxury villa resort, inclusive with water skiing. It's located in Tequesquitengo, which is a little ways outside of Mexico City. You can find out more by going to laguapa.com.mx. And also check out Pro Gear. Pro Gear gloves, the original, created by Clint Stadelbauer. And now led by Alicia Bagnoli, who has a share of the Italian women's national slalom record. And the good part, the reason why she did that was the grip offered by Pro Gear, which you can buy at skiprogear.com, skiprogear.com. So, Damien Eade now. I don't know whether he's going to go up to 58 or whether he's going to shorten directly to 16 meters. But it'll be intriguing to find out either way. So now we're going to go up in speed. Up in speed and up in line length. 58k, 14.25 meters. Started out at 55k 16. Nice. Works that one very, very well indeed. So at 55k 14.25, 58k 14.25 meters. He makes that pass. He'll now have a chance of 13 meters. So looking at the dockside, still a fairly robust mass of people around the dock as competitors continue to get ready for their turn in this this section of the amateur competition. Damien Eade. This is now 13 meters. Oh, nicely done round buoy number 3 and a good strike into number 4 on 13 meters. His score from the previous round was 1.5 at 12, and he's going to get pretty close to that by the fact that he managed to get through 13 meters. We'll see what else he's got. This is Damien Eade. Was pulling his reaching hand into his body as the ski was completing its turn. Thankfully, the ski is stable enough to allow him to do that. That Conley deviate seemed to be working pretty nicely there for him as he got round buoy number 6 to get that pass under his belt. All right then, folks, here comes Damien Eade. This now is 12 meters, his best score from the round before with 1.5. He gets the 1, he gets 2, he's round buoy number 3, he's still moving. He's round number 4, letting the ski roll, he's round number 5. This is 12 meters for the first time this weekend. Wonderful stuff there for Damien Eade, coming through clutch. Absolutely on fire out there, no two ways about that. He wasn't going to settle with 1.5, not by a long shot. 12 meters, he's getting ready for 11.25 meters coming up next. All this at 36 miles an hour or 58k. So, all right, the command to the boat. Let's do it. 11.25 meters. Here is Damien. Needs to start and gets it. Oh, good effort there off number 1. He's round number 2. The ski still continues to move. He's round buoy number 3. And I think he'll get the full 3 buoys at 11.25 meters. We'll double check whether he actually made it round the outside of buoy number 3, but he certainly tried his best to sell it. Right, so just allowing that ski to roll through. Yeah, looks like that ski made it round buoy number 3 and gets to the wake, but apparently there is an initial gate review. So we'll try and find out the full extent on that one. Here's going to be our best view from the boat. Don't see much wrong there going through the entrance gates. But we'll wait for definitive word from our officials as to whether that gate there on that particular run of 11.25 meters is good to go. So now this is the continuing portion, the concluding portion of the Waterski action so far as the Travers Grand Prix is concerned. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have you still on board as we continue to roll our way through the amateur competitors. 3 at 11. Yes, indeed, it is 3 at 11.25 meters, the confirmed and final score for Damien Eade. That puts him 7.5 buoys more than what he did in the round previous to this one. All right, Jaden Eade will be approaching the course at 58K, 14.25 meters for his opening pass.
That's the last thing I want to do in my life right now.
All right, good strong pull out. Entrance gate number 1, 58K, 14.25 meters. E2 riding on the Conley DV8, an example of which has just been won by our winner of the audience skier prize. That was decided a little bit earlier on. Nick Mystix from Switzerland winning the women's version of that prize. We'll give you the name of the winner of the men's prize, which features the D3 slalom ski as the top prize. All right, and I also have the information so far as the men's prize is concerned. So far as the audience prize is concerned, it's Peter Oravec from Slovakia. If you are still watching us, congratulations to you. You win yourself a D3 slalom ski as we watch Jaden Eade coming into pass number 2. It's 13 meters. He started on 14 and looking in good shape. All right, so looking at that from Jaden Eade. Peter Oravec, there you see on the screen there, the men's audience prize winner. Congratulations to you. You've won the D3 slalom ski of your choice. We'll get in contact with you very, very soon to arrange for delivery of whatever D3 slalom ski you choose. Could it be the Ion? Could it be the Neo? The choice is yours, sir. All right, skier on the water, Jaden Eade. He's gone through 14 and 13. This is now 12 at max speed. Getting a little bit pitted forward after buoy number 2 into number 3. Managing to recover a lot of that deficit on buoy number 4. He's still on top of the water, and he gets around all 6 buoys on 12 meters. That is Jaden Eade. So a good smattering of people along the shore side checking out Jaden Eade's performance. He's gotten through 12 meters. Let's see if he can make an impression upon 11.25 meters. Certainly won't have too much to worry about so far as glare is concerned, because the sun is going to be behind him coming into this fourth pass. Waiting for the beep from Zero Off, and there it is. And our driver Greg Chapman mashing the throttle down and bringing Jaden Eade into the slalom course for this next run. 11.25 meters. The start is good. Getting a little bit twisted into number 2, but he's still there. He's still balanced. He's round buoy number 3. Take a look at this. He's round number 4. He's still on top of the ski. He's round 5. Can he make it? Oh, and he falls short of buoy number 6. He was that close. But certainly one of our better scores among our amateurs during the course of this Travers Grand Prix. It is 5 at 11.25 meters for Jaden Eade. Good extension on buoy number 1. That really set things off for him, and allowing that ski to carve out wide. Then he got on the tip of the ski, and thankfully it was angulated enough to where he could get cross course and do so in a hurry. And just got into a whole heap of trouble off buoy number 4. Barreled into number 5, tried to bleed off a little bit of speed and allow that ski to fully rotate. But a 5 at 11.25 meters should be among one of his better scores of the season. As we now bring to you our next competitor, this is Vincent Stadelbauer. All right, here we go. This now is Vincent Stadelbauer, 14.25 meter start. And seems to have a pretty good handle on that opener. That is Vincent Stadelbauer getting through the opening pass of 14.25 meters without too much trouble at all. 13 meters will be next. Just really working those edges, just trying to stay upright. And Vincent Stadelbauer still trying to search a little bit for bragging rights between himself and Alice Bagnoli. Alice, for her part, in the pro section of the women's competition, gained a share of the Italian national women's slalom record with 3 at 10.75 meters. Vincent's personal best is 2 on this line length, on that line length of 10.75 meters. So let's see what a little bit of healthy competition can do. Entrance gates, number 1. This is on 13 meters. Seems to be skiing with a purpose out there, and looking looking ahead to some of the ladder passes to come ahead. 14 and 13 meters in the bag, and getting ready for the next run, which is going to be 12. Now, Vincent Stadelbauer in the previous round scored 4 at 11.25 meters. All right then, so continuing right along, and as we work our way through the Tampa Bay Rays excursion into the baseball playoffs has come to an abrupt end, courtesy of the Cleveland Guardians, who took care of business there in Cleveland to the tune of 2-0. So the Cleveland Guardians advance through to the next round, where they'll take on the New York Yankees. Vincent Stadelbauer on 12 meters, getting pulled all over the show, but still managing to stay on top of the ski, and getting ready for 11.25 meters coming up next. As he works his way through 12 meters, looking at some of the other results that are coming through in the other game in the AL wildcard. The Toronto Blue Jays seem to be mounting a little bit of a comeback to try and even up that best-of-3 series. Currently 3-0 against the Mariners. So now, Vincent Stadelbauer. Vincent Stadelbauer getting ready for 11.25 meters. Once we get through this section, once we get a little bit deeper, I'll try and get you up to date with some of the college football scores that have been made final at this time, and keep you on top of some of the games that are in progress right now. But in the meantime, let's check out Vincent Stadelbauer, 11.25 meters. His best score in the previous round was 4 on this line length. He's round number 1. He gets the start that he needs. He's round buoy number 2. Oh, and he stalls up after getting 2 buoys at 11.25 meters, which means that his 4 buoys at 11.25 meters will represent his best total. Vincent Stadelbauer into the shore, 2 at 11.25 meters. Next competitor to go on this list is going to be Travis Torley. Travis Torley, our next competitor out, who started in at 14.25 meters in the previous round and scored 4.5 on 12. We'll see what he can do. College football scores. Let's go through some of those. TCU take down Kansas to the tune of 38-31. Tennessee took LSU to the woodshed with a score of 40-13 at Tiger Stadium. Arkansas lit up the Bulldogs of Mississippi State to the tune of 47-40. Michigan win over Indiana 31-10. And games in progress right now involve South Florida against Cincinnati and Texas Tech against Oklahoma State. Travis 58-14 for his opening pass in this section of the amateur round of competition. decent effort there on the opening pass. 58K, 14.25 meters for Travis Torley. Looking very good, looking very smooth. As we look at his style towards the end of the opening pass, let me tell you that South Florida is in the lead against Cincinnati to the tune of 24-21. Texas Tech over Oklahoma State 20-21 in a game that's about to go to halftime. At halftime right now, Auburn is currently behind Georgia in Athens to the tune of 14-0. Also at the half, Utah 10, UCLA 14. Washington currently deadlocked with Arizona State, 10 apiece. And Ohio State currently lead Michigan State to the tune of 21-13, about two-thirds the way into the second quarter. So, here we go. This is Travis Torley. This is 13 meters. Oh, and just moving and getting round all 6 buoys there on 13 meters. Getting ready for the 12-meter pass coming up next. So, also one other game that's taking place in college football right now with about a minute and a half to go before halftime. Ole Miss 10, Vanderbilt 20 over in Nashville. All right, here we go. This is Travis Torley. His 2 passes under his belt of 14 and 13 meters. Now this is 12, where things are really starting to get a little bit intense. And intense enough to where he bows out, having scored 2 1/2 on the 12-meter line. So looking at the instant replay, just getting in a little bit of difficulty with some of that.
Et mon gars, on compte sur toi.
58, A2, 14, please.
So 14.25 meters are selected for our next competitor. And who is that, I hear you cry? Well, the next competitor is going to be Sasha Duzone.
Allez, deux zones. Lâche rien. Lâche rien, attaque. Sois propre.
Oh, yes, and also among our football scores is the result of between Florida and Missouri. Florida winning out on that game at Ben Hill Griffin Stadium in Gainesville to the tune of 24-17. So good news for all of you Gator fans. Not so good news for all of you Tiger fans out there who just saw the LSU Tigers getting shellacked to the tune of 40-13 at Tiger Stadium. Sasha Duzone, this is 14.25 opening pass. Scored 4.5 at 11.25 meters in his previous round of skiing. So just watching Sasha Duzone getting through the opening pass of 14, now coming back on 13 very, very soon. Here we go. Greg Chapman at the helm of that towboat, and about 13 meters directly behind is Sasha Duzone. This is going to be a 30-meter attempt. Oh, nice. Certainly like his style and technique out there, and working his way through 13 meters without too many troubles there for him to speak of. All right, Sasha Duzone now. This now is 12. Entrance number 1. Getting a little bit down course off number 2 into 3, but he's able to make this up. And a skier who produced a score of 4.5 on 11.25 meters, determined to make an appearance on that pass again in this second and final round of amateur skiing. right then, 11.25 meters mowed at 58K. Here he is, round buoy number 1. He's scored 4.5 previously on this same pass. Oh no, he tried to load in a little bit harder off number 3 to get a bigger advance into 4. But all he ended up doing was loading the handle directly out of his hands. And there he's in the water with a score of 2 1/2 for his efforts. 2.5 at 11.25 meters for Sasha Dezern. All right. That brings us to within the last 4 competitors. Actually, last 3 competitors. We've got Bill Calhoun and Skip Hummel. But before those 2, we'll have Sean Sprackett. Just enough time for me to remind you about B Play Fuel. B Play Fuel. Check out those matches at bplayfuel.com. Also, check out New Dimensions, trusted by the pros such as T-Gas, Alice, Freddie Krueger, Whitney McClintock Rini, and Paige Rini. Online training and nutritional programs. Located next to the Millennium Mall, it is New Dimensions. Okay, 30. We got Sean Sprackett. 52K, 16 meters. Not bad. Not bad to open up with. Best in the previous round to this one. 4.5 on the 14.25 meter line. Enough time to tell you about the Flow Point method, created by Marcus Brown and Jenny Labar. Online coaching and nutritional support as well as their camps. All you need to ski your best. That is the Flow Point method. Check it out. flowpointmethod.com. And also support USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation, working hard to preserve the heritage of towed water sports by maintaining the halls of fame at both the national and international level at the Visit Central Florida Center in Davenport, not too far away from here. They also provide scholarships to promising young athletes. That is the USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation. Also check in with Drew Ross, a realtor. If you're looking to purchase lakefront property in Central Florida, be sure to check with Drew Ross. Drew Ross Realtor on Instagram. Check him out. All right, so coming in on pass number 2, Sean Sprackett. I believe this is going to be 14.25 meters. Or it may be a higher boat speed. I suspect it's going to be the latter rather than the former. We'll get a reckoning on that one. So we'll wait for communication via the radio to determine whether he went back in on 14.25 meters or he went up to 55K. Sean Sprackett, for his part, is a men's 5 competitor. All right, so here we go. Sean's bracket. 55K on 14.25 meters. which he scored 4.5 with in the previous round. All getting a little bit deep off number 2, and that pass is short-lived enough to be 3 on 14.25 meters to go along with 4.5, which he performed in the round previous to this one. So there's Sean Sprackett, and just a little bit of time to tell you about Wakehouse, the online water sports pro shop. Find the products to suit your water sports need by going to wakehouse.com. That is wakehouse.com. Summit Orthopedic. Got a skin injury you need to shake off? Summit will get you back to your peak again. That is Summit Orthopedic. And I mentioned to you the winners of our audience prizes for this event. Congratulations to the 2 people who entered the competition to win themselves a ski and were pleasantly surprised by the result. Peter Orovic from Slovakia winning that D3 slalom ski. D3 are the audience prize sponsors for the men's competition. High performance skis for all 3 events, including their new slalom skis, the Neo and Ion 2. Check out D3 skis at d3skis.com. And it'll be, and also want to mention and thank Conley Skis for their participation in the audience prize for the women. The winner of that competition in the women's side is Nick Mystix from Switzerland. He will receive a Conley slalom ski of his choice. Once we get the details from him, Conley Skis, who have the Deviator Carbon V, both skis with the patented Versatel technology. Check them out at conleyskis.com. All right, so coming in at 52 kilometers now, 18.25 meters. This is Bill Calhoun, our penultimate skier of this 2022 Travers Grand Prix. Round 1 and 2, 3. Looking good for 4 and 5. And number 6 seems to have gotten that pass well in hand. Great skiing there from him. And as we look at the instant replay of his attempt there on that pass, let me tell you about Wrap Skis created by Jody Fisher and built in Cyprus. Try one at Jody Ski School at Lake Gifford or check out their gate guide system, Wrap Skis. And that brings to a conclusion my commercial reads for the course of this competition, and would certainly appreciate all of you patronizing those webcast sponsors. They certainly help us out a whole bunch here at TWBC, so we appreciate their involvement, and we'd appreciate you doing a little bit of business with them as a result. So coming back at 55, 18.25 meters for Bill Calhoun. It'll be maximum speed for him. Bill Calhoun is in men's 6. All right, 55K. 18.25 meters. That rope just seems incredibly long compared to what we saw from the likes of Freddie Winter and Will Asher, and even extending down to the remaining competitors in the men's and women's competition, including Regina Jaquist and Jamie Ball, who ran 39.5 off 10.75 meters in every single round. But Bill Calhoun, for his part, getting through 18.25 meters. He'll see that line length shortened to 16 meters with the boat speed remaining on course at 55K. So as we continue to bring Bill Calhoun into the course on 16 meters, we take the final opportunity to go through a few college football scores, starting with South Florida and Cincinnati. In progress in the fourth quarter, with Cincinnati up 28-24 against the Bulls of South Florida. We'll go through with the remainder of the scores in a moment. Those of relevance, anyhow. This is Bill. Oh! Not too sure whether he made it round buoy number 1, but he's still there on top of the water there, getting round number 4, and the pop in the fin there around number 4. We're going to take a look at this. Rolling that ski through the entrance gates. Oh, and that went inside buoy number 1 there from our perspective. So with Bill Calhoun out there, it looks like he is going to end up with a 0 buoy count on that particular run. All right, then continuing right along under very, very trying circumstances, one would have to say. So it looks like it's going to be a 6 buoy count at 16 meters rather than 14.25 meters. And now we're going to come down to our final skier. This is Skip Hormel. Okay, so Skip Hormel coming into the course, 55 kilometers now, 14.25 meters. For those of you that are currently watching, or rather struggling to hear the webcast at the moment, some stuff is being emptied and it's making quite a bit of noise, but I will try and keep you informed as to what's happening out there on the water with Skip Hormel, getting through the opening pass of 14.25 meters. So, Skip Hormel, one pass in, getting ready for 13 meters next.
Come on, Dana. Yeah, go ahead, sorry. Skip Hormel is opting up to 12 meters. Thank you. I'll take up to 12. Get her done, Skip. Okay.
All right then, so a little bit of action. 12 meters coming up next. It's an opt-up for Skip Hormel. He's opting up through 13. He's going to attack the 12-meter line. Let's see if he can make an impression here at the last. Our last performance, Skip Hormel, 12 meters opt-up. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. Oh, horrible start. Now he continues on round buoy number 2. He's still got the ski out ahead of him on buoy number 3. Oh, and he goes down on buoy number 3, which translates that score from 2.5 on 12 to 2.5 on 13 meters to end the on-water action here at the Travers Grand Prix for 2022. big shout out to all of the sponsors, the supporters, and everyone else that's involved with the organization of such a great event. You've all been absolutely fantastic hosts here at Sunset Lakes. The Traverses, Chris, JT, Natty, Lalani, and Jack, and all of the crew. Absolutely fantastic job as we look at the instant replay once again for Skip Hummel, who tried to perform a successful opt-up through 13 onto 12, and unfortunately coming up a little bit short with a late approach into buoy number 1 and even late approach off of buoy number 2, and trying to make up that time, but unsuccessfully. So, that concludes the on-water action. We've got the award presentations taking place in the next few minutes, less than 10 minutes as a matter of fact, so stick around for that. This is continuing coverage of the 2022 Travers Grand Prix, and we will have the award presentations to come right after these.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Brian?
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that well?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I'm involved with the flow point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing and I think really beneficial. It's very helpful, like keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right then, folks, welcome back to 2022 Travers Grand Prix right here at Sunset Lakes, and we're about to go into award prize presentations. But first of all, let me take care of the interactivity so far as the audience prize is concerned. Winning the women's prize is Nick Meistix from Switzerland. He wins himself a Conley ski. We'll get in contact with you and arrange for the delivery of that ski, and so too Peter Oravec from Slovakia. He wins himself a D-free slalom ski. We'll get in contact with you and make sure that that is taken care of for you. All right. Now we're going to go into the award presentations for the pro women, and this applies to the top 3 women. Because in third place, with a score of 3.5 at 10.75 meters, it's Ali Nicholson!
There we go.
And ladies and gentlemen, presented to you in second place with a score of 1 at 41 off, clearing 10.75 meters in every single round to get there. It's Jamie Bull. And ladies and gentlemen, Jamie Bull not the only skier to run 10.75 meters in every round, because your winner with a score of 2 at 41 off 10.25 meters, Regina Jaquez.
Thank you. You might want to step up. Yeah. Thank you.
All right then, let me give this to you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks to Travers, Sunset Lakes crew. Such a great event. Really cool to do it with the whole team combination. So thank you, and look forward to keep doing that. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's present to you the women's medalists. In third, Ali Nicholson. Second, Jamie Bull. And your winner, Regina Jaquez. All right then, folks, working our way towards the men's competition. This is the top 3. In third spot with a score of 4 at 41 off 10.25 meters, it's Brando Caruso. And, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you in second place with his score of 1 at 9.75 meters, 1 at 43 off, it is Freddie Winter. All right then, so now presenting to you your winner with a score of 1 at 9.75 meters in the runoff, 1 at 43 off, and in addition to that, setting a new British and European pending slalom record, we're also with 2 at 9.75 meters, it is Will Asher! And, Will, in addition to that, because you polled 28% of the vote, you also win the Skier of the Day Award. And let me give you the microphone, and then you could talk to the good folks.
Yeah, thank you. First off, I'd like to thank Tony. This guy does it. I announced last weekend just for a couple of hours, and it was a lot of work. This guy does it. Secondly, of course, I'd like to thank the Travers family. We all knew this weekend was going to be special, and everyone knew that the scores were going to be just as big as we could possibly hope for. And I'm happy to go out there and be part of that. It's just a special event. I hope everyone had a good time. I love the format, the karting and the shooting. I think it's just a nice way of doing it. And getting ski of the day is just cherry on top. I mean, it just means a lot to get some votes and people to appreciate what we do out there on the water. And I'd like to thank everybody. Everybody have a good night. We're going to go to somewhere downtown Claremont. If anyone wants to come have a beer, have a good time, we'll be there.
All right, thank you very much. And there are your top three in the slalom competition. Brando Caruso of Italy in third. From Great Britain, Freddie Winter in second. And your winner, Will Asher, also from Great Britain. All right then, gentlemen, thank you very much. All right, now we're coming down to the team awards, and I understand we got some team awards being processed with the individual events such as the go-kart and the shooting. But I can tell you the top three final overall placements. Because in third place it is the team of Cole McCormick and Dorian Llewellyn. Come on down. You've got a podium to ascend. There you go. All right, now presenting to you the second place team. It is the team of Jonathan Travers and Will Asher. All right, so now, presented to you your winning team in the Travers Grand Prix 2022. It's the team featuring Sasha Denierskaya and Freddie Winter. All right, so, okay, guys, who do I hand this microphone to on the top rung? Freddie, you've done it quite a bit. Sasha, you've done it quite a bit. Let's hand it to someone who can, who hasn't spoken too much before.
I just want to say I beat Will finally, so thank you very much.
Thank you guys for organizing an amazing event and bringing the team skiing into water skiing. I think it's very fun and it's a very cool format. Thank you guys.
All right, presenting to you your teams, Cole and Dorian Llewellyn, John and Will, and Sasha and Freddie. Let's give it up for those teams, folks. Okay, now, before we get done with our webcast, let me tell you that we've got two further awards for the individual placements in the go-karting and the shooting. And we're going to call each of these up together because Sasha Deska of France wins the go-karting from yesterday evening, and Will Asher wins in shooting. Come on down. Yeah, up there. Want to share the mic for a moment, guys?
I mean, who cares about the skiing? We want to. No, here you go. A man of many words. Here we go.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. I'm finally on the podium for something that has no relationship with the skiing. But okay, next year I come again. I win again the karting, and I suck at skiing, so it's okay. At least I have this. Thank you, Tony.
Well, congratulations to you two, Will Asher in the shooting and Sasha Deska with the go-kart driving. And before we go, let me hand the microphone over to Jonathan Travers for a few parting words.
Thank you, Tony. Hey, guys, I just want to say thank you all for coming, and I have some special thanks to say to Michael DeMello. Thank you. Without you, this wouldn't have happened. Mike and Carrie Morgan, Ski Doc, Syndicate Skis, and then my family. Without my family, this is nothing. This week's been really hard, so thank you.
All right, and that brings to a conclusion the 2022 Travers Grand Prix right here at Sunset Lakes. It's been an absolutely wonderful event and always an honor to announce for it again. So for the final time and on behalf of the crew at TWBC, it is ciao for now.